Check out my potion, mad rhythm in the motion. The ism brings the wisdom when I kick it on the rhythm. Check it how I rock it in a cipher. The sire takes you higher, lyrical messiah. Check it, yo, pass that lighter. Counterclockwise, I rise like the sun. Now feel the heat from the rays of the gun, shooting up the mental mist. How you gonna know the real shit when your style's counterfeit?
His shit is counterfeit cause he's motherfucking phony. Coming to the jam, try to front like you know me. Listen to this new type of something bumping. 94 ain't for no frontin'. New type of lingo, catchy like a jingo. Roughneck hip hop is dripping from the single. Now let me introduce you to the one, the channel live Indo that's loosens you up. Going through the channels of the remote control, flicking through the frequencies of your soul.
Then roll the ism, the inflator. I'm weeded like wearing a sweater at the equator. I'm heated, but I flip a style like a flipper channel. Step up and test the skills. You can get my testicles, cause hip hop's been running through my veins ever since. So it wasn't hard for me to grab the mic and represent. Representing, tormenting MCs, craniums till they can't flow. Why? Cause I'm draining them. Don't mean to be blunt, but don't front. I'm doing it for love, so now I'm doing what I want to do with my channel live crew. So just listen, this and whack MCs is sparking up madism.
Yeah, we got the Neuro Jack blessings. Oh, he just left. Okay, we got Lotus. Blessings, brother.
Hey, I changed my name because, you know, it's just for my channel and stuff. It's kind of like, but you can still call me Avian if you want to. But
Yeah. But do you have any videos on your channel about Buddhism?
yeah, yeah, I read one sutra. I can talk about Buddhism at length right now if you want me to. But I read one sutra, not a sutra. I read one writing called "The Song
Yeah.
of Enlightenment."
Yeah, let's play one of those videos that you have on your channel on Buddhism so we can maybe promote your channel as well.
Oh, yeah, about that. I want to make some more videos and then I'll share my. I could say better stuff than that right now. I could read from the sutras right now or something, but I don't have a very good video for Buddhism yet. Not the best. Yeah, I'll make another one. So my channel, I'm polishing it up before I make the videos available, and I will also have streams since I was able to fix my StreamYard issues. Yeah, I have the sutras with me, stuff like that. Yeah, here's something I wanted to read from the Lankavatra Sutra. Yeah, okay. The Buddha then repeated the meaning of this in verse. Deep in the Tathagata Garbha and 7 kinds of consciousness, 2 kinds of grasping arise, but are avoided by the wise. The mind of images in a mirror is colored by habit energy without beginning. Those who see what is real see what isn't real. Like a fool searching for the moon, looks at a finger and not the moon. Those who cling to objects don't see this truth of mind. The mind is like a skillful actor. Manas consciousness is the actor's partner. The 5 forms of consciousness are their companions. Erroneous perceptions are what the audience sees. Yeah, that's from the link of Atra. That's a nice one. I also have to read the Heart Sutra too and other stuff. So you already read that one part from the Platform Sutra about the Bodhi. The mind is the Bodhi tree. Yeah, the mind is the Bodhi tree. The body is the mirror stand. The mirror itself is so clear. Dust has no place to land. That's talking about the immaculate Buddha nature, the Tathagata Garbha and other stuff. Yes, I got it. Yeah, I'll make my videos. See here, let me double check it. You talk about Let's see here. You want to talk about Buddhism? Anything you want to talk about regarding Buddhism? Or you want to talk about something else?
Yeah, that finger pointing to the moon line is very famous because of Bruce Lee, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
The people don't know where it's from, right? They don't know that actually that's from the Zen masters, right? But yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it comes from it also come in sutras and koans, Koan, uh, koan or something. Yeah, but Zen ultimately is, or the Chan tradition is ultimately, it centers on the direct realization of one's original nature, understood through Buddha nature and Prajnaparamita wisdom, transmitted in Bodhidharma's lineage as direct mind-to-mind transmission, beyond mere concepts, by which false thinking, ego clinging, and attachment to appearances are cut through and awakening is realized. It's a very concise summary about the central focus, or the center piece of the Zen tradition, or the Chan tradition, Chan, that's lineage transition. So that I see here. I mean, I could make these. Yeah, I should make these more visible. Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah, blessings down.
a
What's up?
blessing.
Yeah, we were talking about Buddhist principles, ethics, doctrine, and the foundations and whatnot. So yeah,
Yes. I saw this meme regarding Buddhism and Socrates, and it was basically Socrates saying, "I know nothing," versus Buddha saying, "I am nothing."
interesting. Yeah,
It should be realize that when he says, "I am noting," that is not annihilationism. Because Buddha was the middle way between annihilationism and internalism. Internalism in the sense that it goes on forever or long duration. I mean, because I do think the Buddha nature is without duration. So, and the universe in Buddhism is beginningless. So that's due to, well, it depends on the school, but yeah, some of them say that.
Another thing I wanted to say is one of the things I like from Buddhism is the Eightfold Path, which says that that the way to alleviate suffering in your life is to basically live right. And I also heard you guys talking about, or in the intro, about Aristotle and the involution of science. And one thing that science will not say is that there are no right answers to living a good life. It seems like
right.
they don't think there is an objective morality. They don't think there are like objective good thoughts or right words, these sorts of things. But Buddhism, on the other hand, is saying that they are right, in the sense that they bring you closer to a more meaningful experience, closer to expressing yourself in a way that is I guess enlightened, or maybe even achieving emptiness.
Yeah, I gave the Song of Alignment video. You can play it whenever you want. It's a Zen text. I read it. That's the Song of Alignment. I gave it in the studio chat. But ultimately, Zen. There are different schools. I was a Soto Zen Buddhist, but if I could pick, I would probably go Renzai. Renzai has some minor differences from Soto, but Soto, they emphasize on zazen or shikantaza, just sitting, and you just sit without trying to cling or grasp anything. It's just like thoughts come and go, and you're not trying to attain any special state. You're simply just sitting with a kind of non-abiding awareness. And non-abiding awareness. And while Renzai has different modalities to its practice, they also use koan practice. They also use Hutus. They use a diversity of practices. You know what I mean? So, like koan study, and their methodology is
So
different.
I just have a question. Are we gonna let Brown's boys slander people online now, or I thought we were against that?
Neurojack, please don't bring that here. Right now, we're talking
Well,
about.
your friend down in the chat is doing it, so that's
Well,
what I'm
dude,
asking.
don't
That's
get
why I'm bringing it
triggered,
up.
dude. Don't pay attention to it. Just let it go. TMO's not that kind of
Well,
guy.
I thought we're not.
Yeah, I'll
I
time
thought
him
we're not supposed
I'll
to do
time him
that.
out
So.
for today. I'll time him out for today if you want.
All right.
Yeah, Browns boy, please.
Yeah, Browns, just chill for a second, man. Yeah, let's not do that right now. Yep.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, we'll get timed out. Yeah, we'll get timed out if we continue this. Like, let's just chill out. We're not like, let's just write comments about Buddhism in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, blessings.
And the Nichiren Buddhists are interesting too. They're different. They basically revere the Lotus Sutra, and the Lotus Sutra was very important in East Asian Buddhism, including the Tiante school of China. The Lotus Sutra is ultimately about how all teachings of Buddhism are skillful means to reach the one vehicle, which leads you to enlightenment, or to the and so they have a saying, they have a chant, Nam Rio Mio Rio Nam Rio, yeah, that Nam Myoho Ringi Kyo, yeah, Nam Myoho Ringi Kyo. That means devotion to the mystic law of the Lotus Sutra. And the Lotus Sutra is basically about how all sentient beings are Buddha nature. They all, but and there's like eventually in a future lifetime or rebirth, eventually they will reach Buddhahood. So all sentient beings are destined for Buddhahood. It may not be this lifetime, but it could be the next or something. And so the Lotus Sutra is kind of like the Tao Te Ching in some sense for the Chinese Buddhism and stuff, and also for some the Nichiren school in Japan. Nichiren school, the Pure Land school of Buddhism, they revere the Lotus Sutra. Pure Land is a bit different, and same with Nichiren from Zen.
Right, that's the Korean one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Korean. No. The Nichiren is Japanese too. It's just not Zen though. But they do both accept the Lotus Sutra, but they interpret the Lotus Sutra.
Oh, but I mean the Pure Land. I thought Pure Land was Korean.
Oh, Pure Land is Chinese. Yeah, Pure Land is Chinese. Pure Land is Chinese.
Oh, Chinese.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they Namo Amitabha Buddha. That's their chant. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Yeah, that's their chant. Amitabha Buddha is like a Buddha of infinite light that is like a bodhisattva that can help guide beings towards enlightenment and stuff. Like they do chant certain bodhisattva names, like Avalokiteshvara is one, or Manjushri is another bodhisattva or stuff. Yeah, so there is a sense that the bodhisattva transcends space and time and can help guide beings towards enlightenment or something. Yeah, this goes into Pure Land Buddhism and Nichiren school, which is a bit different from the Zen school or the Chan school. Yeah, within the Chan school, so there's, and I haven't really talked about it much, but Theravadins have, different, not as much, but like the Thai forest monastery in Thailand, those guys are Theravadan Buddhists, but they value solitude more and just in natural scenery and just reading the Pali Canon and going into natural scenery. And they think that I don't know, and I don't have in-depth knowledge on them, but they're kind of interesting too. Thai Forest Monastery. You know, there are some esoteric, not esoteric, but some strange Buddhist schools too in Japan, like Shingon. I haven't talked about them much, or Shogido. Yeah, but yeah, I have spent some significant time researching this stuff. Probably not as much as some academics, though, but some time I've spent. But yeah, the most important sutras for Zen tradition are Diamond, Platform, Lotus Sutra, Flower Garland Sutra. That one's too long. I haven't read the Flower Garland Sutra. That one's like 1,600 pages. And you know other and Vilma. I can't pronounce the other one. Vilma Kirti Sutra, or Heart Sutra. Yeah, Heart Sutra is very important. Yeah, I chant from that often. But yeah, you know, Buddhism has a lot of variation in it. You know, you have the Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana, but even within those three branches, there are different schools. You know, different. You know, like I'm trying to say. So yeah. But in general, there's Theravada, Mahayana, and Vajrayana. I have a friend who's into Vajrayana. He's Slovenian, and I've been debating him for over 8 years. He's a transhumanist. You believe that? So yeah, I don't agree with him, but he's at a retreat right now. I'm gonna talk to him again, but he is intelligent though. But overall, I disagree with him. Like, he has a lot of knowledge in Hegel, lots of knowledge in Hegel. Like, it's crazy, and so I don't agree with Hegel, but he knows a lot of stuff. And so so basically, you know, I would say the issue with preoccupation with technique affect Buddhists too, affect pretty much every tradition. I mean, you know, you see, I was writing some stuff, you know, so modern technological society captures symbolic life in distraction, domination, and ecological decline, making awakening harder without absolutely preventing it. You know, I wouldn't say it absolutely prevents it, but it makes it very, very hard. So, you know, modern technological society, in a little sense, is governed by technique, a semi-autonomous rule of efficient means over every sphere of life. This technical milieu deepens distraction, standardization, domination, and ecological destruction, thereby strengthening the very habits of craving, delusion, and attachment that Buddhist practice seeks to cut out, you know, cut through. Read through Buddhism, it resembles Dharma ending age conditions through the specific critique of technology as a modern extension rather than a classical doctrine. So I do see, you know, the Dharma ending age as coinciding with the growing technological complexity. That is something I see myself. Some Buddhists would disagree with that, but overall, I lean towards that strongly. Even within, you know, a tradition, people will disagree, but overall, I see the growth of complexification of technique and industrial complexity as coinciding with the Dharma ending age, which began around 1600 AD. And around the 1600 AD, you had stuff like I think when was the paper mill made again? The paper mill, the paper mill. When was that made again? Let me see again.
I'm not sure.
You know, the paper press. You know, the bookmaking press.
Oh, you're talking about printing press is 1500s,
Yeah.
I think. Gutenberg, you're talking about.
Yeah. That's about the time where the Dharma ending age began, and then I think it got worse with the steam engine. Yeah, that's approximately the time where Dharma ending age began. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I could keep going on and talk about Buddhism. I could read some of the sutras, or let me see here, the Lotus Sutra, or some other stuff I could read from. Or yeah, I also wrote some stuff. I have read a review of the Lotus Sutra here before and stuff. Let me see here. Let me see here. Yeah, so Yeah. So basically, although wait, no, I don't want to read that. Let me see it. Quiescence. How do you spell? How do you pronounce quiescence? Let me double check that pronunciation. Yeah, quiescence. Yeah,
I'm not really sure about that one.
yeah, I got it. So every existing thing from the very beginning has always had the mark of quiescence, and that ties into emptiness and stuff. You should, yeah. So basically, this ties into Bodhisattva ideal. I read the review of the Lotus Sutra before, but all of those whom the Buddha Tathagatas teach and transform are bodhisattvas. Without seeking it, we nonetheless effortlessly attained it. You will be a Buddha, you are a future Buddha. This immeasurably rare treasure, which we did not seek, has come to us of its own accord. Those who hear even a single verse or a single phrase of the wondrous Dharma Flower Sutra, and thereby experience even a moment of rejoicing, will become Buddhas. So only a Buddha and a Buddha can exhaust the reality of things. No one but the Buddhas can completely know the real aspect of all dharmas. So emptiness ties into recursion. I think it ties into recursion. If you look at your mind, when you process things, or you interpret signs. When you interpret signs and you map it to objects, there's a recursive element there, where the output is applied back to the input. In a sense, and that's why you see fractals when you take shrooms. You see fractals when you take shrooms, like Indra's net. Like Indra's net, and there's the Lotus Sutra and the Flower Garland Sutra. They go deep into the fractal-like aspect of reality and mind. And it goes deep into that. It's kind of like there's a recursion to emptiness, or like whenever you try to answer what is, or what is the essence of things, there's a kind of recursion there that is kind of paradoxical, because you're dealing with the thesis, not the thesis, but it's like the only way to know what truly is in silence, somber silence. And when your mind is quiet, when your mind is contemplative and quiet, when you're not dwelling on resentment or trying to attack others, or you just let go of it all. You just sit in silence, and you just drop everything. And Dogen had a great quote about that, about dropping body and mind stuff. Yeah, I had that quote. I gotta get it. I have read that quote. Before. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's meditation, is what you're saying, right? Pretty much.
The meditation. Give the full Dogen. Yeah,
No, I'm
meditation is skillful means towards awakening. Skillful means towards awakening, but in a sense, it's skillful means towards awakening, and when you meditate, it goes beyond rationality. It goes beyond discursive thinking. It's not like a endless categorization, endlessly trying to pick things and slot them to rigid categories. It's like you transcend the endless obsession with classification, with instrumental reason. You just let that go, and there's a deeper kind of understanding that goes beyond all conceptualization, in a sense. Does that make sense? It's like a non-abiding awareness, kind of.
No,
See,
I understand what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying.
Figure. I found the quote. To study the Buddha way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. To forget the self is to be actualized by the myriad things. When actualized by the myriad things, your body and mind, as well as the bodies and minds of others, drop away. No trace of realization remains, and this no trace continues endlessly. In a sense, yeah, that's Dogen. Some Dogen is kind of controversial in Zen tradition, kind of a little bit, but because of his idea of practice realization and stuff like that. It's interesting. I was reading some Hakuin recently, and I had it on here, but I lost it. Let me double check. I'll get it up. I was reading some Hakuin, and I had some notes I wanted to read to NPC the game, but I didn't have time for that. Let me see here. Let me see. Yeah, I like his. Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah. Hakuin came to see the Lotus Sutra as expressing the true face of Zen itself, not attachment to scripture. not mere recitation, but seeing one's own nature and realizing the wondrous law as one's own mind. In his Ora Digama, he explained the Lotus Sutra's ultimate meaning as a mind, urging the reader to see outside the mind no thing exists and to realize the true face of the lotus. So, in a sense, the true nature of your mind is the true nature of your original nature. It's like awakening to the unborn, the awakening to the Buddha nature, which is non-progressive, non-arising, and it is also non-progressive, unborn. You know what I mean? It's unborn and stuff. So there is a kind of when you cling to lots of thoughts and you appropriate those thoughts and you use it for self-identification, you know, uh, you know, it it creates the illusion of a rigid self. But when you let go of those thoughts and you don't appropriate them or reify them, treat them like concrete, as like pointing to reality, it kind of shows the true nature of mind, which is beyond all duality, all abstraction, and all of that and stuff like that. So it's a practice. I could talk about it endlessly, but it's a practice. It's a skillful
That's pretty
means.
tough. That's pretty
It's a-
tough.
I used to go to my Zen Senko a lot. I kind of fell off my practice for some time, but I'll get back to it again soon. But yeah, it's good to have a Senko, a community where you practice with people, and you have the Dharma, which is like the teachings, and precepts and all of that. And the Dharma, Sangha, and Buddha, those are the triple jewels that people have to accept if they want to initiate into the tradition and take their vows. So it is a tradition. You take your vows, you initiate into the tradition, you accept Buddha, Sangha, Dharma, and it helps give skillful means, and because it's easy for some people to get arrogant and think they know better than other people. They think, oh, I'm awakened now and I'm better than other people, which is wrong and stuff, because it's
Right.
easy.
And then no, you're absolutely right. And then they think they know everything, and because you think you know everything, you're gonna miss so much. That's why I try to keep an open mind. I might argue with certain things, but I still keep an open mind. That's why I'm here listening, because I don't know anything about Buddhism besides what I see on TV and things of that nature and what I've heard online. That's it. You know what I mean? So I'm just here learning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think people have limited time. I don't know other traditions that well either. I think I know, Vedanta well, and Zoroastrianism kind of well too, actually. Though I know Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, and Vedanta pretty okay, but believe it or not, I am no expert on Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. No expert on those. That way, like, I think TML has a very deep knowledge on all of those, very very deep. But yeah,
Yes, sir. I'm with you.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, we got Pero here too. Pero, we're reading and trying to understand things on Buddhism. So yeah, welcome to the panel. I'm gonna be reading a bunch of stuff, so bear with me for a little while. It's gonna be boring for a little while, so I apologize
Ain't
for that.
nobody trying to read that, bro. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, no, but I am. So, and this is the show where we're doing that. So anyways,
Why did NPC ended his stream early?
he probably had to go. But anyways,
Beta.
yeah, right, yeah.
Who the fuck does that, man? I thought he was still live. Like now, I'm kind of
Dude.
like feeling
Bro,
away.
he lives on the other side of the world, man. Like, calm down. It's probably a whole different time zone where you're at and where we're at.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
hard for me to bring up a topic that y'all don't even know, but besides him and the Panelverse.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why you
just
sit and
relax for
listen.
now. Yeah, just relax for now. Yeah, just mute up for a minute. We about to get into some things. And I appreciate you joining, but yeah, the first thing I'm gonna get into is this text by the Buddha here, right? In terms of dependent origination, I think I closed this right here. Oh shit! You know what? I think I accidentally closed one of these. Actually, no. Yeah, let me go to this here real quick. The first thing I want to get into is this idea here. It says, just as, O monks, fire is named from that independence on which it burns. The fire which burns in dependence on logs of wood is called log fire. The fire which burns in dependence on chips is called chip fire. The fire which burns in dependence on grass is called grass fire. The fire which burns in dependence on cow dung is called cow dung fire. The fire which burns in dependence on husk is called husk fire. The fire which burns in dependence on rubbish is called rubbish fire. And exactly the same way, O monks, consciousness is named from that independence on which it comes into being. The consciousness which comes into being in respect of color and shape and dependence on the eye is called eye consciousness. The consciousness which comes into being in respect and sounds and dependence on the ear is called ear consciousness. The consciousness which comes into being in respect of the odors and dependence on the nose is called nose consciousness. The consciousness which comes into respect with the taste and dependence on the tongue is called tongue consciousness. The consciousness which comes into being in respect of things tangible and dependence on the body is called body consciousness. The consciousness which comes in respect of dharmas and dependence of the mind is called mind consciousness. So so this whole idea of dependent origination and how mind goes back, the first thing I read was this idea where he says dependent origination, this exists when that exists, this originates from the origination of that, this does not exist when that does not exist, right? So here, let me read a passage describing dependent origination from the Melinda Panda. And this is a pretty interesting dialogue here. And it's basically summarize the introductory principles here. Okay. Give me a second. Let me try to find it.
I'm learning here. I'm just listening, man. Now bringing my thoughts out there. But yeah, I'm just listening. Everybody fall asleep?
No, I'm still here. Dependent. Oh, quickly, Mark. Nagarjuna's MMK is also based on the older dependent origination, but he ties that to his idea of emptiness. And emptiness is the idea that things arise through dependent origination and they have no fixed independent essence or like a private pre-written envelope of properties hidden inside them before relation, condition, and manifestation. So
Yeah.
so yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, please go on. Yeah.
Yeah. So the MMK, I read Sideret's translation of the MMK. You know, emptiness is a very paradoxical concept because emptiness is empty too and stuff. So it's kind of interesting. You know, this gets into the difference between Mahayana and Theravada. You know, because of Nagarjuna's emptiness is kind of, you know, the three marks of existence in Theravada are, you know, anatta.
Clipper, I know you there too.
Sorry,
go ahead.
The three marks of existence in Theravada are anatta. There's no permanent self. There's no essence. we are constantly changing. Anika, all existent things are constantly changing. And dukkha, suffering is part of the human condition. But emptiness of Nagarjuna kind of encapsulates all of that in the MMK. So it's like a kind of interesting take on these older teachings from the Pali Canon, which is emptiness is ultimately about ending hypostatization and reification. Basically, the stuff I was saying in the beginning and stuff.
Okay, I found my place here. So let me continue here. And what I was going to read from the Melinda Pond. It says King Melinda then approached Venerable Nagasena, exchanged pleasant greetings with him, and sat on one side. Venerable Nagasena greeted the king in return and gladdened his heart. King Melinda asked Venerable Nagasena, "How is the revered one known? What is your name, revered sir?" "Sire, I am known as Nagasena," he said. "My companions in the holy life address me as Nagasena. Though parents give such names as Nagasena and Surasena and Virasena and Sihasena, this Nagasena is only a designation, a label, a concept, an expression, a mere name, because there is no person as such that is found." Then King Melinda spoke thus: "Good sirs, let the Bactrian Greeks and the party of monks hear me. This Nagasena says there is, quote, no person as such is found, unquote." He then spoke thus to Venerable Nagasena, quote, "If revered Nagasena, there is, quote, no person as such, unquote, who gives you robes, alms, food, lodgings, and medicinal requisites, and who makes use of them, who guards morality, who meditates, who realizes the paths and fruits and attains nibbana." I don't know what nibbana means. That's one of the abbreviations they had earlier.
It's just Nirvana. Nirvana is
Oh,
just a
nibbana.
difference of- yeah.
Nibbana nirvana.
Yeah.
Potato, potato. Who kills living beings? Who takes what is not given? Who indulges in sexual misconduct? Who utters lies? And who imbibes intoxicating drinks? Who commits the 5 evil acts and bear fruit without delay? Therefore, there is nothing wholesome or unwholesome. There is no one that does or makes another do wholesome or unwholesome acts, and there is neither fruit. Oh, hold on, I gotta scroll down. Fruit or
There's no
result. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you had
no
something.
no
Wolf?
no continue, bro. I was just gonna say the fruit, you know.
Right. Yeah, also revered Nagasena, if someone were to kill you, there would be no murder. You have no teacher, no preceptor, no ordination. If you say, quote, co-farers in holy life address me as Nagasena, unquote, what is this Nagasena? Is it revered sir, that hairs of the head that are Nagasena? No, sire. Are the hairs of the body Nagasena? No, sire. Are the nails, the teeth, skin, flesh, sinews, bones, bone marrow, kidneys, heart, liver, membranes, spleen, lungs, intestines, mesentery, stomach, feces, brain, bile, phlegm, pus, blood, sweat, fat, tears, lymph, saliva, mucus, joint fluid, or urine? Are any of them Nagasena? No, sire. Is material form, revered sir, Nagasena? No, sire. Or feeling, perception, mental formations, or consciousness, any of them Nagasena? No, sire, said Nagasena. Then, revered sir, are material form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness altogether Nagasena? No, sire, said Nagasena. Well, then, revered sir, is Nagasena apart from material form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness? No, he said. So it's kind of a twist, right? Right? He said he's not the consciousness or the mental formations or the material form or the feeling or the perception, but he's not those things. Then he says, revered sir, though I have been asking you repeatedly, I do not see this Nagasena. So he's saying, I don't see it. If you're both that and not that, then what the fuck are you, right? He says, okay, I'm lost, bro. Tell me what you are, right? Nagasena is only a sound, he said, right? For who here is Nagasena, right? He said, so who the fuck are you, bro? You, revered sir, have spoken a falsehood, an untruth. There is no Nagasena. Venerable Nagasena then spoke thus: You, sire, have been delicately nurtured as fits your noble birth. If, sire, you walk at noontime on the hot, scorching ground, trampling on sharp grit, pebbles, and sand, your feet will hurt you, your body will be tired, your mind will be disturbed, and you will suffer bodily pain. Now, did you come on foot or in a vehicle? I, revered sir, did not come on foot. I came in a chariot, said the king. So Nagasena asked him, if, sire, you came in a chariot, show me the chariot. Is the pole the chariot, sire? No, revered sir, said the king. Is the axle the chariot? No, revered sir. Are the wheels the chariot? No, revered sir. Is the body of the chariot, the flagstaff, the yoke, the reins, the goad, are any of them the chariot? No, revered sir, said the king. Then, sire, are the pole, the axle, the wheels, the body, the flagstaff, the yoke, the reins, the goad, altogether the chariot? No, he says. Well then, sire, is the chariot apart from the pole, the axle, the wheels, the body, the flagstaff, the yoke, the reins, and the goad? No, he said. And he says, sire, though I have been asking you repeatedly, I do not see this chariot. Chariot is only a sound. What then is the chariot you say you came in? You, sire, have spoken a falsehood, untruth. There is no chariot. You are a king over all India, a mighty monarch. Of whom are you afraid that you speak a lie? Let the Bactrian Greeks and all the monks listen to me. This King Melinda says, I have come by chariot, but on being asked to show the chariot, he does not show it. Is it proper to approve of that? When the venerable Nagasena had spoken thus, all the Bactrian Greeks applauded him. Anyways, that's all I'll read for now.
Yeah, forgive me. I would butt in, but I have no idea if this is a beginning. I don't know if you were like reading before, so I'm just here. I'm listening. I might have not much input, but I'm just being real.
And it's basically just saying there is no enduring self, basically, that the chariot is like a conventional designation. It's like, I think, what is that called? Theseus's, kind of like Theseus's
I was,
ship. Have you heard
I
of
was gonna say, who's
Theseus's
the
ship?
king?
Theseus's paradox.
Well, I don't know, so I'm trying to listen here and follow along. But forgive me for being a little slow. It's all good.
The ship
That's
of
my fault.
Theseus is from the it's a paradox from the ancient Greeks where about whether an object in like a ship is the same object after having all of its original components replaced with others over time. So like this is kind of similar to that, but it's saying that the idea of an enduring self or is a conventional designation. That it doesn't point to the way things are, things as they are. So that's what it's talking about. But there is in Buddhism there is a causal stream, a mind stream based on grasping and habit energy or something like that is involved in rebirth. So yeah. something like that.
Okay, I
Maybe
appreciate
we
you.
can talk about.
Yeah, and I heard him talk about the hair on your head, and then the beard, and then your insides. That was pretty deep. I was like, whoa, like that's crazy.
Let me tell you this. There was once this woman, her name was Showboat Taylor. Okay. She got a brain stroke. And after her brain stroke, she forgot everything. She had to learn her motor skills again. And, she developed a new personal persona. And so when she looks back on photos of her family members, she does not recognize them because she got extreme retrograde amnesia. It's like, is she the same person as before the brain stroke? You know what I mean? Or you see, or is she like a completely
Mm.
different person? It's like rebirth, that's no different than rebirth, what she experienced in many
She's the
respects.
same person. No, I think I would say she's the same person. She's a new person now, right? That's what you're trying to say. Because she doesn't remember her old self, so she's transcend transcend she came into something new now. Obviously, what's happened with her, you know what I mean? She had to like you said, she had to learn how to walk. She had to learn everything. So again, yeah, she's the same person, but is she really? Is what you're trying to say, right? I don't think. I don't know. I
Uh,
would say she's the same person, but she's not the same person.
yeah. What I'm saying is, I see what you're trying to say, though. But, you know, this gets into very deep questions, but like imagine from a first person perspective, like this is called phenomenology. Imagine from the experiential perspective. Let's say you lost all your memory, you lost everything you ever knew about yourself. And then
Yeah.
there's like a you see that's like a rebirth, or in some sense. I'm not saying that should happen though, but I'm saying that that's kind of like what it's getting at. That there's no enduring self. At least in the Buddhist teachings, there's no
Okay.
enduring self. Yeah.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. All right. Cool. I don't agree with it, but that's just me. But everybody's different. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. We talk about the philosophies and so every tradition has kind of like philosophers or more like theologians. Like in the Christian tradition, I think Saint Aquinas and Saint Augustine were important depending on the school. For Islam, you have different figures like Al Ghazali, like other ones too, many of them. And for Buddhism, you had different ones too. You had like Vasubandhu, Nagarjuna, you know, people like that. So
Yeah. I have to look into it, man. That's I've never really looked into Buddhism until I like TML and other people talking about it. Well, TML talks about a whole bunch of shit. So like I come over here and I go over there and I listen to a bunch of people. But yeah, Buddhism is just like I've heard all about it. I just never really looked into it. You know what I mean?
yeah, it
But
could be
that's
overwhelming to want to. I can be overwhelmed too. There's a lot I don't know. There's a lot I do not know.
right. No,
Yeah,
and I'm not gonna sit here and lie, dude. Why would I look into Buddhism? Buddha. I'm not. That's not where I come from. So it and it shouldn't be that way either. But you know what I mean. That's not what I was raised on. Things of that nature. So we're all kind of brainwashed one way or the other to be follow this way or follow that way. I want to see all the ways, man. I'm trying to learn. And I got into it a little late, but you know what I mean? At least I'm here listening and I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on. But I don't think we ever will. But you never know, man. Who knows? I don't think we'll ever figure out exactly what the hell is going on in this place. I don't think we're meant to. I think we're here to learn and be tested and try to be the best person. I just try to be the best person that I can be and help people the best that I can. And I've turned my ways. I used to be a piece of shit when I was a teenager, but now that I'm older, you change ways. You get older, you realize, and you move on from that. The past is the past, right? So was that really me back then? I would say yes. To now, I would tell you no. That's not who I am now. But yeah,
I have
but
a
it's
question,
still in
sir.
you. It's still in you. You know what I mean? It can, because you're a human being, you know, or whatever that is too.
Yeah,
You know,
go
if
ahead.
you want to argue that.
Yeah,
I
go
have a
ahead, Mega Man.
question. So, is there only one truth and we all share it, or do we each have our own truth?
Well,
Uh,
we have our own experiences. That's what I would say. If you want to call it your truth, that's fine. But if I'm missing the point, I would say no. If you're talking about religion, or I can't even call it religion, the way of life, I don't know. Like, I
So
really couldn't tell you.
my point, I guess, the reason why I asked that is because if there's only one truth, then that means I sort of have the responsibility to, find it. But if we each have our own, then I can just go by my own subjective, interpretation of things, and I don't need to really put in any work to clear things up in my mind. So it's a big difference. If I understand that there is only one, then I'll go after it, and I'll see that I don't have it. So that's why I asked.
Yeah, I have no idea, man. I wish I could tell you, but I have no idea. I have no idea. I just try to be good every day, man, the best that I can. That's all I can do.
So how do you? So if I try to be good, is that all it takes to be good? I just have to make the choice.
Well, no,
I just
I
have to
am
work through
putting
it.
myself down a little bit when I say try, if you didn't notice, because I'm not perfect. I can't be
So
perfect. You know what I'm saying? I
how do
can
you
only
go?
try to strive to be better
So how do
in my
you
life.
when
You
you
know what I
say
mean?
that you strive to be good? How do you go about doing that?
Well, trying to put down habits that I've had and have, and eating better, um, being a better boyfriend, you know what I mean, to my woman, things of that nature. You know what I mean? Just trying to do better every day. Like, but that's because I have my own issues, bro. I only have my life, right? You know what I mean? I have my own issues that I have to work with. No, I'm not going to spill all my beans online, but I'm not a perfect person. I don't think anybody on here is. I think we all have our flaws. Some are better than others, some know more than others, but we're here to learn. And
Let's.
just
I'm
in
sorry.
life in general, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean to drag it out, but yeah, I have my issues and I try to do better. You know what I mean? I think that's all
Let's
we can do, bro.
let's say that I want to be good and I want to be better. Can I make that choice and that's all it takes, or is there more
Well, it's
involved?
up. Well, I would think it would be up to you if you want to do that.
But I'm
You got to
saying,
really want it.
let's say I really want it, but I can't make it happen, even though I really
Well,
want it. It's like out of my
well,
reach.
no, I know what you're trying to say. And sometimes, well, you're going to have to learn, brother. That's all I can tell you, bro. I've been there too.
So when you
That's
say,
when you,
oh, I'm
if you
sorry.
just say, like I said, when I had a pill addiction, I was doing it for a while, right? When I was younger. And then I stopped, right? Got on to something else just to substitute that bitch, right? And then you just get sick of it, dude. And then you want to man up and do it. And that's what I did. I mean, you can call for God all you fucking want, dude. He's not going to do a damn thing unless you're putting one foot forward and doing something for yourself. If that's what you're trying to say, you can call it
My
God, you can call it whatever you want. You know what I mean? But it's up to you to quit. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know? And
my
that's what I
question is,
did.
I'm sorry.
No, go
My,
ahead. I know it.
my question is, let's say I want to be good and I'm going for it, but I can't make it happen. So why is it that I can't
Well,
make
I
it
don't
happen?
know what you're going through. I have no idea. I mean, that's up to you.
Is it so?
That's,
Is it wishing for it that makes me a
I,
better person, or does something need to really change in my perception before I will actually be
well, I
different
think
and
it's,
act differently?
well, I would say a little bit of both. What you said, or all of it. Yeah, you need to change your. Obviously, you got to change your mindset, dude. You can't go around hanging around with people doing the same shit you do because you're gonna get right back into it. It's common sense, man. It's not that hard. You know what I mean? You can wish all you want to blow out the candles, man, if you want. That's not going to do a damn thing. It's like I said,
Yeah.
praying to God. It's not going to do shit for you, bro.
Yeah.
You
So
have to want it.
wishing isn't enough. Well, we have to want it, but what you're saying and what I'm agreeing,
Mm-hmm.
we're wishing for it's not enough. Something more
No,
is necessary.
absolutely. Why did I say that was wrong? Because I don't think I
No,
did.
not at all, sir. We're doing good. We're doing good,
Yeah.
sir. No, not at
Yeah. Can I answer your question? I think, there is a enlightenment experience, and the enlightenment experience is the direct realization of your original nature that's before conceptual discrimination, like before you divide experience into like subject, object, self, other, uh, true, false. So it's like prior to thinking, the enlightenment experience. So I would say that's the closest to truth, what you're saying, your initial question.
Yeah, and sorry guys if I'm trying to listen to you, but I have ADHD, so my mind's always going crazy. So I'm like literally trying to listen. So if I like don't understand you sometimes, just give me a break. But yeah, I've been trying, man.
I would like to go at the pace that that you're comfortable with. We don't need to go.
No, I can understand what you guys are saying. It's just I'm not the smartest guy in the world. You know what I mean? I'm just being real here. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm here to learn, man.
Yeah,
And I
real.
appreciate you guys breaking it down. That's awesome.
I think being real is what we need, Wolfie. So you're doing great, I think, personally.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, you are a great contribution, Wolfie. I think it's not about being smart. It's about humility, and you have a lot of humility. I respect that. Yeah, you engage things in a very sincere way.
I appreciate it, man.
And these are not easy questions either.
No, they're not. It's I felt like you were courting me there for a minute. I'm like, what? I'm trying to tell you, man.
I'm going straight to the meat of it, sir. So it's like it's gonna.
I love it.
We're gonna feel something. We're gonna feel something, by hearing it.
No, I like it, dude. I appreciate it, dude. To be honest, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I like it. I like it. It's good to learn. That's why I come on here, man. TMO, he's always got good stuff, man. Some stuff I've never even heard of, and I'm like, what am I listening to right now? You know what I mean? But I try to listen. It's great.
I think what happens is when we come together like this, and it could be any group of people anywhere, you come together, you allow yourself to, you keep an eye on your self-defense mechanism. In other words, you don't protect your ego, you're not selling ideology, you're not promoting Jesus. Okay, sorry if anyone, you're nothing to sell, no goal, you're just being real. And then you're also where you're having the courage to, if something doesn't feel right, if you don't accept something that's being said, it's hard to be able to speak up. Hey, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand that, but we need to do that. And if enough of that sincere conversation, if you just let it go forward like that, then we will come to the truth naturally, without trying hard, without fighting too much. There's going to be disagreement. That's the point. I'm watching the way we disagree. I'm watching it, and I'm watching our reactions, because for me, it's less about what we're talking about. It's more about, why do we act the way we do? Why do we protect? You say something, I feel a certain way, and then I protect how I'm feeling, rather than we're both trying to see the truth. So if we can all get on the same page that that's what's going on, and kind of be humble and be friends with each other in that way, and at least agree, to that much, then
it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, exactly.
No homo, right? It's a beautiful thing, man. I do. I put my my guard up, man, because that's where I come from. Ego and people talking shit. Oh, you're gonna let them say that to you? You know how it is. And then they fucking egg you on the fucking get into a fight. I've been in all that, so
Of course, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, it took me a while, dude. It took me a while to realize, dude, they're just words, man. Calm down. It's okay.
For me, it's about getting distracted, and I know some of us are gamers.
Yeah,
here.
that too.
I'm
Right.
playing a game, and I'm trying to win the game, and I'm not trying to get distracted by stuff that's not going to help me win. And that's
You're playing a game. I don't like you now. You're playing a fucking game.
Well, I'm playing a very serious game that I want to win.
Okay. Well, you win what though? What are you gonna win? Winning over people? Is that the game?
No, the game for me, to me, the object of the game is to be able to perceive reality directly all the time.
Well, I don't think that's possible.
I do.
Yeah. I mean, to a certain extent, I get what you're saying, but you're never gonna get fully, bro.
Well, if I say that right away, it's almost like you're quitting already.
No, I get that, and I knew you were gonna say that. But dude, it's reality. I don't know where you live, bro.
What if you leave the question open and say, I don't know?
Oh, I'm not talking about speaking. I'm just talking about in real physical form and speaking. It's a whole different story then. But yeah.
What I mean is maybe you can perceive reality directly all the time, but you just
maybe I'm being.
You don't know yet, so it's like
exactly
it's open.
Right.
Still. Could happen, could not happen. I don't know. Maybe
you never know, man. Right? Fuck.
So now you're open to really see if you can or not. Now that you're open to it, now you're ready to see if you can or not. Sincerely.
We'll see. We will see, sir. It's just a matter of time, right?
See, what I'm finding is that I ask myself a question, and then what my mind immediately wants an answer. And so to make myself feel more comfortable, it's like I'm trying to make up all these answers that are not quite right. They're not quite good enough, not quite true. And I'm settling for those not quite true false answers. And then I'm not going any further. And what I'm seeing is that if I see those as false as they come up, and I refuse to to make a conclusion, I stay with I don't know, which is hard, and I stay with I don't know, then it becomes more and more clear what's really happening.
Yeah, but it also depends what you've been through, and what you're thinking about and what your past is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you're thinking about, and what you're telling yourself. I have no idea.
But the process is consistent. See
I don't know that.
Change. The circumstances change, but the process that happens in my mind is the same.
Well, you can only know that. I don't know. Nobody on this panel will know, because you're not really giving us a deep dive into what you're thinking and giving a good example, at least.
Well, I'm asking
things. I don't know what you think. Like, if I thought about, all right, am I gonna go out and I'm going to Detroit to see TML in a couple hours, right? Am I gonna go there? Or am I gonna bitch out? You know what? Maybe I should bitch out. You know what? He's probably gonna drill me because he's a smart dude and he knows a lot about everything that I don't know about. Or am I gonna be like, I'm going to TML's and I'm gonna shake his hand and have a blast and he's gonna teach me some shit. You know what I mean? Like,
So Wolfie, let me ask you a question. What would happen if none of that thinking occurred? And I know we can't control our thinking, right? But let's say none of that thinking occurred and you just showed up and you had no preparation and you didn't know what would happen. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, because I'm doing that right now.
Then why do you think all of that thinking takes place at all? If you don't.
Well, you always think, man.
Because we think about what's gonna. We speculate.
I know what you're saying. Are you talking about like?
Sorry.
No, you go ahead, bro.
We speculate on what may happen later, and then it doesn't turn out the way that we expected, and then we spend time thinking about that. There's that conflict between what we expected and what really happened, and it's unnecessary drain on us mentally. And I'm just wondering, does all that, did all that thinking about ahead of time, thinking about what might happen beforehand, did that really help you perform better?
Yes,
You know?
I would say yes. You know why? Because when I
Okay.
get there to meet TML, he's gonna be like, "What's up, dude? You want to smoke a fatty and eat some shrooms or whatever it may be?" Allegedly, I'm gonna be like, "Holy shit, this is not what I expected," and I'm gonna be happier than pig and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's the fun of it, bro. Not knowing is great, but I understand. I think like controlling it, right, and just I am
So
gonna be who I am. I don't know.
isn't that thinking, isn't that is an attempt to control the situation, right? Because if I'm really okay with the unknown, then I wouldn't be needing to like control everything, control how I look to other people, control what, plan ahead about what's going to come to me, because I don't know what's going to happen later. So if I'm being genuine, I won't know how to act until later actually occurs. So
Oh,
if I
you're talking
plan
about
ahead
later
of time,
on?
it's like I'm setting myself up. It's like I'm setting myself up for an imitation, right? I'm planning ahead. I'm setting myself up to be kind of,
Well,
like
that's you then.
I'm staging
That's not me.
my behavior ahead of time is what I'm saying. Like that. Is that
I'd
necessary?
only think that that's you, bro. I would only think like that towards TMO because I've never met the guy. I'd be like, oh, I don't know what he's gonna think about me. Yeah, I'd get a little worried, but I'm still gonna go there and hang out unless I'm missing what the fuck you're saying. But afterwards, I don't.
Well, I guess what I'm
Please
saying is that
break it down for me.
I don't think that, so that type of thinking happens without our control. So it's not like it's someone's fault. It's not like I can say, well, you got to stop doing that. And then you'll say, okay, I'll stop. It doesn't work like that. But what I want to look at, what I want to understand is that if none of that's helping me, if none of that stuff is helping me, why does it happen? Why is it happening?
Well, I would, it helps. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I challenge whether or not it truly helps or whether it actually clouds the issue, clouds this whatever issue it is.
Well, it can. Of course it can cloud the issue, bro, but it depends, man, how you are and who you are. Like, what is your demeanor? Like, how you, like, you gonna, like I said, if I'm gonna go to TMLs, if I'm just gonna be a scared bitch, I'm not gonna go at all. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be thinking about it too much. I'm not going TML. I'd just rather do it at home and we can be online. Or I can just go to his house if he invited me and be like, yeah, what's up, bud? Yeah. And we'll hang out. That's the way I am. And if freaking I get shot later down the street, well, so be it. You know? Like, it's life, bro. You can't control everything, man.
I don't think that you're a scared guy at all. I don't get that impression from you at all. But I do. Well,
that's a good. That's fine. I
do think the reason why our mind does that is out of a deep fear. A deep fear that's
it's also what you go through.
We don't see it, but it's there. And the reason why we know it's there is because of that thinking, that unnecessary drain on our mind.
Bro, no. You know why I get this thinking? It's from being jumped by 16 people, getting stabbed, getting beat up by baseball bats, running for my life, being in jail. That's where I get it from. Guys, you want to call it scared? No, it's called being on point. You know what I mean? I don't know what else to tell you. Call it paranoid.
So it's like from,
you know what I mean?
It's like from your memories of the past, trauma.
Well, dude, your past is told you. Well, of course, it's the past, dude. That's what I know. I have to bring it forward in a way. Like, this is all I know.
Is there any way to?
But like I said, I've been changing, bro, too. I don't do that anymore. I live in the woods. I don't hang out with anybody. I barely have any friends because I keep it that way. I have a very small circle. I probably have more friends on here than I do in real life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You call it sad if you want to, but am I missing the mark, TMO? I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good, man.
I'm just being
thanks
real,
for keeping it rolling. Yeah, thanks for keeping it rocking and rolling here. Blessings to you. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of hoping like the other stuff from the Discord wouldn't continue in the chat today, right? So if we could just drop that for now, right? Because we're trying to talk about other shit that maybe increase the thing. We don't want people to focus on the personal drama. Maybe we could talk about that when we're off the show, right? So the thing is since we all know each other, we all have a way of contacting each other, right? So let's just not do that in an internet chat, right? So that would be preferable. So thank you for that. And so I've consistently, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm not trying to tell people what to do. I'm not trying to be your daddy. The fact is I'm just trying to do a continuation of the show material, right? So I don't think that that's helping, right? It's distracting me personally, right? So this is the problem, right? Is that I'm trying to flow with like the little train of thought I was on, so that's the thing, man. Yeah, I
Oh,
don't
my
care who
bad.
started it. Like, why do we need to finish it here in this chat, right? This is the problem, right? You can finish it on your own time. See, this is the problem, right? Is that we're including everybody in this experience, right? Me, you, 12 other people, right? See, this is the thing. Is like, so, and the numbers are constantly dropping, and then we want to distract from this stuff. Why don't we go and distract the other people whose shows are garbage, instead of distracting the people that are here, right? And trying to contribute to this show. Right? I really don't understand the mechanics of that. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, I feel like certain people that, and I know these guys know like what the deal is, because we need to like focus on improving. And I need to like get like a huddle going of like people that want to maybe improve the show, because honestly, I don't really promote the show, but I feel like people have, I don't know, not really, I don't know. It's just not conducive to what we're trying to offer here. But yeah, let's go ahead and play some music, and we'll be right back in a little bit. Yeah, this is I guess I made this mix of The Sun God. Right, it's a song by Common. Anyways, blessings.
Yeah. High tech. Feet around Marissa, dig into a deep sound, the best unit in the stash, the beast. Never found a shit experience like Hendrix. Keep my sound rich, cats ask about my stitch. To me they sound a bitch, and my town's a glitch of hatred. A cats who ain't make it, I'ma give it as far as you can take it. Trying to take the safe way, told you there's a gateway to skinny. Many can find it, but few can climb it. I'm open-minded like a pothead, doing what I gotta do to keep the spot fed. In a climate of locked dreads, cornrows, torn souls, warm hoes who've been molested by their uncle. I bundle amongst you cold mother uckers. The world is bitter like baby mothers. Look how far Eldorados and wine bottles drug us. Least God and the sun lovers. It's the sun God. Broken glass, nephew smoking squares, niece says smoking grass. Try not to say shoot around my daughter, she already know the blast. Catching the future, don't know who through the past. It's the the snake and the hidden dragon. Niggas is fake like bitches bragging. Listen to the ocean and the stars. Keep my vision in motion like cars. I'm down to earth, at times I feel closer to Mars. The world is yours, I'm hoping it's ours. To say the gods is crazy, I see God in our baby's child of the sun. I allowed it to raise me from a distance. Niggas try to erase me, I'm hard to read like graffiti so it don't face me. My days be spent behind dreams sent through the sun. The divine being is sent, it's the sun God. understand we need a better religion. I'm a rebel that listens from an 87 position. I can't crystallize, the mission lies within. Born to die, even in death we begin. It's heavy, Joe, learning what we already know. And carry low, swing on the chariot slow. Brother Stick, though, reminded me of revolution. If the drama come, I'ma have to up Papa's gun. It's the sun god. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know.
Chicago.
Yeah, exactly. So let me read some of this. It says I mean, maybe some of you guys could respond to this. It says here, hold on, actually, let me get back here. It says anything the idea of which does not occur upon division or upon mental analysis, such as an object like a pot, that is a conceptual fiction. The ultimately real is otherwise. Right, it says Vasu Bandhu, right? It says that is a conceptual fiction, the idea of which does not occur when it is divided into parts, like a pot. There is no idea of a pot when it is broken into shards. And that is also to be known as a conceptual fiction, the idea of which does not occur when properties are stripped away by the mind. Sorry, like water. There is no idea of water where properties such as shape and the like have been excluded by the mind. And with respect to these, the convenient designators being formed through the power of convention. So there's a keyword, convention, right? It's a similar word that's used by Democritus, right, to explain why there's order, right? Right, he says it's by convention, meaning that things form in relation to other things, right? And of course, each thing is composed of parts, and things don't exist without their relation to others. And in philosophy, this technique is known as Mariology, I believe. Saying that pot and water exist is true. One does not speak a falsehood. This is conventional truth. What is other than this is ultimate truth, he says. This is Vasubandhu. Where there is the idea, even upon division as well as upon exclusion of other properties by the mind, that is ultimately real. like rupa or physical things, right? Even when it is divided up into atoms, right? And this is one of the key conceptions within this, right? Atoms. So atoms, and the atoms are ruled by this thing called convention, right? So this is a lot like Democritus, right? And even when the mind takes away properties such as taste and the like, there is still the intrinsic nature of rupa. Feeling, etc., should be seen in the same way because this exists in the highest sense. It is called ultimately real. As one grasps that by a transcendent cognition or by a subsequent convention, it is the ultimate truth. So check that out. And it says, while the atom is imperceptible, there is the perception of the aggregate, as there is their initiation of an effect with respect to vision and the like. There is the perceiving of a mass of hairs on the part of those with the cataracts. And because there is occurrence of the perception of atoms only where there is color, etc., it is proven that the destruction of that is the destruction of atoms. The objection. The atom is a substance, and the substance is distinct from color, etc. There being the destruction of those qualities, the destruction of that substance is not proven. Reply: this is wrong. The distinctness of that is not at all ascertained by anyone in the form. Quote, these are the substances, earth, water, fire, those are the color, etc. of these, unquote. It is what is grasped by seeing and touch that is cognized. The ideas of wool, cotton, safflower, and saffron only arise where there are different colors, for there are no such ideas when these are burnt. The recognition of a fired pot as the same pot that was unfired is due to similarity of shape, for there is a lack of recognition in the absence of seeing a characteristic. So there is both an explanation of how they look at external objects, right? Whether they have identity, how they look at the self, whether that has identity, right? How they look at the mind, how they look at how they look at the relation between external objects, right? And its dependence on the mind, right? And so on and so forth, right? Here's a final thing, and then I have another little thing I want to read, right? That's from Zen Buddhism, because obviously Zen Buddhism continues the entire tradition, right? As I was explaining in the intro. Okay, so this says the theory of momentariness. It says there is no going since the conditioned is momentary. What is this quote unquote moment? Immediate cessation upon having obtained existence. What exists in this fashion is momentary. Indeed, nothing conditioned exists later than its acquisition of existence. It perishes just where it was born. Its movement to another place would be impossible. Thus, there is no bodily action of going. Objection. This would be so if universal momentariness were proven. Reply. It is proven that conditioned things are momentary. How? With respect to the conditioned necessarily. because it perishes, for the cessation of conditioned things is spontaneous. Why is this? A cause is an effect. Oh, sorry. A cause is of an effect, and cessation is an absence. What is there to be done with respect to an absence? Therefore, destruction does not depend on a cause. This is deep stuff, right?
What's what book is that? Is that Cigarette's book or?
Yeah, that's Sedaris on 120.
Well, yeah, I ordered that book. I'll get it soon.
Yeah, momentariness. But the philosopher, I believe, is still Vasubandhu. So yeah, so this is Vasubandhu still.
Yeah, he has a kind of
Buddha.
two truths, also two truths.
Yeah. Now this next one by Vasubandhu is going to go back to the whole idea of the self, right? Um But yeah, that's a deep line right there, right? It says destruction does not depend on a cause, right? Because cessation is absence. The cessation of conditioned things is spontaneous. And that's what's meant by this idea of momentariness, right?
Mm.
And things cease just as they come into existence because all of their existence is dependent on something else, right? So how it says actually, what was that line? It says a cause is of an effect, and cessation is an absence. What is there to be done with respect to absence? Therefore, destruction does not depend on a cause. Deep stuff.
Yeah, you know, yeah. I once had this experience where I was on shrooms, and it made me very sad. I saw my cat; he was glowing, but I could also see that he he died too, in a sense, in my vision. I would never harm a cat, and in a sense, when we get into a relationship with anyone, like our loved ones or pet, it has a kind of momentariness to it, in the sense that it's kind of like a bubble on a dewdrop, like a bubble on a dewdrop, like reflecting all the moments. Like you imagine yourself 10 years ago, and imagine yourself now, or 20 years ago, or 40 years ago. It's like you're different people, right? Now imagine the moments between them as being kind of relative. Or like imagine that like a single moment could have a kind of transition that has both a perishing and a rising and a perishing. Dogen, he says every moment arises and perishes simultaneously too. So Dogen took from Vasubandhu also. They call it his Uji, his time being, or something like that. Time being. That's kind of what he's getting at. What creates sense of karmic continuity between moments is the projection of the mind, and this ties into repository consciousness too. But yeah, Lankavatra was heavily influenced by Vasubandhu and Nagarjuna. So, yeah.
Someone's going ham on their keyboard right now.
I think.
No, I think when you meet, like in between, like even a friend, a dude, or a woman, there's always something there. You know what I mean? But yeah, all that banging and kind of got me up par there. But that's kind of funny. Who is slamming the keyboard?
That was Mega Man.
That's me.
No.
I'm trying to figure out more about what we're talking about so that I have something.
He's like, bang bang, give it to me.
Yeah,
Not like you're gonna
Vasubandhu,
smash it.
That's
I'm trying to
V A.
understand.
That's VASUBANDHU. And Nagasena, that's Nagasena. Right.
Easier
So
to say, harder to spell.
right. So those are the two guys I've been talking about. Right. Nagasena is presented in a text called the Melinda Pana, right, which is a conversation he's having with a Greek king that's, I guess,
Okay.
stationed in India, right? Because the Greeks took over India for a while, right? Not
Right.
not the Greeks per se, but I think I guess it was the Macedonians, right, or whatever. But I think they
They all
also
got
took over.
together.
They took over Greece as well, right? So here is another line by Vasubandhu, right? It says here, he says, and this goes back to the wood, right? He says, um, this is an objection, right? And notice that what's really remarkable about the Abhidharma is that they are gotten into such sophistication of dialogue that they contain objections within the text, right? So it's like a level of like, high philosophical speech at this point because they're including the objections to what they're proving, right? So that is, that's pretty sophisticated, right? Stuff, right? So it says here, objection, but surely it is seen that there is destruction of wood and the like due to contact with fire. And there is no means of knowing more important than perception. Not all cessation is spontaneous, right? How can you think I see the cessation of wood and the like due to contact with fire and the like? Reply, because one doesn't see them being destroyed by contact with fire and the like. This is to be reflected upon. Is it that wood, etc., are not seen because they were destroyed due to contact with fire, etc., or that they are not seen because they, having themselves ceased, others have not arisen in their place, as with a lamp that has been blown out through contact with the wind, or the sound of a bell that has stopped through the contact with the hand. So get it right. When the wood is burning, the fire. When the wood is done burning, the fire stops. Right. So was it the wood that stopped burning, or was it the fire that stopped? That's the question it's asking, right? And obviously, there is no answer. Right?
What's coming to me is that
Cold.
it might feel real. Life and reality might feel solid and physical while we're going through it, but that may not be what's really happening, and that because it's all so confusing the way that it's happening so fast all at once without us being able to kind of dissect it in the moment, it's going too fast. So it kind of underscores the need for the distinguishing between intellectual understanding and direct perception, because what I have going on in my mind is a lot of words and a lot of ideas combined with direct things that I can see directly from myself. And if I'm not really clear on the difference, then it's all going to get mixed together. But what I find is that I need to be able to see which is direct perception, which is just words floating because only the direct perception can be relied upon, and the rest is illusion, and I can't tell the difference. And so that's what I'm hearing. That's what comes to me when you read that.
I want to talk about the fire and wood, but Nagarjuna talks about that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an expansion on on what Buddha was saying in the the thing I read on on NPC show. Oh, it's called Samyutta Nikaya, right? The discourses of the Buddha, right? So yeah, he talks about dependent origination, right? And he uses the fire as an example, right? The fire that burns based on this thing is called this fire, right? The fire that's based on cow dung is called cow dung fire. The fire that's based on firewood is called firewood fire. And so on, wood fire, so on and so forth. Right. So he gives a different example.
Yeah, Nagarjuna also talks about that too. Let me tell you. I think Nagarjuna says fire does not make wood burn as an independently existing cause, acting on an independently existing object. So he's not. He's denying that. Nagarjuna is denying fire, wood, and burning have fixed self nature. So
Right.
fire is only fire in relation to fuel. Fuel is only fuel in relation to burning, and the event of burning arises dependently through conditions. So actually, this leads to some stuff. Dogen has some very interesting stuff to say about it too. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Buddhist metaphysics can become mind bending sometimes.
It is
Yeah,
mind bending stuff.
I was just saying, dude. I feel like I'm on shrooms right now, and I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
even on shrooms.
Yeah,
I'm
people
trying
don't
to
know
figure
how.
out.
Yeah.
I make fires all the time, so I don't. I just use paper and kindling. And like, what are you trying to say? The fire and the wood is not real. Like,
No, but
what are we talking? Like, maybe I'm missing the point. This is why I'm here to ask questions, because I'm trying to learn about what the
yeah.
fuck you guys are talking about.
Yeah, there's gonna be a whole nother yeah. Buckle your seatbelt because there's gonna be a whole nother little thing about it. But I think Mega Man has a thing too, or
Okay.
Mega Man, you got something? Oh no, maybe not. Okay, then I'll
Oh, I always
Yeah.
have a thing, but I'm trying to wait for a good time.
Yeah, go ahead if you got it. Yeah, go ahead and shoot.
So the difference between intellectual understanding is intellectual understanding. This is a thought process. You hear the phrase and it's words and it's a description of life it's almost like a narrator in my mind that's rather than me look at what's going on, it's like there's a narrator in my mind telling me what's going on, and I'm listening to that narrator and taking his word for everything. And that's what I consider the thought process going on in the mind. And then direct perception, this is immediate wordless awareness.
All right,
So
TML, go ahead, dude.
Right. Yeah, I like that signless.
Like,
Signless,
what are you
or
talking about?
I think it's
What
like
about the
nameless.
eyeballs?
I think the OG term is nameless, right? Instead of signless. Right, Buddha? Am I right about that?
I think either works because I did find it
Right.
from the Pali Canon, sutta talking about signless awareness. Yeah, sure.
Oh, signless. It says actually. Wow.
Yeah, it says signless. Yeah, I think
Interesting.
it depends on the translator. I think
Yeah, my
nameless.
bad.
Yeah, nameless works too. Yeah.
Mega Man, my bad, dude.
Name, huh?
I just said sorry for cutting you off.
No problem, dude. I was just gonna say name and sign and symbol. That's like, same thing as far as I'm concerned.
Right. Yeah. So okay, so let's check this out. It says, therefore, this matter is to be decided through inference. Objection. But what is the inference here? Reply. As was already said, because an absence is not an effect. Okay, so remember the line before, it says destruction does not depend on a cause. And now it's saying an absence is not an effect. Because remember earlier it said this line, right? It said cessation is an absence. What is there to be done with respect to an absence? Therefore, destruction does not depend on a cause. And here it's saying an absence is not an effect. Moreover, not without a cause would anything cease. If cessation were universally due to a cause, then nothing whatever would stop without a cause such as origination. The cessation of momentary things such as thoughts, sounds, and flames is seen to be as spontaneous. It does not depend on a cause. As for the notion that the cessation of a thought is due to another thought, that of a sound is due to another sound, that is wrong. For the two thoughts do not occur together, for there is no mutual contact of states of doubt and certainty, of pleasure and pain, of desire and hate. And when a strong thought or sound is followed by a weak thought or sound, why would the weak Dharma destroy a stronger one of the same kind? If it is thought with respect to the last two cases that cessation is due to the absence of a cause of persistence of flames, or due to a virtue or vice, that is karmic merit or demerit, that is incorrect. For absence is not capable of being a cause. And it is not possible that the arising or cessation of virtue at one moment prevent the occurrence of something when it is unfavorable at another moment. I think it's supposed to say to bring about its occurrence, right? When it is favorable, and likewise for vice, it is possible to apply this reasoning to all constructed things. So enough of this discussion. If, moreover, the cessation of wood and the like were because of contact with fire and the like, then with respect to arising in what is more and more heated of successively more intense qualities produced by heating, the cause would also be the destroyer. Why is that? Either those distinct heating produced qualities that arise successively in grass and the like through contact with fire are all just due to the same heat, or else their destruction is the arising of more and more heated, precisely the cause would be their destroyer. There'd be no difference in causes. And it's not right that their existence is from that what their existence is from should be just what their non-existence is from. Right. How could the cause be the destroyer in the case of the fire, right? That would be to imagine that within flames there are distinct causes. I'll go over this again when I reintroduce Buddhism, but it's trippy stuff. It's all about like fire and the causes of the fire, how it depends on different causes, how ultimately it's causeless because it's like
Right, dude. It's trippy, dude. I'm like, am I listening to you right, bro? Because this is
this is like some OG Buddhist philosophy. It's crazy. So now check this out. It gets even trippier, right? It says objection, right? So here's the objection, right? So they got to include the objection, right? It says, what is it that is thus affected?
I get it. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. Did you have something, Mega Man?
I had an insight, but I'll
Yeah,
tell
go
you.
ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So the cause is not within the effect. So there's reality that's happening, which is what I call the truth. That's happening all the time. That's the present moment. And then what's happened is that we've sort of put some distance between ourselves and the present moment through this interpretation process that we can't control, and this continuous escape that we can't control. And so we tend to think that we tend to think that we can only make minor course changes in life because we're so attached to the past, and our understanding of life is that what we're talking about here, the way that cause and effect, we're convinced that if we've been a certain person, if we've done certain things, if we've led a certain path up till now, we tend to think that we can't completely change it. we can go a little bit better, a little bit improve a little bit, but we don't understand that we could, if we wanted, completely wipe it all clean and be transformed
Third
into
eye?
something different, and all of a sudden life becomes different because our circumstances all along was based on the present reality that we're not in tune with. That's so being more clear and in tune with the present reality is what creates the outer circumstances. That's how it trickles down, right? It starts with your spirit and your soul, and it goes to your psyche, and then that turns into worldly experiences. And so in order to change the world, in order to change life completely for everyone, it can be done. It can be done in an instant, and it doesn't depend on the past, is what I'm trying to say.
I wish that was true, buddy. I really do. I wish we could change. Imagine if life was just perfect in jelly beans, dude. Imagine that. It'd probably be worse than it is now.
I don't think life would ever be perfect, like in a fantasy kind of way, but what would be perfect to me is that if we're all continuously learning and only having as little pain as possible for all of us, and we're all learning the whole time, and we just keep getting better and better and better, and
No, you're trying to escape
spiritually
the
growing,
reality
and we're
of
spiritually
the real
growing.
life.
That would be perfect to me, but it doesn't mean life's always perfect, but it's like we're going in a good direction. The direction
No.
we're going right now is straight underground into a cave to
It's still
die.
beautiful, though. It's still a beautiful thing.
We're going in a bad direction, so
Well, that's
why
what they
I'm
want you to
serious.
think. They're steering us into a bad direction. It's not.
See, it's our spiritual condition that. See, what I'm trying to say is that
No,
it's
you're just trying to put labels on people, bro. And don't put labels on me. I don't like that shit. Don't put spiritual this and that. No, I'm just me, bro. That's it. You know?
well, can I say our psychological? So our psychological condition
Exactly.
is what determines
Programming.
our psychological the state of us. Our psyche is what determines our future circumstances, and whether
What are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from?
hold on, dude. And whether or not those future circumstances will lead to learning, or whether it's going to be just unnecessary pain and suffering that doesn't cause us to grow and learn, but actually just kills us and we die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you been outside lately, though? I'm just saying, like, have you been
Yeah,
around?
but dude, you gotta let him finish his sentence. You can't just cut
I
him
know.
in the
I
middle.
was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
my
can't
bad.
keep doing that, bro. Yeah, you can't keep doing that. Yeah, that's gotta end. But yeah,
I won't.
so it says here, why is that? Either those distinct heating produce qualities that arise successively in grass and the like through contact with fire are all just due to what is the same heat, or else their destruction is in arising for the more and more heated. So let me read that again. It says either those distinct heating produced qualities that arise successively in grass and the like through contact with fire are just due to what is the same heat, or else their destruction is in the arising of more and more heated. Precisely the cause would be their destroyer. There would be no difference in causes, and it is not right that what their existence is from should be just what their non-existence is from. That would be to imagine that within flames there are distinct causes. So here's the objection. It says, what is that? Oh, sorry. What is it that is thus affected in the case of the arising of heat produced differences through contact with lye, snow, acid, sun, and the watery? In the case of boiling water that grows less, what is that contact with heat does there. By virtue of its contact with fire, through the force of fire, the heat element, which is present in water, increases, and increasing causes the mass of water to be reborn in quantities more and more reduced until being totally reduced. The series does not renew itself. This is what contact with fire does to water. Therefore, there is no cause for the destruction of things. Or destruction, right? Is just intrinsic. Ceasing because of their transitoriness. Being just arisen, they go out of existence. Destruction in an instant is thus proven, and from destruction in a moment, the absence of motion is proven. Absence of motion. There is the conception of movement. However, when there is uninterrupted arising in different locations, as with grass fire. Okay, now this is gonna be the last thing I'm gonna go ahead and read. And this is the one that I was saying is basically about the self, right? So we're gonna apply this idea of dependent origination, right, to the self, right? Okay, objection. Now, how is it that what has been seen by one mental event is remembered by another? For then, what was seen by a mental event of Devadatta, sorry, I don't know how to say that, right? A mental event of Yajnadatta. I guess those are two different guys, might remember. And it says, no, for there is no connection. For with respect to these two mental events, there is no connection, for they lack the cause-effect relation that would hold between events in a single mental stream. Nor do we say what was seen by one mental event is remembered by another. Rather, from the cognition that sees a distinct memory, cognition arises. Right? Cognition is basically just thinking, right? There is the transformation of the causal series, as has been said. What fault is there in that cause? And recognition occurs only owing to memory. Is there no self who remembers? Is the objection. Reply. What is the meaning of quote unquote remembers? Is the response. Objection. One grasps the object by means of memory. Reply. Is that grasping distinct from memory? Objection. What then does the remembering? Reply. It was said that what does that is distinct cognition, that is the cause of the memory. What is then expressed as quote unquote Katra remembers is so called having perceived that this distinct cognition occurs due to causal series called quote unquote Katra. It is thus said, quote unquote, Katra remembers. Objection. If there is no self, who is the remembering? Oh, sorry, whose is the remembering? Reply. What is the meaning of the genitive case of quote unquote whose? Objection. It means the owner. That is, someone is the owner of something. Example, Katra with respect to a cow. In the expression Katra's cow. Reply. How is he her owner? Objection. Because he controls her use as a draught animal or for milking and the like. Reply. But then what is the memory to be used for? If we are then looking for its owner, who must use it for something to be the owner? Objection. For the object to be remembered. Reply. For what purpose is it to be used? Objection. For the purpose of remembering. Reply. Oh, what gems from the mouth of those who have been well raised. So it is to be used for that purpose. Well, how is it to be used? For production, as the cow is used for milk, or for moving something, as when the cow is used as a draught animal? Question. Objection, because memory is without movement for production. Reply. But then it must be the case as owner that obtains the effect as owned, since there is power of the cause over the effect, and by means of the effect, the cause is its possessor. Thus, what is the cause of memory is its possessor. So, having taken as one the causal series consisting of collections of elements that is called quote unquote Katra, it is called the owner of the so called quote unquote cow. Though one thinks of him as being thus a cause of the production of the cow's movement and change, there is nonetheless no one called Katra, nor is there a cow. Hence, even in the case, there is no possessor relation apart from the causal relation. In this case, who cognizes is the objection. Whose is the consciousness? This and more must be stated. Reply. The cause of that, the respective sense faculty, object, and attention, this is what is distinctive. Objection. But it may be said, because a property depends on an existing thing, all properties are dependent on existing things. Just as with Devadatta goes, quote unquote, the property of going depends on the goer. Devadatta and consciousness is a property. Therefore, it must exist by means of which cognizes. It should be said what this cognizer is. Reply. What is this Devadatta? Quote unquote. If the self, then indeed that remains to be proven. Or the conventionally designated person, that too is not at all one. For it is those elements in the series that are so called. In the case, Devadatta cognizes just as he goes. Objection. How does Devadatta go? Reply. The momentary elements in an unbroken series that are regarded by simple persons as Devadatta, through their grasping it as a single being as a whole, these as the causes of the series own existing in another place are what are expressed as Devadatta goes, quote unquote. And what arising in another place is what is called going, just as quote unquote it goes designates the movement of a series of flames or sounds. Just so as well, the existing things that cause the cognition are expressed as Devadatta cognizes, quote unquote. And so as well are they referred to by the noble ones for the purpose of conventional communication. So they're saying that none of these things have real existence. It's just for the purpose of conventional, for the purpose of conventional communication that we name and talk about them.
Can I give a very short few sentences from the Platform Sutra that actually tie into this very short. So it's okay.
Yeah, take
So
your time.
okay, one evening when the wind was stirring the temple banner, Hu Ning heard two monks arguing. One said that it was the flag that was moving. The other said it was the wind. Back and forth they argued, but they were unable to realize the true principle. Hu Ning said, "Pardon a common layman for intruding into your lofty discussion, but it is neither the banner nor the wind that is moving. It is only your own mind that moves." And that kind of ties into, the cognition and the discriminatory cognition that Vasu Bandhu was talking about. Sort
Oh
of.
yeah, absolutely.
Does a bear shit in the woods and wipe his ass with a white fluffy rabbit? Who knows, right?
Well, there is no bear. There is no woods. There is no rabbit.
That's
got news
pretty
for
much right. Am I right a little
I
bit
got
there?
some news for you.
Okay. I'm listening to the news.
Yeah, it's like, like for example, right? A bear claws a hole in a tree, right? That causes a mushroom to grow out of that tree, right? Because he's trying to scratch it to get the maple, right? And a bear shits in the woods after he eats the salmon, right? Which returns the phosphorus to the forest floor. So in a way, the bear
Earth,
is
yeah.
just a delivery system for the nutrient of the forest.
Yeah.
Right. For
Everything
example, right?
has, like we are too, right?
Yeah, exactly,
Absolutely.
right? So see, so this is the point he's trying to make, right? That the bear is really a combination of several elements, right? The forest, the stream, the salmon,
Everything is
the
connected. It's like a
phosphorus
big
in the soil, right? Exactly. You know what I mean, right? The
yeah,
mushroom
big
that's in the
spider
tree.
web.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right? The polypore mushroom that grows out of the tree. It's all part of the same system, right? Winnie the
Yeah, I
Pooh,
was
right?
just
Called Winnie the Pooh, right?
Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, I was busting balls, but I thought it was great. But that led into what you said. It's awesome. Yeah.
Oh
I was
yeah.
getting tripped out to what you guys are saying. I'm sitting here trying to listen. I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
is
even
tripped out
tripping. And
because
I
you could
feel
use
like
it.
I'm under trip.
Yeah, because you could really use it to respond to anything. That's what's tripped
It's
out
great.
about it, right? It's
It is.
fucking
It's
weird, right?
crazy.
Like anything
It is
anybody
weird.
says, you'd be like, yeah, well, that's just your opinion, man. You know what I'm saying? Right? Straight up, it's pretty
The
weird.
flag ain't the wind or the flag. It's your fucking mind, buddy.
Exactly.
You know.
See what I mean? Right.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's weird because see, brown people they really argue with each other all the time, right? So this is probably a way they figured out how to end all the arguments.
Maybe, yeah.
they're
Who knows?
like, look, let's just go to the end of the fucking argument. Just like nothing exists, boy.
That's
It's all in your
funny.
mind, boy.
Yeah, it's nothing here, man.
Yeah.
It's all. That's
Yeah.
crazy. How old are these things that you're reading? Is it like old school, like back in the day, or is it new, or kind of new, or
Well, Melinda
18?
Ponda, that would be like around like like the second or first century BC, right?
Oh shit! Before Christ.
Yeah, Vasu Bandhu is in the 4th century CE. So he's after, right? So yeah.
It's amazing. I think all this stuff kind of helps you in a way, though. I really do. If you just put things together, like God says, though, know your enemies, man. Study, know. You can move mountains. Third eye. You know what I mean? It's amazing what you can probably do. But I don't know if the third eye is a good thing or a bad thing. That's one thing that happened.
Yeah, it says 2nd century BC was the other one. So yeah, so I was right.
Yeah. What do you think about the third eye? Do you think it's good or bad?
I mean, I would think that see, I do take a lot of the psychedelic drugs, right? So I think obviously, like like in our traditions, they say that basically you get like revelation, but also you can communicate with all
Demons
sorts
and
of
shit.
spirits and stuff, right? Shapeshifters, right? And so on and so forth. Like, so, in a way, like part of your body dies when you go to sleep. And so
Yeah.
there's like a realm there, right? So definitely there's validity to, that the dream space is somehow connected to the space where, people go when they're die and so on and so forth. So,
Yeah, well,
so yeah,
you see all the rappers, dude. They bring it up all the time, man.
yeah. So
All the time. So I'm wondering, like, is it really bad or is it good? Because it seems bad because they use it, and you know what they use it for. But like I said, I
I
think
see a lot of like
everything's.
ghost of the Christmas past type of stuff when I take a lot of mushrooms, right? Where it's like it's showing me like a world that is surviving with the energy that I've left behind, after I'm
Yeah,
gone. Where it's like where that energy continues to create even after I'm gone, and it shows me what it's making, right? And
that's
sometimes
crazy.
it's
I've
good,
never
sometimes it's bad.
tripped out.
Yeah, and so it's got a little bit of that aspect to it, where the set and the setting will amplify the game, right?
Yeah,
So
see,
that's
I'm
like,
Mike. No, I'm sorry, TML. Go ahead, Brody.
oh no, it's fine. You go ahead.
No, I was just saying I've never like did. I've done regular shrooms when I was like a teenager, and I got fucked up.
Yeah,
But after that, I haven't done it for a long time. So my buddy was like, "Here, microdose on these candy chocolate bars." So I ate a bunch of those, and I was like, well, not a bunch. I ate one, like a half a bar, and I was like, dude, my window is like popping out at me and stuff. That's all that really happened, and it was
yeah, it's
great. You know what I
legal
mean?
here.
Yeah, it's
So,
legal.
we
I
could get
don't think it's.
medicinal. Yeah, we could get like a high grade, very powerful, right? Actually, in fact, you have to be very
So you get
careful
the
with
good
it, right?
stuff,
Yeah,
not
but
the 3.5 stuff. Yeah,
yeah, it make you trip out. Yeah, so you have to be careful, and the thing is that definitely, like if you take a high enough dose, it'll put you in a catatonic state, and you will be hallucinating, right? So the fact is that if you take a high enough dose of mushrooms, you do not want to go anywhere, right? Because
no,
and
no, I was staying
possibly
at
if you're
home.
not, yeah, possibly if you're not doing that high of a dose, you're not doing it correctly, right? So that's the problem with the mushrooms, is that you have to take a high dose and you have to do it like work your way up to the high dose, right?
That's what
And
I
then you
did,
have
little
to,
by little.
yeah, and you have to isolate yourself. And then it really helps if somebody that knows that you've isolated yourself while you're on mushrooms, and just in case something happens, because
You
you do
never
not
know.
want to go outside during this experience, right?
What, dude? I
If for
love it
some reason,
outside.
yeah, I would highly not recommend that, right? But yeah,
What, dude?
yeah.
Can I,
See, see,
can I
see.
speak?
There's other things outside, like police and other
No, I know.
things.
No, I
Yeah,
just in my. There's no police here, dude. I'm just in the woods, dude. I just that probably even worse than I'd be finding myself walking through the woods or something, bro. Imagine that.
yeah,
Can I
yeah.
speak
But
on
if
the
you get
question?
lost there, you can't find yourself back for like 6 hours. It's pretty bad. But yeah, go ahead.
On the
Yeah.
question of the third eye, can I speak on that for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes,
So
sir.
I propose, I propose that nothing that comes from thought is truly what you would call spiritual. So, well, first of all, I want to say, you ask, is it good or bad? Uh, First thing that I think is, it's best not for me not to say, like, let's say I have an opinion, good or bad. It's best for me not to say, uh, answer that good or bad, because you might just take that and form a belief. So I think it's better that to look at things, examine things, and then we all understand, we all see for ourselves, and then we all decide for ourselves. It should become clear. I mean, whether it's good or bad to each of us. Uh, After when we truly understand what something is, it becomes clear whether it's good or bad. So then we don't have to ask, is it good or bad? Because it's clear to us with our own eyes. And so what I think is that the third eye has been sort of set up like something almost like a trap, something to appear spiritual. But to my understanding, Nothing that comes from thought, images, words, numbers, all that stuff is sort of what I would consider to be part of a false reality based on thought that is sort of that's sort of causing chaos and problems in the world. And therefore, I don't, so if I'm looking for a spiritual connection, I might feel like that's an easy one to go to. That's the one everyone talks about, knows about, rap songs, etc. So it does look to me like a sort of trap to appear spiritual, but then what is it going to link me to a mind of words and thoughts and images and belief systems and mythologies and all these things? It's going to link me to that mind, and maybe even that mind will now have more power over me now that I've activated it. Maybe I've made a spiritual choice. Maybe I've made a spiritual consent to connect to this thing that really wants to activate it, right? So that's the way I'm feeling. Like maybe I'm not interested in any of that. I'm interested in understanding things, which has nothing to do with words or thought. It's like it's completely outside of that. I see that understanding, seeing, or what we're perceiving the present moment directly it's outside of all of that. It's hard to imagine, but it's like it's outside of thought. So then I could say, well, anything that's created by thought cannot be, it's not coming from that whole place of truth. It's some kind of trickery or some kind of distortion going on, because thought has a limit on what it can, how well it can describe things. Thought creates images, and they're like cheap copies of things, and it's not the real thing. So.
Well, what I would say is, my bad, I hit the wrong button. I was listening to you though, but I think, like I said, there's good and bad and everything. The third eye, it's all on how you use it too. I don't think you can open up that but then again, I don't know. I could be totally wrong. But what I'm trying to say is, what you said, thoughts are, man, it's, what you're saying is weird to me, but I respect what you're saying though. I just think if third eye can be a good thing. Like God said, you can move mountains. What did he mean by that? People say, oh no, he's just paraphrasing. He's just doing that. What if we can actually really move mountains? Or is it a paraphrase, right? Who knows? If you get what I'm trying to say, right? Imagine that with the third eye.
You're saying, well, you could use it for good or for bad. Okay. So I guess, how do I know? How do I know whether?
You don't. That's the problem, my friend. We don't know. That's your belief. That's when we get into the belief thing. These are things that you believe in. These are the things you think.
I think it's good to look at. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, brother.
I think it's good to look at our motive. First thing is look at my motive. So let's say I have a question on the third eye. Well, why am I interested in that? Am I trying to get more power for myself? Is that why I'm doing it? Or what is my reason? Is the first thing because I need to know why I'm doing things.
Well, if you're doing things for good, it should be for good, right? If you're not doing it for selfish reasons or stealing or anything like that, you should be okay. And if you have something good on your side, you'll be okay. That's why I say I have Christian values. I'm not a Christian because I'm not perfect by any means, bro. It's either walk the path or you don't. You can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, right? That's what they say. Am I wrong? You know what I mean? So, but I believe in these things. Did you hear what I said? I believe in these things. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. To me, it kind of reminds me. See, we were talking about technology before and using like technological apparatuses to try to sort of accomplish spiritual goals. And what I was seeing is that's kind of an imitation. It doesn't work. it's like almost a wild goose chase that that we're on, so that almost like we can't accept that won't lead anywhere ever, and therefore stop doing it. So to me, the third eye is just another one of those material, technological apparatuses that we want to escape to, that we think it's an easy way out. We think it's an easy way for power. And you know what else? When we do things for quote unquote good, we're so confused that it's like we tell ourselves it's good, but then it's like it's wicked. How does that happen?
Yeah. Well, it also depends what you've been through in your life. Like, I can think about a bunch of things right now, what TML is thinking, and I can be totally wrong only because it's the way I feel. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, all right, if TML doesn't answer me like he just did and let me back in because I hit the wrong button, what if he didn't let me back in? I'd be like, oh, what did I do? I didn't mean to piss him off. Am I wrong? That would be a me problem, right? So these things that you're thinking kind of create the same thing that you put out as well. Am I wrong? Like, do you get what I'm trying to say?
Tell me more.
Tell me more. Tell me more. No, but I'm just saying the third eye. I was just asking a question. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's real. Is it real? I don't know. It could be. I see all these people talking about it all the time. I don't know. But
for me, it's a never-ending question. It's just a question.
It is, dude.
It goes on forever. My perception gets sharper and sharper and sharper without ever really being satisfied.
And that's all that matters.
Yeah, see now he's talking, so let him finish this statement. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, sir. I was finished.
No, I wasn't trying to interrupt them. I was agreeing with them.
So I'm gonna get up in some. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But I'm gonna get up in some music here, and then we'll basically move to another little text here. I appreciate you guys. Blessings. This will be kind of like a longer like music thing. So yeah, so we'll be back in like maybe like 10 minutes or so, because I'm gonna maybe step away from the computer for like a hot second. But I appreciate.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off.
For sure.
If the link's in there, I'll jump back in. All right.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, peace, homie.
Later, bro. Thank you.
Yeah,
peace.
Blessings.
Blessings. Before you play the music, okay, quickly tell me what text you're going to read next.
Have a good night, Wolfie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we got your reading in the video, but if there's any other ones you want to read, wait, you're asking me which one I'm gonna read?
Oh yeah. Which one you're gonna read?
Yeah, the Swampland Flowers.
Swampland Flowers.
So let me see where I put that here. Swampland Flowers. I think it's Tahui. What is the name? Tahui from 1089 to 1163. Tahui. Swampland Flowers. So yeah, I will read some of that. It'll tie into some of what we said. So yeah. And yeah, we'll be back in like 10 minutes. Blessings.
Oh man, I got a splitting headache. And my heart is broken up into 1,000 tiny little microscopic pieces. I got a head full of headaches, so heart that's full of woes. So I'm constantly singing them down home blues that not many people know. That leaves me with a twisted view of the whole wide world as I know it. And I guess I got no choice but to be a poet. Now in my natural habitat, I gravitate towards having that, and I elevate on grabbing black, and I'll never get caught in your rabbit trap. From Yellowstone to Venezuela, Nigeria down through Australia, something I learned that I got to tell you. It's a whole lot of us ain't rap too. Now could have been your doctor or your lawyer, or come to your house and clean up for you. Self-destruction won't destroy you if you got somebody that's looking out for you. Men are murdered, women raped, people getting beat on videotape, and people elsewhere trying to escape. Did they come to America to lick the plate? Helicopters scope the land. Hell is here, so I hope you stand. Hip-hop culture is African, and rappers like me gon' rule the earth. With a head full of headaches, so heart that's full of woes, I'm constantly singing them down-home blues that not many people's knows. That leaves me with the twisted view of the whole wide world as I know it, and I guess I got no choice but to be a poet. Now every day I manifest and I generate and smoke cannabis, and I penetrate and I innovate and I demonstrate from Los Angeles, from Amsterdam to the northern border, Panama, Spain to Atlanta, Georgia. Something I learned that I haven't told you. Brothers like me don't live too long. Now I know you know it ain't who you know, but do you know you? See, cause you can go just like any Joe, and that's for sure true. So if you straighten your nail and the snake's in the barrel and the serpent is under the rainbow, and your head over heels instead of the reels, and you're bound to be tangled. Cause brothers are singing and dancing and rapping like they was a vaudeville act. But knowledge is one thing, you gotta know self and you gotta know God's still black. Cause every so often I sit and I wonder why I even trip at all. Cause half are down when I get down, the other half wanna see me fall. Waiting around all heaven bound, and you're seeing that your L7's round. And when the sky falls to the ground and you found that the only way up is down, don't give me no additives, no sedatives or preservatives or repetitive rhetoric you give, just let it live. Yet my head is pounding, I'm dealing with this load on my mind. I got a head full of headache, a heart that's full of woes, man. I'm constantly singing them down home blues that not many people's knows, man. That leaves me with a twisted view of the whole wide world as I know it, and I guess I got no choice but to be I got no choice but to be, I guess I got no choice but to be a poet. I guess I got no choice but to be a prophet. I guess I got no choice but to be a griot, a gangster, a athlete, a bum, a nobody, a criminal, a convict, a black man, a MC, a MC, a MC, a MC, a MC. I got a head full of headaches, so heart that's full of woes. I'm constantly singing them down home blues that not many people know. That leaves me with the twisted view of the whole wide world as I know it, and I guess I got no choice but to be a poet. You know that's right. That's why people gotta get high so they can get high. They blast and they pass the pipe to get high, just like a Jedi. Never said I would I, even if I could I can do it, but I just rather get a little shut-eye. So I sleep from dawn to dusk in a bomb shelter, cause you never know when the man is gonna drop that big one. Oh, healthy, people burning, melting along the formers. Armageddon, karma, psychic readings, greetings, earthlings, I'm from Mars. Got 2 more planets to go and then I'm on my way to the stars. Oh no, there I go through the ozone layer hole, where the men are the men and they mean it. Down where the wind don't blow, where the endo grow in the snow, and everybody po', everybody po', everybody.
Here's something that's going to make a lot of changes. A program called Atari Writer. It turns any Atari computer system into a word processor.
All machines are equal. Don't you think there's something a little out of date about that?
Just a little, yeah. Why don't you fix that? See, you can make corrections, move whole groups of words around, and print it out on your own stationery. Atari may make the typewriter obsolete.
What's the typewriter?
Step it up. Yeah, man, feel the funk. Yeah, I could smoke a whole eighth in a spliff. Some call that a problem, but I call it a gift. Hit the clutch, then I start to shift. Turn it up, like my Dutch, then start to drift. Lost Angel, West Side Rider, the official 4-5 Friday sound provider. Underground hitman, hard to hire. Get unsigned death threats written in typewriters. Poetic, I'm that type of rider, got that don't call me, I'll call you type of fire. Fake it till you make it, I'm such a good liar. Headliners used to not make the flyer. 401k, and I don't mean retire. Chase loot, still war all day, I'm in denial. Peace ain't the word to play, it's violence. I ain't have shit good to say, so here's silence.
Slow flows y'all to death. Slow flows y'all to death.
Yeah, don't stress, emotions rest till they wanna see my best, as good as it gets. Don't hold weak cards, don't hold regrets. Players don't change past the 7th inning stretch. Learn from vets and they ain't pet doctors. They the type they arrest and clockers. We selling out these operas, and don't mean sing, I mean opera house stage we rockin'. It's CA all day, reppin' it. Party time, excellent. It's perfection, kid. I'm not affectionate. That's what my last girl said. Too much estrogen. Yeah, that ain't PC, but sometimes that ain't EV. I just feel that way. Right now I'm on my J.O. issue payroll, speaking codes till we reach another day.
Slow flows y'all to death. Slow flows y'all to death. Slow flows y'all to death. Slow flows y'all to death.
I used to be iced tea reckless, wild out like I'd never see breakfast. Nightmares, tying dream catchers, trying to run breathless, out of control. I don't give orders, I make suggestions, then walk away. I've learned my lessons. It's simple, they neglect it. They win in chess, still losing checkers. That ain't weakness, it's a death wish. Choke 'em out, another off the checklist. I came too far not to be respected, and drove too far to hear they closed the guest list. A new rain out the smoke and fog. Umbrellas up, it's cats and dogs. And just because it barely ever hails in LA, what say I can't reign the game and hail from LA? They crazy.
Slow flows y'all to death. 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 5-0 they say what's the M.O. Another rapper was hit by Mr. Slow Flow.
That's what they call me this year, man.
Mr. Slow Flow. Mr. Slow Flow.
When it comes to home computers, the Atari home computer gets high grades.
I use an Atari at home, and I use it for word processing and to teach myself other programming languages.
Well, the graphics are probably some of the best you can find. The Atari 800 computer not only allows you to play games, it also allows you to learn math and history.
Only one computer lets you enjoy its library of over 2,000 enlightening and entertaining programs. Atari home computer.
The more you learn, the more you can program, and there's just no end to it.
Yeah. I'm wondering what that's accomplishing in the chat. Like literally zero accomplishments. You've accomplished nothing. You failed to tell like what is the premise that you're speaking about. You're calling everyone liars for no reason. I don't even understand what the lie that you're saying. People are protecting the lie. What is the lie? I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about, dude. Like you're literally getting on my fucking nerves at this point.
He's kind of
He's literally
Brown's boy
trolling.
is chill, man. Like really, like we were talking, before this, Brown's boy, we agreed it's time to just drop it. Like not everyone can get along, Brown's boy, but there's no point in making an enemy out of TML. He's our friend. He's all of our friend. We want his channel to succeed. There's no point in bringing the drama here, man. It's time we drop it, man. Like, there's no point.
It's just like
Yeah.
ruined the entire transcript of my show. The show's literally ruined because I keep going back and forth with this stupid nonsense, and then I just honestly, I could have done an entire show about Buddhism. I will do an entire series on Buddhism, right? So this is just an introduction, right? So I apologize for the constant interruptions, right? For the people that are watching this, right? I understand that the views are very low. Nobody's promoting this shit. Nobody gives a fuck. This is the thing. We're out here alone, doing our thing. And now dumb motherfuckers are out here calling me a liar and saying all sorts of stupid shit. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I've done my hardest duty to tell the truth and all that stuff. You're too afraid to talk about it. You'll go on other panels and talk for hours, right? But you can't talk to me right now, right? So this is a huge issue, right? I'm willing to just end my show based on this stupid fucking shit right now and solve this goddamn shit right now.
Yeah, Brown's boy.
Yeah.
you
Go
can't
ahead.
do
Go
this,
ahead
man.
and prove to
Like,
me what the lie is. Go ahead and prove to me what the lie that you're talking about, motherfucker. Or get the fuck out of my chat because you're telling me I'm protecting liars. What's the fucking lie I'm protecting, you fucking moron? Go ahead and hop up and tell me what the fucking lie is, bitch. Yeah, who paid you to go ahead and derail my fucking show today, bitch? Because you keep acting like a fucking asshole. What's your fucking problem? What's your goddamn problem, bitch? What's your fucking problem? Why do you have to act like a little bitch? I told you to fucking stop. Now, what's your fucking problem? Now that you're calling me a fucking liar, you're lying. You're a lying motherfucker. So come up and tell me why I'm lying. I don't have all day, cocksucker, for you to keep making up shit and trolling in the fucking chat because you are trolling and derailing the goddamn show. So go ahead and tell me why. Because I asked him 5 or 6 times, what's the lie he keeps talking about? And the motherfucker will not tell me what lie he keeps talking about. He's literally calling everybody a liar. You're the liar now. Unless you tell me what the lie is. Yeah, so I guess we're supposed to wait forever for people to come up now. See, they want to draw down the time on my shit so they could draw down the audience on my shit. This is literally the fucking goal here. So draw down the viewers, make people wait for this shit. There's no goal here. You want to do this during the show, so let's have it now. Let's have it now. You're coming up. You're coming up. You keep saying you're coming up, but you're not coming up. That's the fucking problem. You're the liar. You're too afraid to talk about it now that you put this shit out on the fucking air. You stupid motherfucker. Now tell me what the lie is that you keep screaming and crying about. You stupid motherfucker. When you started the personal drama yourself, I was in the VC when you started the personal drama yourself. And then you yourself got offended at it. Dude, the guy kicks up dust in his own fucking eyes and then says, I can't see anything. You caused me not to see. Moron. in your moronic struggle against yourself. Yeah, go ahead and troll the machine live, bitch. Stupid motherfuckers. Oh, now they're disappeared. Oh, incredible. Now they disappeared. Now they got nothing to say. Now they disappeared. Fucking annoying. Every time you point out what the fucking inconsistency is, they scurry away. You shine a light on the darkness, oh, they scurry away.
I think he's here now. He's probably in the
No, it says
backstage.
device is not corrected. It's just more nonsense, more ruse that we're not connecting somehow. But when we can connect perfectly on other shows, we could do everything perfect every other time, just not right now. Yeah, what's going on, bro? Of course, yeah. We can't connect today, right? We can connect on every other show. We can sign in perfectly fine. We talk perfectly fine. But not today. We can't fucking talk today. Today our mic doesn't work. Today it's malfunction. Fucking amazing.
My internet is skipping like usual, but I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So go ahead and lay out the lies. What are you talking about? What's the lie?
Your friend Neurojack has been lying about me for multiple years.
What's the fucking lie? What's the lie? I'm going to ask you the last fucking time. What is the lie? You are lying. You are the liar. What is the fucking lie that he told? Motherfucker, I'm going to ask you the last time. What is the lie?
Okay. Your friend Neurojack has made up multiple lies
What
about
is the
me.
lie? Go ahead and tell me what the lie is.
I'm trying to. He's made up accusations that I'm here to gatekeep your show. He's made up accusations.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. Are you making that up? Do you have proof of that? Do you have proof that he said that?
He is. Yeah, it's on your. It's on your show. He said it multiple times.
All right. Why are you disrupting my show right now? Why is this show about you now?
Well,
could it be that you're proving him right now? Could it be that you're proving him right now?
It could, in some parallel universe, it could be correct. Yeah.
No. You're absolutely proving him right by derailing the show and making it all about you and then calling me a liar. That's what you're doing. So that's what you've done today. Okay. So how can you explain your actions based on what Neurojack has done to you? How can you explain your fucking actions?
Oh my god.
How do you explain your motherfucking actions, bro?
Can I tell you?
Yeah. I'm absolutely waiting for it.
Okay, well, I'm trying to tell you. All right. Just today alone, you have claimed that I am paid to derail your show.
No, I didn't. Go back in the chat. You're lying about that. I can go back in the chat and prove that I never said that, you fucking moron. So there's your fucking lie right now. You're lying about me right now. See what I mean? You're a lying cocksucker, and you go ahead and make up shit whenever you want. And then you claim other people are doing it. I claimed, who the fuck is that a possibility? And I claimed it could be a possibility, and now you're claiming I said that that's what's going on. You're a fucking moron. You know that? You stretch the truth whenever you want to. You stretch the fucking truth, and you just did that. Thank you for stretching the truth in front of my face. Now what do you want to say to me? Now what do you want to say to me now that you lied about me? Now that you lied about what I said, what else do you want to say about me?
You're stretching the truth, not me.
Oh, okay. Let me go back in the chat. Here, hold on. I'll go back in the chat.
And show me where you didn't say I was being paid to derail your show, which is ridiculous as fuck. And you know it is.
Right,
even to suggest it, even to suggest it is ridiculous.
Where I said that?
I will. I'll screenshot it tomorrow, dude. Don't worry.
Oh, you'll screenshot it tomorrow, so you don't even know if I said it today.
Maybe I did screenshot it today. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'm going back through the chat, bro, right now. No, I'm going back through the chat right now.
All right. Well, it's still the fact.
I'll prove you're a liar right now. I know what I said. I'll prove you're a fucking liar right now, bro. How about that? I know what I said. Thanks for saying what you think. Let's see if that's true. Let's see if that's true here. And we'll see who's telling the truth here. Don't worry, I gotta scroll all the way up to when I entered this chat. I gotta scroll all the way up to when I entered this chat. Don't worry. We're gonna see if I said anything like that.
I found it here. He said here that I think you got pissed, and you just said that you are purposely fully derailing the show, and that kind of pissed them off too. But I think you had good reason to be pissed.
Yeah, but where did I emphatically make the statement that somebody is paying him?
Oh, you said, how much do you get paid to LARP and chat, bro? That's what you.
How is that claiming that he's getting paid by somebody? I'm asking him a question. How is that making a positive claim?
Right. My impression is that
that's not a positive claim. I'm sorry, that's not a positive claim. He claimed I stated he was getting paid. That's not what I said. I asked him a question. I'm asking what's the point of derailing?
Yeah, I think he shouldn't derail. Like, I understand his frustrations with Neurojack, but at the same time, he's taking it too far. Like, I think it's best to drop it and stuff. Like,
the way I took it was like the talk about derailing was because like there's erratic behavior that couldn't be explained. It wasn't being explained.
Exactly.
So it's like that's like a way of expressing like you're acting crazy. What's your real reason?
Yeah, what's the point of this? Yeah, I'm asking. What is the fucking point of this?
That's the way I took it.
That is what I'm saying.
Now you're literally being paid, like someone's literally paying you money, and I know you did that.
Literally, bro. So you're stretching that shit, bro. You're stretching that fucking shit, bro. Thanks.
Am I back on stage? Is it, like, what happened? Am I here?
Yeah, you stretch the truth. That's what happened.
I stretched the truth.
Yeah, you stretched the truth. It was proven. Yeah.
So is it a stretch of the truth for you to pretend that I'm being paid for any reason to be here? Like, what the fuck?
Pretend that.
Like,
I didn't pretend that. I asked you a question.
Yes, you did. I asked you a question. Right.
I didn't pretend that.
So
you have no idea what I believe. You have no idea what I believe when I ask you that question. You have no idea what I believe when I ask you that question. I made no positive affirmations in asking you that question. You're a liar. You're a fucking liar, bro. Bro, you're a liar. You like to stretch the truth. Yeah, you are. Yeah. Yeah, you're a liar, bro. You lied about me. You called me a liar. You called me a liar, and then you lied about me. You called me a liar, and then you lied about me. And now you refuse to produce what lie Neurojack told about you.
Okay, can I like respond reasonably here? All right. Neurojack has literally been like, you were in a conversation with me and Neurojack where he presented 6 to 7 to 8 different points that like at least 90% of them were lying, and some of them were like highly accusatory of like threats and shit. So that's your boy who makes that shit up. Okay, I didn't do any of that shit. He's been making this shit up for literally years about me, and I have him on camera saying I'm here to derail. Like if you want to pretend that what he's saying is fucking correct, that's up to you, but it's obviously not correct.
All right. Let me ask you a question. Okay. Right. Right. We had Shem on the show yesterday, right?
Okay. Shem was on the show yesterday. Yeah, I remember that.
Right. Shem attacked Santos Bonacci, right? He says Santos Bonacci is a liar and a fraud, right?
He does apparently say some of that stuff. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's absolutely said that, right? But you promote Tartarian truth, right? You promote Shem, right?
I do not. I don't promote Tartarian truth. Where have I promoted Tartarian truth? Do you have any proof?
You don't think Tartarian truth does any good work at all?
Tartarian truth does good work sometimes.
What is his good work? Because his whole work is pointing out that Santos is a fraud.
That's not his whole work. You're pigeonholing that, and you're stretching the truth.
Well, if I go to his channel right now, that's the work that I'm aware of that he does, right?
That's the work that you're aware of.
Can you point out the other work?
If you want to know more, I could tell you, but you can't assume things.
Okay, now that's your boy calling Santos a fraud, right?
That is a person that I believe does good work, and not everything that he does is correct. And yeah, he calls Santos a fraud. Yeah, he does.
Is that your boy or not? Because you said that was your boy earlier.
Who's my boy?
Tartarian Truth. You said that was your boy.
I said Tartarian Truth is my boy?
Yeah, you did.
When?
You said that was your homie. That was your boy.
Did I say that?
I believe you did.
Oh, well, if you believe I did, can you provide the proof?
Can you provide the proof that Neuro said you're a gatekeeper?
Yes, I can actually. I have it on video. I definitely have it on video.
Can you provide the proof that I'm protecting his lives against you?
Well, you seem to be going after me more than him, and I'm not lying about him. He's lying
can you
about me.
provide the proof that I'm protecting lives against you? I'm protecting Neurocheck. Can you provide proof of that?
And what are the lies?
Fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, you're smoking crack, dude.
I'm not smoking crack. You right there are obviously stretching the truth, which you accuse me of. So that's my objection.
You don't get it. This isn't for the
literally
live
stretched the
stream.
truth. You literally said, I claimed you were being paid. I never claimed such a thing. You're literally stretching the truth left and right.
Look. Not everything has to be the end of all times. All right. Tomorrow, if I take a snapshot,
tomorrow I'll remember what you said today. How you derailed the entire show today, bro. Tomorrow.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
No. That's not my opinion. That's the fact of what happened. You made the entire show about you. You had to end the show with your entire fucking spat with Neurojack. That's that's your entire thing, dude. Yeah.
No, that's what you were saying. No one else. No one else said that.
No, that's you. No, that's entirely you. No, that's entirely
everyone.
You.
No one else said that. That was just you.
Nobody else was focusing on that. No, that was only you that was focusing on Neurojack. That was only you. No, that was you. That was you, motherfucker.
I was focusing on Neurojack, but
that's all you. That's all you, motherfucker. That's all you, motherfucker. You keep saying that's me. That's me. No, that's you, motherfucker. That's you, bitch.
Can we end this?
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Can we? No, I'm just saying.
You made the entire show about you. We were talking about Buddhism. You made the entire show about your spat with Neurojack. That's you, man. That's your fucking problem. Your fucking issue.
I'm allowed to.
Show.
I'm allowed to.
Show. Yeah, you're allowed to go and spam my chat and say whatever the fuck you want. But next time you're not. And next time I'll ban all 40 of your fucking accounts. I don't give a fuck.
I don't have 40 accounts.
You can say whatever the fuck you want this time. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You can say whatever you want this time. But no, stop talking over me. You can say whatever you want this time, but next time you won't get you won't be able to say whatever the fuck you want and call me a liar and call everybody else a liar with zero fucking proof. Sorry, bro. You won't be able to do that next time. So you better fix your shit this time.
Okay, so can I stop getting backstage for no reason?
No, because I'm ending my fucking show and it's over, bro. I gotta go. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go do other things. I don't have time to talk about you and your personal spat with Neurojack for 3 fucking hours on Discord, then for 2 fucking hours on my fucking show. Go get a fucking life, bro.
Okay, buddy. All right.
Yeah, all right, buddy. Yeah, all right.
You did
all right, cool, bro. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I did great.
great.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. God damn, bro. Now it's gonna. Oh, I did great, bro. I did awesome, bro. Oh yeah, I did fucking great. Tell me how great I did. I'm a motherfucking rock star, baby.
I want to say something. There have been times I derailed your streams too, TML. I think Brown's boy is still a good person. It's good to forgive. I agree what he did tonight was bad, but I've made mistakes too. So hopefully he realizes the mistake he made and he just apologizes or something. I think he's probably drunk or very blazed or something, and he's not thinking straight.
I think he's just an asshole.
No, he's not an asshole.
Yeah, he's being a fucking asshole, dude.
That's what I think. I think he's just being an asshole.
No, you don't, Coffee. You don't know the whole fucking context, okay? You don't
I know who Brownsville is, dude. Trust me, I know. I've been around for years.
I'm saying these motherfuckers did this shit on Discord for 3 fucking hours earlier, where they spoke over each other for 3 fucking hours, dude. On a
about another man. That's crazy.
Yes.
That's
like over
crazy.
somebody who wasn't even fucking there, dude. So I'm literally done. I'm done, bro. Like I gotta go.
I never
like,
hear you get that mad, dude. When you get mad, it's like, oh shit, somebody did something wrong.
I've
Because
gotten
you
mad a
usually
lot.
chill.
But I've gotten mad a lot, but I wasn't planning on it right now.
Right. I get you, man. I'm sorry that had to happen. It is what it is, right?
Well, you
It's
know,
online for you.
TML. I'm TML. I witnessed you acting very patient. You know, asking like a dozen times, trying to get answers.
I did, yes.
Like a gentleman before getting upset. So I'm just letting you know that took a lot of patience.
Oh, that's TMO for you,
initially. So, you know, everybody's got a line that, you know, that they draw a line that says, don't cross this line. And there's nothing wrong with that. So everybody has a point where they're not going to let you disrespect them any further, you know?
Absolutely. TMO's a good dude until you cross that line, dude. It's like you set the fuck you meter up and it's on. So like I've seen it before. I never piss this guy off. I might have aggravated him a few times, but I don't think I've ever pissed him off like that.
I mean, it's fine to piss me off. I mean, I'm naturally powerless, but the fact is that, you know, that's a good friend of mine. So I don't know why he's acting like this, right? So this is the thing. I'm trying to talk some sense into him, but he doesn't seem to be getting this idea right across. So this is a huge problem. But yeah.
I mean, but besides your wasted time and energy and stuff and your show being, you know, harmed, it's like I'm still not clear on what the actual grievance is.
I'm not either. I don't know what Neurojack even lied about. Like Neurojack can say hundreds of people are gatekeepers. That doesn't mean he's naturally he's paranoid about everybody that's online. You know, like we've all said hundreds of times that everybody online is fake, that we're all paranoid about each other sometimes. And obviously that happens from time to time. That doesn't mean we're all like fucking crazy liars and shit. You know, I mean, it's just wild, even right, to insinuate these things among people who are friends. And then, you know, I don't know. It just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. And then to continue that on for hours and hours when the talk is about Buddhism, it makes zero fucking sense.
Yeah. Well, you didn't waste your time, man. I don't think you wasted any time. I think this is what needs to be put out there. It's a good learning experience, you know. It goes to Buddha to some crazy stuff. That's what happens on live streams, man.
Yeah, it's been a rocky road, but nevertheless, I'll still bring you guys some Swampland Flowers because this is one of my favorite. You know, one of my favorite Zen works. I really got a kick out of this when I read it for the first time, and I want to get some of you know, Mega Man and Wolfie and Lotus thoughts on it. So check this out. It says birth is just like this. Death is just like this. Composing a verse, what purpose could it have? Right. Yeah, it says Tahui told his disciples that tomorrow he was going on a journey. The next day he wrote out his final poem and died peacefully. His final verses: birth is just like this, death is just like this. Composing a verse, what purpose could it have? You know, that reminds me of you know, Kierkegaard. You guys know that Kierkegaard's you know, his last words are famously "sweep me up." Right? He says, "Sweep me up." I'm done here. So yeah, so check this out. It says, "All you disciples of Buddha, real mind is not fixed. Real mind is not fixed, and real wisdom is not bounded. Even if I let these two lips go on talking from now till the end of time without a break, you still can't depend on another person's power. This is a matter in which each and every person is fully sufficient in his own right. It can neither be augmented nor diminished the least bit. Here at my place, there is no doctrine to be given to the people. I just wrap up the case on the basis of the facts. It's just as if you bring a crystal pitcher and you cherish I'm sorry, a crystal pitcher which you cherish like anything. And as soon as I see it, I smash it for you. And if you bring a wish fulfilling gem, I take it away from you. The Dharma cannot be seen, heard, perceived, or known. If you employ seeing, hearing, perception, or knowing, then this is seeing, hearing, perception, or knowing. It's not seeking the Dharma, since it's outside of seeing, hearing, perception, and knowing. When, I'm sorry, what then will you call the Dharma, quote unquote? When you get there, it's like a man drinking water. He knows for himself whether it is cold or warm. Only if you personally witness it and awaken to it can you see the Dharma. For a person who has really witnessed and awakened when a single hair is picked up, he at once can understand the whole great earth. Existence cannot be grasped. Non-existence cannot be grasped either. Winter's cold and summer's heat cannot be grasped. Inside, outside, and in between cannot be grasped. The one who speaks like this cannot be grasped. The one who hears such talk cannot be grasped either. Not even a fine hair can be grasped. Neither you nor I can be grasped. Ungraspability itself also cannot be grasped. The void is not subject to being obstructed by things, nor does it hinder the coming and going of all things within it. The subtle wisdom of true emptiness is also thus: birth and death, ordinary and holy, stains and defilements cannot touch it at all. Although they can't touch it, the subtle wisdom does not hinder birth or death, ordinary and holy, from coming and going in its midst. Basically, things have no inherent nature. Those who lose themselves pursue them on their own. Originally, subjects are undifferentiated. Those who lose themselves do their own differentiating.
Can I tell you an insight?
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's some trippy shit.
So
Yeah, I
had
got one more page of this, but yeah, it's
do
cool.
you want to finish or do I?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
It's
You
just
go
an
ahead, please.
insight that came up while you're reading, so it's like I'm sure it'll be related.
Yeah.
Our natural state is to be connected to a free and boundless wisdom, which always knows what to do, but only in the moment. And anyone can reconnect to our natural state if one does not impose their own psychological limitations. So, in other words, I think we're holding ourselves back. We don't know it, and we don't understand how we're doing that. But ultimately, it's up to us to break those walls, and we can do it. I see that we can do it. So.
What about the it went in the beginning was pretty it was pretty trippy too. It was pretty dope actually, but then it went to the hair. You can't grab a single hair. Of course you cannot, right? Because when you grab hair, you're gonna grab a bunch of it. That was crazy too. But yeah, I'll let you read the rest of it. I don't know. I'm just soaking it in, man. TML's like, what am I tripping?
No, it's cool, man. I appreciate you guys. Okay, so this part is interesting. He says studying Chan requires a straightforward mind and straightforward conduct, direct words and direct speech. Since mind and words are straightforward and direct from beginning to end, through all the stages, there will never be all the petty, detailed aspects within them. The ancestral teacher came from the West, directly pointing to the human mind, letting people see their inherent nature and achieve Buddhahood. So right now you want such realization. It's not hard either. Simply be equin- equanimous. Equanimous in your mind without any defiling attachments. What are defiling attachments?
What does that word mean? When what? What? Like even you
Yeah, I
had
think
trouble. I'm
Buddha
like,
tried to. I think Buddha tried to get on that word before.
I don't know what that means. And I'm just being honest.
Equanimity?
Yes, it's a state of like sort of like composure, evenness of mind, like temperance, even level headedness. Sort of.
Yes, that's
Oh,
correct.
so to like, yeah, level headedness. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. So
not
it says
perturbed by either extremes.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, man. Studying Chan requires a straightforward mind, a straightforward conduct, direct words, and direct speech. I like that. So it says thoughts of sentient beings and Buddhas, thoughts of the world and leaving the world, thoughts of seeking detachment and enlightened knowledge. All these are called defiling attachments. Just boldly apply your spiritual energy before desire arises and leap out with a single bound. The mind will be shining bright, alone and liberated. The instant you awaken to this, turn above it, then naturally it will be clear everywhere and revealed in everything. And when you get to such a stage, you must not watch over it. If you watch over it, then there's something you consider important. As soon as there's something considered important, this mind leaks. Then it's called the leaking mind, not the equanimous mind of even sameness. Quote unquote, even sameness means good and evil are equal. Turning away and turning towards are equal. Inner truth and outer events are equal. Ordinary and sage are equal. Finite and infinite are equal. Essence and function are equal. This truth can only be known by those who experience it. All of you people who haven't yet experienced it simply must do so. Only when you've experienced it completely can you be called a true leaver of home. Those whose minds don't experience this, who seek experience outside mind, are called home leaving outsiders. They're not fit to plant weeds. The mind is broad and vast, without divisions, without sides or surface. All the Buddhas, numerous as the sands, attaining true awakening, the mountains, rivers, and the great earth, the profuse array of myriad images, all are within the mind. The mind can put names on everything, but nothing can put a name on it. Therefore, all the Buddhas and ancestral teachers could not but go along with your mistake and attach names to it, calling it true, suchness, Buddha nature, enlightenment, and nirvana, imposing all kinds of different appellations. Because in the world of you sentient beings, views are biased and insensitive with all sorts of differentiation. They set up these different names to enable you, amidst differentiation, to recognize this mind has no difference. It's not that this mind has differences. Buddha said, one may wish to reveal it with comparisons, but in the end, there is no comparison that can explain this. Saying it's broad and vast has already limited it, to say nothing of wanting to enter this broad and vast realm with a limited mind. Even if you managed thereby to enter, it would be like taking a ladle in order to ladle out the ocean. Though the ladle is filled, how much could it hold? Nevertheless, the water in the ladle before it went in there was identical to limitless water of the ocean. Likewise, because your world is just as big, you feel satisfied with it. This limitless world adapts to your capacity and fills it up. It's not that the water of the great ocean is only this much. Therefore, Buddha said, quote, it's like the great ocean. Not deferring whether mosquitoes or titans drink its water. All get their fill, unquote. Mosquitoes and titans symbolize the difference between great and small. Basically, in essence, the mind doesn't have so many differences. Just don't create so many views and recognize this mind, then you'll be able to know all kinds of differences too. Okay, that's it.
Okay, I was waiting for you. that mosquitoes, holy shit! They really put mosquitoes in there. That's amazing. I've never heard that in a book before, especially that old. That's amazing.
Yeah, see, this type of behavior, look, this type of stuff, right? Where that I got buried by TML today. Yay, bro, listen back to it. It's wild. Like celebrating. Like, bro, are you trying to clip this thing or and
TML,
do
don't
all the
even pay that no mind, dude. Don't
No, but it's
let
crazy.
we.
It's like I was being real with you and you're worried about clipping and all this stuff. See, this is what makes me think like are
Oh,
people just
me?
in it? No. I'm saying like
Oh,
like are you just in it for to make a clip or I'm trying to talk to you about some serious shit. Like you're calling me a liar and all this stuff. Like,
oh,
bro,
you're
like
talking about
grow
homeboy.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
homeboy,
That yeah,
like grow up, dude. Like, but yeah, man.
yeah, dude. Don't pay that no mind, dude. The more you pay attention to it, the more
No,
they're
I'm
gonna keep
done. No,
going.
no, I'm done with the show because last time I tried to play this 5-hour replay of this fucking in a review I did of Wilson, and then I fell asleep and we didn't plug the laptop in, and then the stream just died. So I'm trying not to, so
Oh,
I'm trying to
you
maybe
fucked that up.
replay the entire thing. Yeah, so I have only an hour left. But
I thought you were talking to me for a minute. At first, I'm like, dude, I didn't do anything, man. I'm just here to
no,
learn, man. I'm with you, bro. I'm not. I don't do that, man. If I have something to say, I'd say it to you right now. You know what I mean? Like, nah. I don't know why brown boys being like that. I've seen them around for years, man. So
yeah, I
I
mean,
don't.
no, the
It's
thing is
weird.
like some of these guys recently we've been working with them for years, right? And they come out and start saying all types of stuff about me. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. Honestly, I feel like it's like about that time where certain people they get
Show their
aligned
true
with
colors.
they get aligned with who they need to get aligned to, you know what I'm saying, right? Or something like that because like that's more what I'm thinking is like why everybody at the same time got to come out and criticize, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not really doing anything. I'm doing the same thing I was doing a year ago. Right? So
Mm,
what's changed? Something that had to change in you then. Like nothing changed on my thing. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
right.
So this is what's weird.
Yeah, but don't let it get to you, bro, because that's what they want. They want you to get mad and flip the fuck out, and don't do that shit. You know what? Ignore the motherfuckers. You know why? Because you're better than that. You're TML, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do. But that's just my opinion, man. Everybody's different.
I have a question. When if you smoke too much weed, could it like blaze you out, kind of like drinking alcohol, or it doesn't really do that?
Absolutely. That's how I'm feeling right now.
Oh, I see. He
Yeah,
was
that shit.
smoking too much weed, and it kind of impaired his judgment or something.
Oh,
Oh,
he
no.
doesn't
That's me.
impair your. It doesn't impair your judgment. No, your
I don't
judgment's
think
just fine.
I
I
don't
just
think
wouldn't go
weed
out
makes me act like
driving.
that.
But other than that, you'd be fine.
Yeah,
Weed
I
doesn't
think
make me act like that. I don't know.
I think
Yeah, me neither.
definitely um like daily use is probably bad. Like probably once a week is or once a month is the best way to use cannabis to get the full effect of it. Right. So I mean I use cannabis daily. So I think that some of the endocannabinoids, that my body should be producing, they're basically fried out. Right. So some of those receptors are fried. Right. So this is the fact of the matter, right? Is if you smoke weed every day, you're not getting the true effect, right? So I will say that being a daily smoker, so I know that it impairs certain aspects of my uh personality. Like for example, my incessant consumption of coffee and sugar, right, is related to my consumption of cannabis, which those things are not good, right? To be constantly juiced up on refined sugars and the alkaloids from the coffee, those are heavy drugs, and so it's like in a way I have to get juiced up on two more drugs to be on this one drug, right? And obviously that's a bad cycle, right? So we're killing ourselves to produce these shows, and obviously we're radiating ourselves, frying ourselves with the radiation, right? So we're in dire,
Damn.
I mean, I don't really ask for money or anything like that, but I do put the Cash App there, right? I mean, but yeah, we are killing ourselves to make the show, right? That is a definitely a fact, right? And meanwhile, that we're getting all sorts of hate mail, right, from our enemies and then from our friends. I mean, can you believe this?
Right.
Right? I mean, with friends like these, who needs enemies? Right? I mean, it's wild,
Exactly.
right? It's wild.
Yeah, friends sometimes make mistakes. He's. I don't think he has bad intentions. He's probably just in like some weird state from smoking too much weed all day, and I don't know, and extreme anxiety or something. I think what he did
Stop
today
blaming the
was wrong,
weed,
but
sir.
he'll probably apologize for it tomorrow or something. Hopefully, that's
It ain't weed,
Nah,
sir.
bro.
Weed doesn't do that, sir.
Brown's boy, he likes to start a little trouble, but he's usually pretty cordial. But yeah, I haven't seen him do stuff like this. But yeah, I've seen him in chats and talking a bunch of shit, but I've never like I don't know what the hell happened. I just came back in, so I don't know. But either way, TML, don't let that shit bother you.
No,
And
but
you're right, dude.
no, but
We
no, but
gotta
what I was
cut
trying
down
to
on the
say,
weed
no,
because
but
I
what I was
smoke.
trying to say is like, look, like you think this guy, right, that came on my show is a liar, but you're promoting his show. You know what
Oh,
I'm saying?
okay.
And you're
So he's
boys with him.
contradicting himself.
Yeah, you're boys. No, not only that, you're boys with them, and you're telling me Neurojack's my boy, and I'm promoting his like. I'm not even doing that, but you actively promote that shit when they lie about the shit that you care about, bro. Like, so I'm just really just confused. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get it, bro. I get it because it's somebody that you actually do shit with. I understand. It's not like it's not just some dude up the internet that I'm pissed off at. We actually do shit together, so I understand that. But
Well,
you should, dude. You
the
gotta
message.
fucking
Go ahead.
just fuck that shit. That's
The
all I'm
message that
saying.
I'm
Don't.
hearing is that you're sensing, that there's like hidden intentions. That's what I'm hearing. It doesn't
Yeah,
make
that's what I'm trying to
it's not
say too.
it's not how people normally act. So it's like what's going on in the mind.
I say leave him alone.
Yeah, it's not how people normally act. So I'm wondering, like, if there's somebody put him up to it. I'm saying, and so on and so forth. All right, because this is weird. Weird behavior. All right, flip on me, like, honestly, like, I don't
It's
know. But
weird.
anyways, yeah.
Cause you're such
So,
a chill motherfucker, bro. You're a good dude. Like I think you're a good dude. You come on here, you put good material up, shit you can learn from. You play great music. I don't
yeah,
understand why anybody would
when I
want to hate
first,
on you.
yeah, like, I mean, like, when I first started this show, right, I didn't really talk that smart, right? I didn't really tell people, like, what my beliefs were, right? And I told people a lot about what my problems were, right? So a lot of people were really willing to jump on that, but I really wanted to connect with people, right? So I laid more of the problems I face out there than these my ideas and beliefs. So at first I just kind of talked to people, right? I opened it up. So for whatever reason, I think a lot of people thought that was a mistake, right? Because then when I started talking about serious issues, a lot of people just left my channel, right? But the fact is that, I wanted to, basically just talk to anybody, right? And then get to the, maybe more hard hitting stuff that I feel. And we have produced hundreds of hours of, just solo stuff, right? So on Saturday, I got a 2-hour thing coming up, right? So we will be giving a huge explanation of world events, right? And I may just only invite um maybe Reddington and Buddha. I don't know if Mega Man's in the Discord, but we do have the Discord link in the community post, right? You guys can hop in there and talk to the machine lives whenever you want. And of course,
That's
3 hours today, they were fighting in the Discord, right? For 3 fucking hours, right? So, and I was trying to have side conversations with Buddha about the Melinda Pana and all this other stuff and asking him if he read it and all this, and these guys just keep on fighting and fighting and fighting. And I'm trying to like plan the show and talk about, Gabriel's show on Buddhism. And we could have planned so much of a better show if they didn't fucking do this fight for so long, right? And then we could have actually talked about more substantive issues here on the show, right? Because I have a limited amount of time, right?
right.
So this is unfortunate, right? So I greatly apologize to the audience, right? So it is what it is.
Hey, TMO, do this. When you have a show, bring one person up at a time.
That's probably
That's what you
good
should.
policy. I tried to do a show with Buddha like that, but I don't know,
It didn't
like
work either.
yeah, like
I
where
don't.
me and Buddha like try to debate people about the technology issue, right? So we may do that in the future where we try to bring up one person at a time and then we ask them if they want to debate me or Buddha, and then we have
Yeah,
like a
and just be
one-on-one thing.
cordial, right?
Yeah,
I think it'd
exactly.
be better that way. Yeah.
I don't. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's hard. It's your show, but personally, like, I tend to go for like not cordial, but just as raw as possible. And then other people, they don't always like that. But it's not up to me on this show. But I'm just saying, it's like it's hard to decide, because because if we're afraid of if we're afraid of offending each other, then we're not going to get to the truth. So we don't want to be afraid of offending each other. You know what I'm saying? I want to be your friend. I want us to help each other, and I want us to support each other. But I'm not afraid of offending you, and I'm not afraid of you offending me, because that's work that needs to be done. So
I
I
respect
want to
that.
face that.
Absolutely.
I respect that. As long as if you let people talk, why not, right?
Yeah, talking over each other can't be allowed. You all know that. I mean, you have to be given our chances,
Right.
and then
Yeah.
chance to
Exactly.
respond. So that has to be enforced. But other than that, it's like I want to know who you are. I want to know what's inside your mind and heart. I don't want you to dumb it down or make it more polite or cordial. I want to know who you really are at the rawest way that you can express it. That's what I want personally.
Well, I respect that, and that's a little freaky, but I respect it.
Not in a weird way, sir, but just like you get it. You get it.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just busting your chops.
Yeah, but yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from too, and definitely we'll be doing the thing here, and I appreciate you guys wholeheartedly, and yeah, I appreciate Brown's boy too, but man, just like dude, like what the fuck, dude, like so fucking long time today, man, like fucking shit is just like egregiously
Dumb.
like just dumb, like for so long, right? So I don't know, like I don't know. So just like totally unnecessary. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. I mean, this is just a literal like maybe very minute introduction to a lot of stuff I think about Buddhism, right? In terms of I think those are some of the key passages that I read, right? In terms of looking at identity, looking at how there's no real, you know, um, status to either the self or external objects, right? Or this idea of causality is even pretty sort of mired in mystery and whatnot, right? So there's all of these types of stuff. Um, yeah, so other than the weird sort of psychological stress test when then people then evaluate my psychological performance and you can bite my balls, right? I really don't care, right? So
You can bite my balls, bitch.
yeah,
That's
no,
funny.
and I totally understand the thing about the thing that Mega Man is saying about the offended. Yeah, of course, those who are easily offended are easily manipulated, and we need to bring complex truths to each other that may or may not agree with points that the other person is making, but as long as we get it across respectfully, we get people to get all their points out, and so on and so forth, and we don't focus on personal issues, right? That would be very much preferable, and of course, I aim to going forward, I aim to create and foster a environment for that. But I will have you guys know the trolls will be maxed out for content, right? So if trolls call in, we will definitely max them out for content, right? And this may take an hour, right, up to an hour, right? So we may just put them on the screen for an hour so that we can make content with them, right? And then we'll move on to the rest of our material. But eventually we will move on to cohesive, coherent material that is on primary sources and texts that relate to the show, and the general topics that I bring up in the introductions, right? So yeah.
And that's all on Discord?
Oh no, that's here, but yeah, Discord.
Oh,
Yeah,
here
yeah,
and
we just have
Discord.
personal
Okay.
conversations in the Discord. Yeah, the Discord is posted in the the community post. You guys can come through and just talk to me there. We all talk over there.
I'm gonna have to get that.
Yeah,
I
for sure.
haven't got it
Yeah,
yet.
come through. Yeah, come through, man. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
You ended the night, or
Yeah. This is the end of the show. So if you guys want to say some closers and whatnot, I greatly appreciate you guys. I know Mega Man had like a presentation. Mega Man, when do you want to give that presentation? Because you have like a huge presentation you want to give. Maybe next time.
Well, I gave that already. Yeah, that I gave that before, and like if, anytime you got empty like space, I'm ready to talk. I've got
For
unlimited
sure.
supply
Yeah. Cool.
of speaking, ready to go at all times. So
Awesome. That's cool, man. I greatly appreciate you offering that because I greatly appreciate your words and your speech. They've had an impact on me so far, and definitely vibing to what you're putting down here, and we'll definitely be touching on a lot of topics of Eastern philosophy, so they heavily relate to some of your conceptions here, right?
that's great, and I'm still learning how to like temper myself so that that I don't just go on and on forever, and that I don't like try to take over. It's not my intention to take over. Just trying to help, be here to help and support.
Yeah, blessings,
I
brother.
just want to say, TML, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, excellent.
Mega Man.
What's up,
What
Wolf?
the hell? I can't read his name,
Yeah,
but
I have a closing remark.
I was
Sorry,
just
bud.
gonna say bye. I was just gonna
Yeah,
say
bye.
bye,
Yeah,
buddy.
I'm gonna say
Yeah,
bye.
peace, Wolfie.
He's like, fuck you, man.
Sorry, bud. I'm gonna go now. Yeah, I appreciate the stuff on Vasubandhu was great. TML, I hope your
Thank you, man.
stream thrives. You're great. You're very great. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, thank you for saying that. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you, Buddha. And yeah.
And from what I can see, it's not easy running a show like this. I'm glad I'm not the one having to do all that. So thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. It's like it's a great burden that you're, like you said. I mean, I can tell how much it means to you, and that that you're wearing yourself out to make this happen, and that needs to be recognized.
Yeah. Yeah, wildly unsuccessful so far. So I appreciate the people who put in time and get a value out of the streaming here, right? And yeah, I greatly appreciate your time, my friend.
Have you ever seen that movie, The Field of Dreams, with Kevin Costner?
No, I've not seen that one. No.
Oh, there was a movie. Maybe I'm a little bit older than you, just a bit. So there was a movie with Kevin Costner called The Field of Dreams, and I love baseball, and this is about baseball. And it was like the slogan of the movie was, "If you build it, they will come." Because a
Ah,
baseball player emerged from the cornfields, and he said, "If you build a baseball field in your backyard, which is cornfield, then I'll resurrect all these dead baseball players and bring them back, and we're going to play here." So it was like you have to you have to create a space which can support that thing that you're trying to build. That has to happen first, and then uh, what'll happen is that people who are interested in that will just magically show up here, and they'll magically start helping. So if you hadn't created that space first and made that space right, then no one's going to know where to go, and no one's going to have maybe nobody will even have a place to go. That's what it's looking like to me. I look around on YouTube and I say, there ain't nowhere to go. So then I'm looking at you and I'm saying, well, you better make a place for us to, that you better do better. You can do better. So that's what it is.
yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, thank you for believing in me that way. And yeah, definitely. Yeah, it reminds me of sort of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, or Wayne's World, right? Was that a line in Wayne's World? If you build it, they will come. I don't know. They might have stole that from this movie that you're talking about with Kevin Costner. So yeah, interesting.
Not sure on that particular slogan, but what I'm seeing is that I watch a lot of movies. I've seen all those movies, and like especially as a child, I
Yeah,
watched them. And what I'm finding is that those movies are kind of nudging us in the direction that we're going. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I appreciate that, man. And yeah, so to all the people, there's great hopes. Even though, as I've said, wildly unsuccessful show so far, right? The numbers are dropped and dropped and dropped. We've continued to get, banned, lose audience members, and so on and so forth. Obviously, everybody and their grandma is making a show of their own, right? So there's a great reason for us to consistently lose audience members and so on and so forth. And of course, there's lots of internal strife within our own entire program. For example, there's lots of people, entities, groups, right, either within or outside that wished to sabotage, right, and of course they've made it known that they wish to actively sabotage. So
Well, here's the problem with that is that I think that the people here in this group are probably the least likely of any people that I know that are gonna be able to, that are gonna be able to vulnerable to something like that. Like we see things coming, we know how to deal with things, properly. So, I'm not really worried about whatever comes at us. I ain't too worried because um, I don't think there's really I don't maybe it's just a feeling, okay, but I don't think there's anything really that I can't deal with and defeat. That's how I feel.
oh yeah, I think it's definitely logical that good will win out over evil, and that is one of the main reasons why I'm doing this show. Essentially for free. You know, people. People have given us like a few $100s while we're like doing this show, right? Like $20 from this person, $5 from this person, right? And of course, we've been on for 3 years, so that means that we made like maybe not that much, right? Doing this, right? So we've lost money, right? Because the StreamYard costs upwards of hundreds and hundreds of dollars per year to even facilitate, right? So we've put a lot more money buying microphones and cables and fixing our laptop and doing all of that stuff. So we put tons of money into doing this to bring you guys the tons of material, right? So obviously I'm not getting much out of this other than getting my name and face, right? And all of that plastered on hundreds of hate websites, right? So that is active, that has happened, right? The number of supporters we have, I can count on, I can count on my hand with my fingers, right? But the fact is that the number of haters we have are definitely in the hundreds. We've observed hundreds of them. So the fact is that there's literal groups of haters out here, right? So the fact is this, right? We are not deterred, right? One single bit, right? And I greatly appreciate the correspondence for the people that are out there. Obviously, we will be bringing a music show in like 10 days, right? Of course, we've had to limit the amount of music shows we do because of the censorship, right? But of course, we will be back on Saturday with a regular show. We kind of had a very irregular show today, right? But it still centers around one of the main topics, which is Eastern philosophy, and I greatly appreciate you guys' time. Yeah, exactly. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. And yeah, anyways, we have our friend here, Mega Man. Anything else, Mega Man?
No, just want to say thank you for welcoming me and for having
Of
an
course,
open
bro.
mind. And it's not like I was saying before. YouTube, for me, YouTube is just looking like a desert. I was not feeling welcome anywhere, and then when I came here, I felt like I was welcome, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you're a gentleman and a scholar, and I can already tell we'll be great friends, just like me and Brownsboy are. Me and Brownsboy are great friends. We've had little tiffs back in the past as well. But yeah, I agree, and definitely over Neurojack. So we fought about Neurojack before. So yeah, so this is definitely one of the first things we argued about. So I greatly appreciate you guys for joining us. There's a huge context to the information, and of course, me and Buddha are pretty much, as far as I can see, Buddha is one of the top experts, right, on Buddhism. I'm pretty well versed in world religions, right? I'll say that much. But of course, I'm no expert on any one religion, I would say. So, so of course, I lay my sort of quote unquote expertise out there out front as we conduct these inquiries. And of course, I'm not a philosopher. I'm not a sort of guru or a seller of spiritual lessons and and teachings and all that stuff. No, we are offering a critique of the world technological system, right? That is how we've been trained, right? Both in terms of philosophy, political theology, right, and other aspects of the issue, right? So that is how we tackle the problem. We have two shows, right? One is called The Machine Lies, and the other is called Holy Robots, right? Those present the show material for you guys, right? Where I touch on different philosophers, thinkers, religious attitudes, the intersection between technology and spirituality, religion and science. And of course, we talk about the great issues in terms of techno liberalism and its role in both the destruction of wild nature and the loss of traditions, right? And the instantiation of universalism or secular humanism, right? Which is basically uh, a compartmentalization of knowledge, right? And a separation from nature in the philosophical sense. And of course, we've provided tons of explanations. Recently, we're going over different explanations of man, right? That the transhumanists and the philosophers have conceived of, right, in terms of Western philosophy. And of course, we're comparing it to the achievements of the Eastern philosophers, and of course, we're looking at a history of you know um, human civilization, right? And of course, one of our main credos is the statement by Mumford that man is a symbol making animal, right? We distinguish this from the fact of man being a tool making animal, right? Okay, we believe that man's symbolic expression led to his proliferation of tools, right? And that tool making, right, is about a human approach to technology, right? And of course, we're talking about the human uses of technology and, of course, the technological use of humans, okay, which many have proposed, okay? And of course, we are living in an age where people have proposed that man will worship his own creations, right? Rebuild the Tower of Babel, right? Conquer space, control the bees and the birds and the fishes in the sea and the beasts that crawl on the land. Of course, we're living in an age of scientific hubris and, of course, the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? And this is a philosophy that deals with two ideas: chaos and emergence, and how they are set upon the world stage, right? And of course, I greatly appreciate you guys. There's hundreds of avenues I could go, and of course, you all know I could speak from here to Tuesday, right? And on a number of issues, right? So I won't take you guys up any more alleys here. We'll just go ahead and give you guys some music here. I greatly appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lies. And that's weird. Did he take himself? Oh yeah. Yeah. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lives. And I hope you guys have patience to clarity to see through the lies. And you can't kill what you can't see. And the first step to brainwashing is forced introspection. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And I greatly appreciate you guys. You can't kill what you can't see. And they say God is heard and not seen. What most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. And yeah, I hope you guys can. Yeah, thank you guys. Blessings. And I greatly apologize for the derailment today.
I want to say one last thing real quick as a closing, okay?
Of course, yeah.
This came up in an interaction that I had with someone, and then I started to realize that, you know what, I bet there's a lot of people who would agree. So there's a difference between truth and illusion. It's not all the same. So truth, it kind of, to make a long story short, I'll go into it some other time, right? It makes life better. It makes things better, makes the world better, makes me feel better. So it's an improvement. Truth is like an improvement, and illusion is like it's like a slow death. It's the opposite. It's a what do you call it? It's a destruction. So it's almost like the power is with me and my perception. If I want to say they're all the same, truth and illusion's all the same, so therefore I don't need to figure out which is which. Okay, that's fine, but I'm going to suffer. Nothing's going to go the way I want. I'm going to be delusional. I'm going to be escaping from reality, never actually truly seeing what's happening in my life, what's happening within me, never growing, never learning, just pretending all day long, pretending all day long. So if I understand that truth is that's what's going to make things better for me, and that it's different than illusion, and that I better get straight on which one's which, because one is killing me and the other one can save my life. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, excellent stuff, Mega Man. And yeah, you know, as I said, and here's a line by Lul. Actually, let me pull up on this if I can find. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me read this instead. This is from the Tao Te Ching, right? Um, because yeah, I'm wondering actually where did I put my technological society? I'll find out later because I'm actually trying to pull this up. But yeah, this is the last chapter here of the Tao Te Ching. It says, "Truthful words are not beautiful. Beautiful words are not truthful. Good people do not argue. Those who argue are not good. Those who know are not learned. The learned do not know. The wise never try to hold on to things. The more you do for others, the more you have. The more you give to others, the greater your abundance. The Tao of heaven is sharp but does no harm. The Tao of the wise is to work without effort."
It's all true.
Yeah.
That's I was telling someone in chat earlier. You know, we're trained on discipline, suppression, and discipline, and forcing ourselves to. I get up in the morning and I got to go to school. Think about it like a child, right? I get up in the morning, I got to go to school. I don't want to go. I don't want to get up early and go to school, but I have to. I have to force myself to get up, get ready, go and do all these. And I learned to force myself all day long. And so we think that that's the way to do things. That's the way to live. And what I'm finding is that living a better life, having more clarity, and truly improving yourself from within, it doesn't mean more work for you. It does not mean you do more work, try harder, have more stuff rolling around in your mind. That's not necessary. In fact, that's the opposite. Life should get easier, become more natural and easier, so that you don't have to worry about so many things all the time. So that you'll be I would imagine you'd be happier not to have to remember so much all the time, not to have to protect so much all the time, and just being able to just be natural, and not only being natural and unafraid. I don't mean like a stupid, like a clown behavior, but being natural, unafraid, and acting your best possible self, all of it. So it's supposed to be easier, and if it gets harder, if there's more things to remember, if there's more work that has to be done, and you're more tired at the end of it, that's probably not you're probably not in the right you're probably barking up the wrong tree. Those are signs that you may be barking up the wrong tree. I want us to be like our natural selves, and so that we can just be alive. We can be all of us can be completely alive together. Uh, nobody's running away from anything. Nobody's damaged from the past. and still struggling, in a way that they can never recover from, like permanently bleeding from trauma from the past. They can't fix it on their own. I don't want that anymore. There's a way. I think there's a way, if we're living right, if we're doing everything right, there's a way to get over things, to recover from the past in a way that we're not holding on to it anymore, and that it's almost like we're new. Every day is brand new, and the past doesn't affect us anymore, because every day is a brand new adventure, and we don't know what's going to happen, and we don't need to know what's going to happen, because we have so much courage to face the unknown that it doesn't matter what will happen, because we can rely on who we are to get us through whatever it is. And having that confidence is enough to quiet all of that thinking that I'm doing, trying to control everything and trying to worry about everything. That level of clarity and confidence is enough to just shut all that down and make it so that you could just be yourself, not worry about anything. That's how I think life is supposed to be, more like that. But we've gotten away from that, not just this lifetime, but we're going the wrong direction for thousands of years that got us to this point. That's how messed up we are. So let's please not tell each other, how great things are going, how smart we are, and all this stuff, because we escape from reality and we're going in the wrong direction. And we really have to face that if we want to change. Otherwise, we're just make excuses and just keep going on the same direction. And once again, we're not doing, from a bird's eye view, looking at things, the human consciousness, our well-being is not in a good state. Like, we're hurt and we're damaged and we're sick. And then at the same time, we're telling ourselves, oh, we're doing great. If we just do a little bit more, we can, we'll be okay. We're learning, but slowly. No, we're dying. We're dying, and we don't want to admit it. So it's going to take a lot of courage to come up here and say, guess what? You're not doing as good as you thought you were. Nobody's going to want to hear that. In fact, that's all I'm ever faced with all day long is, I don't want to hear that. But unfortunately, what I'm seeing is that relentless pressure, that relentless pressure of questioning somebody, not forcing somebody to be anything or to do, but that pressure of questioning these things. If we don't do that pressure, if we don't question these serious things, if we can't face these serious things, we'll continue to go downhill. And I don't want to, and I can only imagine the way I picture it. Life can go infinitely up or down, and we're kind of we're navigating that. We can make it get better, we can make it get worse.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you guys for joining. Please enjoy this replay. This is one I worked really hard on this replay. It cost me 2 days of sleep, pretty much. Right, so please go and check it out. I stayed up one night to complete this, and then another night I couldn't sleep. So, so hell of a week last time. But yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. Thank you, Mirror, for this excellent comment. Content. Yeah, I greatly appreciate that, sir. And thank you guys for joining, and sorry for the derails. But yeah, check us out next time. Here is our musical outro, and yeah, we'll be back on Saturday night with a regular stream, and of course I'll be starting that stream with a very important presentation. So join us then. Blessings.
I leave your cell grip, my can't be touched. Duke.
nigga.
I leave your cell grip, my food can't be touched.
Stupid nigga.
I leave your cell grip, my food can't be touched.
Anything PMD touch is going. Niggas be like slow flows flowing. Creep without you niggas know. From Brentwood Boondocks to Brooklyn, yo, my tuna. Blowing watts, so what's the deal, Hobbs? Paris Smith, I does this. No time to reminisce. And 9-6, blow the dice and let it roll, kid. 4, 5, 6. Posing for hardcore flicks and shit. Man, niggas on the dick.
I leave your cell grip, my food can't be touched. I leave your cell grip, my food can't be touched.
I got to represent, never hesitate. Niggas all quiet, bitched up like a convict. Yo, so what's the deal with the $1 million man? You know the hand the bends plus the green land. It ain't all about the loot. I does this for my troops. Put my niggas up on the real school. Got to represent mom. Word bomb. Run through lines of MCs like Rashawn, Salam, Ladon. Mad personality. My crew be catching casualties. So when you yes, y'all, you better watch who name you call it. Timber, you falling. Call him my name. Call him my fame. I've been off the scene, mowing the cut, hitting my bitch chain. Clocking the mental, keeping it simple, dropping the rhymes and flipping instrumental. That's how it's going down. For 1996 to motherfucking 2000. Too fast.
With no time left, security relinquished all control and let the gates up. So we stayed up walking stealthily down the corridor leading into a parlor room ornately decorated, displaying assorted text from time periods unrelated. So I asked the curator if the tech could be demonstrated. I'd like to see its purpose since some of the things were dated. He said that's impossible, the material's too valuable, its wealth is incalculable. He then asked me how I gained entrance, the area was barricaded. I looked at him, shook my head and made one motion. He's dead. His salty foam burst from his head. Then I opened up my pocket dimension and then threw him in it to get all of the evidence. It's on to stage 2 of this crime. Let's engage. Put on my refractive suit. Reach straight through the laser field. When I walk through the grid wearing this, it's like a prism shield. Remove all of the hardware, relocated it elsewhere. I did this so the room was bare. Adlib was watching the perimeter while I eradicated the remains of the area till there was nothing left to be read on the barometer. Heading to the extraction point, there was minimal resistance on this mission. All in all, an optimal circumstance. Somewhat non-reactionary since these actions vary. Somewhat non-reactionary since these actions vary. Somewhat non-reactionary since these actions vary. On one dark and stormy night, off the coast of Malibu, this urban blight had to strike on a deserted oil derrick. Painted Karen or nicknamed the ferret, no warning could prepare it. It had an auxiliary crew and some form of security. That doesn't mean a thing to me. It's all about this merchandise. This is what these people had. They intercepted the shipment on the way to South Leningrad. The shortcut stop in California led to their ultimate demise. Imagine their surprise when I come from the depth with this inhuman look in my eyes, glowing like an anglerfish, but instead of tentacles protruding from my skull were poisonous darts aimed at the left ventricle. The sound of death is horrible. That's fuck this. I'm not kicking a rap out Jack in the fool. Alright, just to let you know, those are 2 stories. And if you didn't know what you missed for the end, I basically jacked these dudes for their drugs and left and sold them elsewhere on Alvarado or something. There's nothing to that story at all. I was trying to make it sound very loquacious, if you will, to give it some kind of depth and feel, but really it was just a gangster rap in like Metal Gear format or something. It was stupid. You guys aren't going to regret that I didn't kick that verse. I'm not doing the beat justice. I'm going to let this beat ride out. This is ST 2003. See you later.
anytime you need like put a tap on a phone,
Or need to get out of the country really quick.
or scare the shit out of somebody, you know, you just give us a call. You give them a number.
Say you at the spot, say what's up. Say you on the line, give it up to me. Hopefully you have the right information that I seek. So I came over to you, said my name and you said yours. I need to know the right info. You burn up if you get too close. I'll burn you up if you get too close. Too close. Too close. I'll burn you up if you get too close. You said to me that you had it. Passed it over the table and then closed. I give you the money under the table. Then you wrote a bong and I pressed hold. I walked out in my car. I opened up an envelope, I took pictures. Passed them to my brother and he looked at them. Back to the lab to see what's up with them. Burn you up if you get way too close. Too close. Too close. Too close. Too close. You'll get burned up if you're too close. Too close. If you get too close. Too close. Too close. And I need help. That's why I call you for some answers. You'll burn up if you get too close. Too close. Too close. Too close. West Coast. Too close. Too close. My waist is too close for you, so I ask for help. If you could help me out, I will help you out. I'll burn you up if you get too close. I'll burn you up if you get too close. I'll burn you up if you get too close. Too close. Too close. Too close. To me now. Too close.
Why I'm very cautious with him because he does seem to have like a very particular like philosophical project or part of a philosophical project that is not Christian nationalism alone, right? Like there's like another ulterior part of that, right? And I think some of
Right.
people have their bets on what that may be or what that may not be, and I'm not going to say like I
Well,
know for
it's
sure, but it is interesting.
well, I think it's somehow linked to libertarianism and the entire idea because he debates this concept of libertarianism on the one end, but then it is related to the notion of the paleoconservative, idea. So it's interesting, right?
Yeah, and again, I don't really blame him in the fact that he's not overt with it because there are probably good reasons that you wouldn't want to do that. I mean, frankly, a lot of his audience are not capable of comprehending some of the things that he's, uh, suggesting, I would say, and again, that's not a knock on most people. Like, I myself and many other people, we don't really know. We kind of have to conjecture to some degree, but definitely to varying degrees, if that makes any sense. So, you know, um, some people have a better idea than others. I mean, when I see him, like, I definitely agree with you. Like, there's a huge undercurrent of libertarianism. There's a huge undercurrent of pragmatism. There's a huge undercurrent of, techno-liberalism for sure, as you put it.
Yeah, and then you have the idea where there's uneasy link between them and the accelerationists, right? Like Peter Thiel, and there you have the espousing of like Murray Rothbard and the fucking paleo libertarianism.
Yeah,
It's like
and
there's a
there's
lot of
some,
shit.
like, seemingly legitimate, and I know this is boring the shit out of everybody, but I do appreciate anybody who's sticking around, but, like,
Yeah, it is what it is.
yeah,
You
but
wanna get
this
down
is
with it.
I would say this is important, though. It's like
Yeah.
there is this kind of underlying, like, animosity between these people, but ultimately, like, their disagreements aren't big enough, in my opinion. Like, they're kind of like, in my personal opinion, they're kind of arguing over, like, what color should the Titanic be as it's going down in the water. Like, I think it looks this color, and I don't think that's the debate we should be having. You know what I mean? Like, um, you know, that's not what I'm interested in debating about, personally. Like, that debate was kind of like a farce in a lot of ways, where, like, they both have technical correct things, but ultimately they don't really have any plan to do anything about it. So, except for complain, which is not really, which again, you have to agree on reality first to some degree, but beyond that, there needs to be some sort of embedded, like, now what into it, I would say, and implying that, like, just general pragmatism is the answer, without any sort of foundational, like, morality or ethics or things
Yeah.
that you comprehend is not really the best way to go, I would say. Like,
Well,
you don't
let's
start with
face it.
pragmatism, so
Yeah, well, let's face it. They took all these extreme positions to draw in a large crowd of people that they were farming from all these like far right audiences, and now they've gone completely to supporting the status quo and even supporting Trump. So I think that's pretty upsetting for most people. That
well, and to defend Trump in such a way where it's like, I support him, but I don't support him all the way. It's like, well, then what are you really saying? You're not really saying much, right? Like, it's like, I support the war, but I don't support, like, endless war. And it's like, well, okay. So, I mean, I don't know. Again, it's really just like foggy language. And again, like, I appreciate the troll side of it a lot. I really do. But I just think people deserve better than that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think the audience is really picking up on the fucking, like, details. And I really wish they were. And if they are, they're not saying it in the chats that I'm reading. So, and the debates on Twitter between these people are not worthy of the subject matter that supposedly we're all interested in. I would say, like, the whole, war in Iran thing and all this, like, I mean, I have my own opinions about it. I think that it's a lot more complicated. I don't think it's purely about Iran and Israel, but clearly it's a lot about those two people. And I think that people are trying to, like, when they're saying, like, well, do you love PDF files? Like, you don't lead your argument with that. You know what I mean? Like, that's so bad faith. Like, because you're automatically saying, like, well, you can't disagree with me, or you're defending pedophile, or whatever the argument is trying to do. I mean, that's just a really low tier thing. And even within the argument, they both spoke past each other and could have totally demolished each other. And the fact that they didn't do that is what makes me the most, like, disappointed. Is like, they could have totally smashed each other's points and they just chose not to do that. And so it's like that, it's not a blood sports sport. I mean, it's not a blood sports debate at that point, in my opinion, right? So you have two giant wide opening, like, touchdowns, and they both just drop the ball. And I'm like, that's just very upsetting to me. So I just want to mention that.
When I look at Andrew Wilson, I just I'm not sure hypocrite is the right word, but I just think that he stands on Jesus and the principles of Jesus and the Bible, and at the same time, he has said that his whole moral compass is force doctrine. And whoever has the guns, whoever has the monopoly on violence, gets to make the rules, and we all need to do what they say. And this is just so, this is like the exact opposite of Jesus and the way he lived and the way he died. And he's just, and this is what people think a Christian is. This is modern day apologists, is someone who doesn't even understand the basic teachings of Jesus. I mean, it's insane. Now, admittedly, I don't listen to him often because when I have listened to him, he's always in bad faith, almost always.
Well, I'll say this really briefly. I mean, like, because I'm not trying to defend him or anything, but like, I think that, like, I can see how he's justifying some of what he's saying, but he's definitely leaning way too hard into, like, well, whoever has the power makes the rules. And it's like, if you're not going to go on the other side and say, well, this is a dangerous thing and we shouldn't be too jumpy into that, and, like, you know what I mean? Like, because here's the thing is, like, if that were really true, even if you believe that as a Christian, which would be problematic, I would say, as you said, well, you certainly wouldn't want to say that in front of your enemies and tell them that, like, well, if I get power, you're all gone, right? Like, then your enemies are going to fight 10 times harder so you don't get power. See what I'm saying? Like, there's a whole Machiavellian aspect that is not even really being acknowledged in the premise of the statements and the debate itself. So again, who is the debate for, and why are they debating these topics in these ways? And that's kind of where I'm coming from, is like, well, if you really wanted to grab power and do these things, why would you say all this out in the open, right? Like, you wouldn't go and tell your enemies, like, well, wait till I get power, you're all done for. It's like, why wouldn't you just take the power and not say that out loud? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand it. That doesn't really seem to make sense to me either, right? So I just want to say that, like, as part of, like, where I'm coming from, because I understand what you're saying, but he kind of is trolling with that too. Like, he kind of wants people to attack him on those grounds of what you're saying, where I think he's trying to purposefully rage bait people to say that's not real Christianity and blah blah blah, and then he'll say, "Aha, see, you want everybody except for Christians to be in power," and he does have a point in some ways like that. I can see. So again, he's a very smart debater.
Well, I'm an anarchist, so that wouldn't even work on me.
Well, that's the thing, is he hates anarchy, and I mean, I come from a somewhat anarchist bent in some ways, but I'm also a Christian, right? So, like, I can see different things. Like, ideally we would have a king, but also I'm very skeptical of having a king because kings have led a lot of people astray. I mean, me and Michelle were talking about the Crusades. Like, the Crusades were a disaster for Christianity, in my opinion, right? A total disaster, as far as I understand it. Now, I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't think the Crusades were about what most Christians think they were about at all, right? And so you skip over history and then use those things that you kind of skip over to justify your beliefs. It's like, that's not Christianity, I would say. Like, you need to kind of know your shit, if you're going to go and make these, like, historical and political and religious claims. I'm just saying, like, I think thoroughness and honesty is going to be important. Again, unless you're just trying to be Machiavellian, in which case you wouldn't be saying all these things out loud, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Well, here's why I think, or how rather, Andrew Wilson justifies his nonsensical contradicting positions, is because I just think he's a coward and a sellout. That's what I think it comes down to. And, he's basically said, if you come across someone with a gun, you have the right to do someone with a gun. or do what the person with the gun says to do. And he didn't only say this, he was basically screaming this at the other person, whoever he was debating. And I basically heard him say this every time he talks about rights. You know, they're non-existent. Men enforce rights, which doesn't even make any sense.
Well, it makes sense from a certain point of view, but I don't know that it's a Christian point of view. And see, this again is where these ideas get conflated, where it's like, because like rights don't exist in Christianity per se, but definitely like they're kind of implied somewhat within the ethics and morality in the Bible, right? Like there is a standard. Now, how we're going to apply it may be debated, but there is a standard, right? So it's a very slippery slope, right? And again, I think this is where mingling your Christian morality into politics, it's just going to be a dicey game. And if you're not referring to the Bible explicitly, or your your saints or something, it's just going to only get more slippery from there. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of the game that we're all playing, I would say. You know.
Well, they're kind of playing like this sort of interesting game, because at the one hand they're denying the concept of universal rights that is espoused in terms of classical liberalism, right? But on the other end, right, they are not divorcing themselves from moral duties, right? So they say we have duties but not rights. So they smuggle this concept in. So you're still responsible in a way, right? So they haven't dismissed the concept entirely. They're just calling it by a sort of deontological premise that's based on Kantian ethics in response to classical liberalism, right? So they think they're making a very slick move, but it's actually not that special of a move.
Well,
duties to the state and society is what they think.
Right.
Sorry, I just saw this thing in the bottom here, Scamdrew Show. I mean, again, like I don't want to beat up Andrew Wilson too much, because like, you know, I do think, again, like to call him an idiot or a liar or a bad guy, like even if you believe that, like he has the ear of hundreds of people at least, if if not thousands of people. So, you know, like I don't want to underestimate his influence, you know, at the very bare minimum. And again, like some of what he says is true. A lot of what his wife says is true. Like I don't want to throw everything out, but like they are smuggling in some shit that people should be aware of, right? And again, you know, maybe they're not aware of the pitfalls like of some of what they're saying. Like, you know, Andrew Wilson is not a PhD philosopher. So like he may be unaware of some of these things that he's smuggling in. You know, like I don't want to call him stupid either though. So you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what his intention is, right? Fully.
Well, I mean, there's people like Jay Dyer that have literally been espousing things like tag and all these things way before he has.
Yeah, well, and that's
the thing. Like, Andrew Wilson's goal is to make money.
Right.
That's his goal.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right. Charm is more dangerous than truth.
Yeah. But this may be a form of argumentation, right, about Christian ethics, right, that they've borrowed from Calvinism, right? So this is also true, right? It's,
well,
you know, they're
Nick Land
rehashing
directly
things
calls
and
it.
whatnot.
Sorry to interrupt you, but Nick Land directly calls it. He's like, it's Calvinistic Gnosticism, and that's what Nick Land promotes, right? So again, I'm not saying that they're Nick Landian accelerationists, but there is some overlap, right? And I don't think that people should just like gloss that over either. See what I'm saying? Like where there's overlap, you know, it's worth exploring. You know what I'm saying? Like Nick Land is basically like the philosopher of the tech giants, and if we're against tech, like it would behoove us to understand like what this guy's saying, even if it's all bullshit, right? It could all just be a bunch of nonsense, but he's talking about like Calvinistic Gnosticism and how that's like the underlying structure. And you know, I don't know if that's true, but I mean, I've seen enough smoke that I want to double check and see like if shit's on fire or not, you know, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get off. It was good talking to you all.
Appreciate you, Dom. You're always
Yeah, peace, Dom.
All right, good night.
Good night, man. Let's just play some of this Rachel Wilson thing, see what they say. I'll be right back.
History versus common sense. You guys can decide for yourselves. It's funny because I was talking with my manager on the way over here and we were laughing a little bit because the irony of this debate is she would not be standing here, with all due respect. She would not be getting paid to debate me if not for feminism. That's not an opinion, everybody. That's a fact. She would not have been paid to write her book if not for feminism and the people that work really hard to give her the opportunity to do this. Now, listen, I don't care how much money she's getting paid. I don't care how much money her husband makes. The fact of the matter is that she wouldn't be here if not for feminism. Again, not an opinion, fact. I've never been called a feminist before. I've been called a lot of things by a lot of people. Never been called a feminist because I don't think I am one. I'm just somebody that doesn't like to tell other people what to do with their lives, man or woman. Who am I to tell a woman, you should stay at home? You shouldn't be in the workplace. You shouldn't have kids after 30. No, I want people to live their lives and do the things that they want to do because life is short. What right do I have, man or woman, to tell you what to do with your life? Now, I'm not really sure, and I'll ask Rachel this question. What does this country look like for her? Does she not want women to work at all? Does she want us to be a third world country like Afghanistan where women are not allowed to work? Now, you're going to hear this word a lot in this debate. No, it's not going to be Donald Trump. But you're going to hear the word hypocrisy a lot. Because Rachel's made decisions in her life because of feminism. Rachel's had the opportunity to get out of relationships because of feminism. It wasn't even that long ago where women were in abusive relationships, but they weren't allowed to get out of those relationships. I don't care about someone's personal life. I don't care how many baby daddies they have. I don't care how many ex-husbands they have. It's not my business. But in this debate, it is my business because she's telling other people how they should live their life. Why is it okay for her to do that, but not others? I defer.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We're going to kick it over to Rachel for her 5-minute opening as well. Rachel, I have the timer set for you. The floor is all yours.
Well, thanks for coming, everybody, and being here. It's great to see so many faces, and all of you online watching, thanks for your support. Thank you to Andrew for giving me something beautiful to look at in the front row. A whole straw man opening is brand new for me, but that should be fun. So for my opening, the topic of the debate is, has feminism been good for women and children? I'm glad we're talking about this because the whole reason I do this is that feminism has destroyed the lives of children. So let's talk about the promises of feminism, what it told women and children it was going to do, how they got suffrage passed, how they got the whole agenda passed. It was supposed to provide women with safety, equality, and happiness. Let's look at the last 100 years and see if feminism has delivered on any of those promises to women and kids. So after no-fault divorce became kind of the law of the land starting in the 60s and spread across the country, we changed all of society. Prior to 1950, there were only about 2% of kids living with single parents in a single parent home. Now that number is over 40%. Contrary to popular belief, women were allowed to leave abusive and dangerous marriages prior to no fault. No fault divorce didn't mean no divorce. It just meant you have to have a reason. So in the year 1900 alone, there were over 55,700 divorces granted to women for reasons like abuse or abandonment. Now you can just get one because you're not feeling it anymore. So what we have is broken homes, and the effects of broken homes on kids are extremely well explained in the data across all the data sets, and they're very consistent over time. So after this big wave of divorce in the 80s and all these newly single parent homes, children experienced a lot of destabilization in their lives, which put them at risk for everything you can think of. From, let's take a look at this. Fatherless homes account for children. 90% of kids who are homeless come from a fatherless home, 85% with behavioral disorders, 75% of kids in substance abuse treatment centers, 88% of kids who are committed to psych wards come from broken homes. If you look at abuse of all kinds, all the data sets show that kids who are living with a single mom and their partner are at the highest risk, more than 10 times more risk than children who are living with both married biological parents. Also for women, domestic violence didn't go away because of no-fault divorce. It shifted to cohabitative relationships. So the domestic violence rate dropped for married couples, but it skyrocketed for cohabitating couples. You are at 40% higher risk of getting abused by your boyfriend than you are your husband if you live with your boyfriend. So much for safety, I guess. What about equality? Well, men still do all the dirty, dangerous, difficult jobs. 92% of all work deaths are men. 90% of all infrastructure jobs, the essential infrastructure jobs that run everything you see here, are done by men. Women get less time for the same crime. Men get 30% longer sentences. Women get 40% more probation than sentences for the exact same crimes as men. Single mother households dominate welfare. 85% of SNAP money goes to women, to single moms. And if you look at welfare and out-of-wedlock births on a graph, they go up in tandem over the last 70 years together. So what about happiness? Are women happy? Well, unfortunately, no. We now have 26% of all American women are on at least one psychiatric drug. There's been 2 major studies done on women's happiness since sexual liberation. The paradox of declining female happiness and a follow-up study called the female happiness paradox. Both data sets across time, culture, economic status did not matter. Women's happiness has decreased both absolutely and relative to men. So in summary, no, feminism didn't deliver on its promises. It hadn't made women and children safer or happier. It made them more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation by removing the men that have the most interest in protecting them, and that would be their own fathers and their own husbands.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We will jump into the rebuttals. These are 5 minutes as well. Brian, I've got.
Well, the first thing I noticed is that they've kind of like given this like ontology to feminism. Like feminism is like this external thing that has like a real ontology to it or something. That's kind of what sticks out to me. Like, I don't know what you think about that, but
Yeah, I was waiting for her to say her main talking point, which is, and obviously they have defined, feminism, and she's saying that, it, or they would say similar to how we were hearing on the previous panel, how you and the other guy were saying that's gynocentric now, right, and so on and so forth. So so in terms of that, I think that she didn't say her main point, which is that it's men who instituted all these laws and all that stuff. She kind of said it when she said that, it's men that are going to work and dying for us at a larger rate, right? But yeah, it's largely men who have instituted these laws, right? So I mean, it's men who are the feminists, right, or so to speak. It's not women's fault, right? Even if there is feminism, that's not the women's fault, right? That's the men's fault, right? Wouldn't it be, right? Because she's saying that the men control society, right? Because she believes in patriarchy or whatever, right? So I mean, the truth behind her own ideology is that the men instituted these liberal laws to try to liberate their own women and then enslave themselves, right? And I think like that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? That's not actually what happened, right? Like that's not, it's actually like what the other guy said. He said, you'll be a third world country if you don't let the women work, right? Because once you have industrialization, you need women to go to work or else half of the society won't function correctly, right? So, I mean, it's not really by choice that we've instituted any of these things, right? It's not some sort of moral play that happened, right? So I don't know. So I think that's all just, I think there's a lot of weirdness going on. It's obviously false dialectic that they're drawing on and to have a fake debate.
Right. Yeah. That's a really good point. And yeah, well, it's kind of performative in the setup because you have a male feminist and a female anti-feminist. So,
Right. Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of interesting. Like, that's kind
Yeah.
of what I mean. Like, it's a kind of weird. Also, like,
Yeah.
he's got like the Amish like beard or something. Like, I don't know if that's like a signal or
Yeah.
something, but I don't know.
Yeah. Another thing you'll see them do a lot is the black conservative versus the white liberal. Right. They'll do that a lot.
Right.
It's like some,
Right. Yeah. I mean, we need some right wing Jews versus like left wing Jews too. Like,
I know. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Right.
I have this funny picture. It's like there's like it's like a picture of like the donkey and the elephant. It's like gay liberal Jews versus like liberal Jews or something like that. I just thought that was pretty funny. It's like pretty interesting. Like war Jew versus like gay Jew or something. I don't know if I can get away with that, but kind of a funny thing. Like, dude, the amount of comments against Andrew Wilson, I was honestly surprised. Like, he has like so much people saying like, "Oh, he's a Jew and he's he's a shill for Israel," and like, there's definitely an argument there. It's just funny. Like, I wouldn't expect like that level of like
Yeah.
vitriol overnight on him. Like, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, because he literally said it's okay to support PDFs. It's okay to bomb a country because we suspect that they're PDFs hiding in there. It's okay to kill their children. But then on the other end, you basically have to sit here and support the guy who's linked to all of this type of stuff and
Well,
the call for yeah.
It's almost like based in the sense where it's almost like white Sharia or something. It's like, and that's kind of why I was saying, like, I think it's a troll in a sense where it's like he's kind of doing like white Sharia honor killing, and like that's kind of what Rachel Wilson's doing too. It's like, the reason I say that is because like the alt right used to like made up that term. Like one of my favorite guys from that made that up, and then Tom knows about that too, and then Rachel was like Owen Benjamin was a big proponent of like white Sharia. So again, it's just kind of interesting. Like these ideas are not new, right? But he's kind of alluding to them in like a sneaky way. So it's like it's pretty interesting. He's like, well, you want them to be alive to get raped by PDF files, and it's like, I mean, first of all, like that's a massive argument to put forward. But then on the other side, it's like, so what? Like honor killing is good now or something? You know what I mean? Like there's like all these subtle implications that just don't get picked up on. Do you see what I'm saying? And like I was half asleep and I caught onto it and I was like, whoa, that's kind of weird. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of embedded. I mean, talk about the tag argument. I mean, like, what are you implying, Andrew? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Where it's like, Muslim bad, but you're like, well, Noahide or Sharia, white Sharia or Christian Sharia is good. It's like, okay, so you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to like get at? It's like, it's kind of like you want to bring back biblical law or something, but because your team's good and the other team's bad because like they want the biblical law too, but they want your shit too or something. I don't know if that makes sense, but like that's kind of like the little subtleness that I was kind of picking up on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially, defending PDF stuff and then basically defending Israel. So I think that's why a lot of people are very much opposed to his stance, right? Because that's what it overtly is what he's doing, right? He could be dancing around the subject and giving a bunch of political talking points, whereas he's distancing himself from the behavior, right? Whereas saying that, oh, well, if we support this, it'll bring about this end result, right? But the fact is that, in order to get to that end result, you literally have to support, and I think this is what, Owen pointed out, is that, you're allowing one country to have nukes, you know, destroying children in another one in the name of saving children, which doesn't even make any logical sense. So he lost badly, right? The only thing he got him on is a technicality
Right.
that Owen can't prove the allegations, right?
Well, and that's the kind of slippery slope again, where you're saying like, well, and again, this is kind of like what me and Pilliter talk about with like the whole white nationalist movement, and I would argue the Christian nationalist movement is like, well, in order to save Christianity, we have to be willing to kill Christians. It's like, okay, well, or in order to save white people, we have to be willing to kill them, and that sounds absurd, but if you look deep enough, like there is kind of this thing, and it's like, in order to save children, we must be willing to kill them, and it's like, yeah, I guess technically you can argue like that's going to happen in a war, but again, to like flippantly say that is not really making a strong case in your favor. You know what I mean? So, you know, like, so are you intentionally trying to bring psychopathic people to your party or what? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of what I'm saying is like,
yeah. And then his positions on Israel are not really that clear. It's obvious that the Orthodox Church, that exists in Russia, right, and also Putin and all of his cronies and all these types of people, and also Trump, they're heavily in support of Israel, right? And so the fact is that Trump is not Christian, and he's not. So this is a claim that Wilson has made several times, that Trump is defending Christianity, right? Which makes zero sense at all, right? It's one thing to say that, Trump is bringing about some sort of conservative values, which then support some sort of Christian ideal, right? But, to basically deny the fact that, he's directly involved, right, with PDFs, right? Whereas you could basically prove that he's directly involved with PDFs. He basically said that the Ayatollah Khomeini is a PDF, and he said the entire country of Iran is PDFs. This was the claim that he made. So it was incredibly unfounded, right? And also Rachel Wilson
he shifted the definition of PDF really quick, and then nobody caught on to it. That's kind of a big part of what I had a problem with. Like, you shifted the definition and then like moved past it without noticing. Both sides didn't notice that. I was like, that was pretty weird. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Because he's like, well, Epstein wasn't technically a PDF file because they were like 16, 17. Then he's like, well, these people are PDF files because they were marrying 13 and 15-year-olds. And it's like, well, I mean, now you want to get nitpicky with the definition. And then, so, like, is that technically what that means? Like, you see what I mean? Like, they get technical sometimes, but then other times they don't get technical. And I think that's just very interesting. Like, they definitely pick and choose when to get technical with definitions and when not to, I would say.
Yeah, but just to elaborate his positions on Israel, he's claimed that we should not support Israel because Christianity does generally not support Israel, and the concept of Jewish magic blood and them rebuilding the temple and the Messianic Christian groups that want to rebuild the temple. But then he's also talked to a Jew online and said we should send Christians to Israel so that more Christians will support Israel. Okay, and then he's also said online right now that it's better to support an active move that is totally dictated by defending Israel, right, in order to get us involved in a war overseas, right? And then, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? So I think he's, as I've said, both the Orthodox Church and his entire organization, I wouldn't be surprised if he's funded heavily by Jews, right, and whatnot. His entire organization, right? So this is obvious, and of course he's been on, people like Piers Morgan who have been funded by, Murdoch and other prominent Zionists, and so on and so forth. So he's not, averse to going on those types of platforms.
Yeah, and look, I mean, again, it all comes back down to pragmatism, right? And again, I'm not saying this to like excuse it, but I'm saying like he's kind of like drawing people into pragmatism, like, well, we shouldn't really help Israel, but at the same time, like these Muslims are scary. And so, and again, like I get it. Like, of course you can, that's an easy thing to say, but it's like, is that the honest thing to say? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, like, I don't know. It's like, it's just kind of like speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Cause he said it very, he kind of like very strangely argued like, well, I can't remember exactly what he said, but when we review it, it'll come back to me. But he said some very subtle things, like about whether Christians should do this or whether they should do that or whether they should get involved in that or this. And he's like, well, I don't really support the war, but like, and then Owen said, well, like, would you support ground troops? He's like, oh, that's a step too far. It's like, I mean, it's a very arbitrary line to draw, right? Especially from like a Christian standpoint. It's like, well, if I shoot bombs through a ship to a place and people die, that's cool. But like, if people have to go and like do it face to face, well, I don't know. That's a little weird. It's like, that's a very arbitrary line to draw, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, that has nothing to do with a Christian argument about a justified war or not, right? So like, let's just be honest about that first, right? Like, if we're going to have a pragmatic debate, that's one thing. And if you're saying, well, Christianity and political power don't always have to be 100% aligned, then it's like, well, then you're not a Christian nationalist. So, how you get power and why you have power and what power you have, like, they're all related, right? So you kind of have to answer all these questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, they should have it in the thing where the people, who support just bombing a random country because you want to support Israel, which is full of PDFs and whatnot, right? Then whatnot, maybe they should be, maybe they should send these pussies to the front line first, right? The people who decide that we should go and bomb some random country and put troops on the ground and stuff, they should send these people in first. Honestly, if they're so gung ho about it, let them go die on behalf of what they believe in.
Well,
that's
that's always been my argument. Is like, look, if people want to put their own lives at risk, like, I'll probably follow that person. If they're not willing to do it, like, don't be surprised if you don't see me running behind you. It's like, like, and it's not about cowardice. It's like, I don't want to be sold like martyrdom for a cause that is nothing.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. The fact is that none of these tough guys, right? None of these pussies will actually go and die for their beliefs, right? That's the fact behind it. They all want other people to go and die for what they believe in while they sit comfortably and get paid on YouTube. Fucking incredible, right?
Right, and again, that's not even necessarily only at Owen Troyer or Andrew Wilson or Alex Jones. That's just like the general problem with these debates is like, dude, I've been talking about war since I was 14 years old, and all these wars began, and even before that, like the Gulf War as a kid, we used to talk about it a lot, and I've always been very skeptical of this stuff. And it's like, you don't see there was like a few years where they had like a little bit of libertarian traction talking about what is a just war, right? But that's the thing. It was always framed in a libertarian, non-aggression principle way. And they're still relying on that, but they're not even saying that overtly. They're not using this like weird libertarian thing overtly. So they're kind of smuggling that back in. And a lot of people just don't see that, and a lot of people also, like, even if you point it out to them, they don't understand why that's important, right? And I think that's a very strange thing, is like the only argument against war that they're using is like a libertarian principle. Because they know that that's like a weak, I mean, frankly, it could be a strong argument, but they're arguing it from a weak direction where they're not stating what they're really saying. And I think it's like, well, why would you do that unless it's to either one, trick people, or two, to justify some bullshit war that you don't really fully believe in, right? So that's kind of my argument about the whole situation, is like, it just seems like there's some other ulterior motive embedded in the philosophy, right? So, maybe people don't care about that, but like, it's pretty obvious if you kind of understand the words that they're using, and again, that's not what this debate here we're watching is about, but it's very, I don't know. It's very subtle. It's a lot of subtle points here. I'll play a little bit of this. I'll be right back. I'm just play this for a few minutes.
And I've got the timer set for you. The floor is all yours.
The word would be hypocrisy. Rachel just talked about abuse, divorce. I want to be very clear with what I'm about to say. It is normally not my business to talk about how many children you have, how many ex-husbands you have. But when you have somebody to my left who wants to tell other women how to live their lives, I'm going to bring this up, and I'm going to bring up some studies. Now, Rachel has 3 baby daddies. Why is that important? Well, Guzzo and Firstberg's study says that if you do have multiple
what in the
baby
world?
daddies, family has higher stress, more likely to have more mental health issues, the things that you claim that you care so much about. I do as well. The Dorius study, lower income and families most likely in children have a lower education rate.
He's literally disproving his own point.
Talked about physical violence.
Like, he literally just disproved his own point by bringing up her personal details. I mean, it's such a low level attack. Like, honestly, dude, like, the thing is like, you know, even if she does do all those things, what does it have to do with feminism? And then while you're attacking her, you're admitting that her doing all these things ended up worse for her. So it's like you're actually admitting that, you know, her point is right, that you shouldn't have 3 baby daddies because you're saying it caused her more stress and all this shit. It's just a ridiculous point. It's like shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, it is very that was a very strange like turn that he just did there for sure. Like,
yeah, like, what does that have to do with defending or not defending feminism? Nothing. Like,
well, and that's kind of what's interesting is like I think that there would be real attacks you could put on Rachel Wilson about some of the stuff, but a lot of these attacks are not I gotcha really. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that's what's so interesting again about it is like, I mean, a lot of the attacks are funny, I would say, but they're not like that biting. You know, like that was like you said, a pretty poor, you know, attack on her in my opinion. You know, so
gimmicky, and she laughed at it like almost like she knew he was gonna say it. Like, it's like, you know, it's very like I don't know. It's like drama debate time. It's like fake debate shit. I don't know. You know, like, watch her not even say like, no, that's a personal attack. Like, they don't care about shit like that anymore. They're literally doing a drama debate for gimmicky, weird popularity points.
high school, yeah, that's what Polluter always says. It's like a big high school thing. I'm not gonna play much of this, but I just wanted to play a little bit of this because I'm gonna let you take over and play whatever you want to play for a minute. I just need 5 minutes to jump off for 1 second, and if you want to share your screen, I want to show you this before I do that though.
We haven't forgotten Rome destroying the temple, Titus in 70 AD, and you will be destroyed and nuked and burned to the ground. God's going to curse you. And these are prominent rabbis. 99% of Americans don't even know about Titus sacking your temple. Most people in America and stuff were Germans and French enslaved by the Romans too in England. Like, if you want to demonize the Romans all day, you're going to just say because we're the new Rome, we all deserve to die?
When the Messiah comes, Rome will be nothing.
Until then. Zohar says that
It
they're
looks
going
like
to go
toilet
down hard.
Yeah, it did. Oh, this looks kind of like Tolobor too, though.
For how they treated us over the last 2,000 years, for the destruction of the Second Temple and how they treated us, Hashem's going to take them down hard. He's going to humiliate them on the world stage, Western countries. Aces, Edom. I'll take that one. That's what I want to see.
Meaning they're going to get killed in the end because God is going to go on the side of probably China, wipe out the whole West. Why? Because of the destruction of the Second Temple, which is still a debt they never pay. And because of the persecution. You know, all that persecution that just comes through. It's still a bill. It's still a bill that has to get paid by the West.
Hashem now is going to close the accounts with every person, every nation, every leader, everything. Now Hashem is paying the bills.
God will take revenge against all the Gentiles, descendants of Esau, what we call today Christians,
for the Holocaust, for the Inquisition.
So what's interesting about this again is like I told you, it's like the Rome versus whatever the fuck. You see what I mean? And so
Yeah.
this is the whole psyop. It's like Rome
Yeah.
versus the J and the pagan versus the Christian and it's like it's all kosher. I mean, let's just be honest.
Yeah, and
like
you
it's
could
all kosher.
you could literally go to Adam Green, his oldest videos on Odyssey, right? As soon as he made the switch from YouTube to BitChute, right? And then to Odyssey, he started making these rabbi clip videos that were saying that basically Edom is going to be wiped out and all this stuff. These clip videos are like way older than 3 years old. And Alex Jones was accused of gatekeeping the information at the time. So it's really odd to see him make this shift publicly now, right? Because he has turned
3 days before his whole shit gets shut down.
Yeah, because he literally said, right, that the Jews did 9/11, and then he turned around and fucking said it's the Saudi Arabians and the Chicons, and he had Jerome Corsi and Steve Pachenik on his show supporting Israel. Okay, and he had Jack Posobiec and all these people supporting fucking Israel and shit. And then he moved then to totally do a 180, exactly as Neuro said, 3 days before the Jews literally shut him down and go, oh,
Right.
well, the Jews have been the problem the whole entire fucking time. Holy smokes.
Well, and his son was just on a major podcast, the Hodge twins or whatever, and again, it's funny, you have the black conservative, as you said, and he's sitting next to a black guy who's his co-host, and he's like sitting there and he's like, Trump stabbed my dad in the back, and that's why we're tired of Trump. And it's like, okay, well, you also spent 10 to 15 fucking years telling everybody that Trump's the good guy and he's the white hat and blah, 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 blah. So like, why, like, how can we trust anything that you people say? Because you know what I mean? You've been fucking wrong. Whether you're telling the truth or not, you've been wrong, right?
And
So it's
by
like,
the way, it's a whole slew of people that we're looking at. Not only Alex Jones, but also Giorgiani, Jay Dyer. They're all coming out and saying that they've either been exposing the alt-right or they've been knowing that the alt-right was a setup this entire fucking time, or all sorts of weirdness, right? So it is a circus right now, right? Because they are doing a 180 on all the psyops that they've laid down since 2020.
yeah,
So,
like you said the other day, cashing in those KKK casino coins or whatever. It is kind of like that, you know. And again, like I don't want to throw
Conspiracy
people under the
coins.
bus, but like they're certainly throwing us under the bus. So it's like, look, dude, like if you guys want to be real, but like don't pretend that you guys have like been right all along and that we're deluded and we're crazy. It's like, see, look, there he is calling out ortho bros or whatever. It's like, you know, well, whatever, you get the idea. Like he did like a mega debate channel thing Dyer did. And like I didn't watch any of it, but it's just funny. It's like, dude, you cannot go up there and debate these people. They're not, co-opting everything. Like Hostile Hyperborean said, it's like, look, dude, like just be real for once in your fucking life. Like if it's the last thing we do is like, just be a little bit real about what you're selling to people, you know, I would say, but that's just my personal opinion. But take over for a minute. I'll be right back. I got to do something. I'll be right back. Just play, let's play a little something. I'm trying to get some more people in here too. So give me a few minutes. Be right back.
We called this out literally like 6 months ago that Ian Carroll is an obvious plant, and now this guy's doing a story on it. So yeah, there's that.
I mean, yeah, and you know, Ian Carroll is just such a strange person. Like he literally just appeared out of nowhere looking like Spec Ops from fucking Call of Duty or whatever. I mean, it's like insane.
Yeah, so let's see what's on the boob tube.
Oh, I sent you another clip. You might want to look at it from Twitter too, by the way. So no, you don't have to, but I sent you another clip you might be interested in. It's Richard Spencer saying the end of history, how Christianity is destroying the Aryan race. Our fundamental issue is spiritual. Jacob versus Esau and why we hail Apollo. Again, right back to Troy, which is Apollo comes from Troy. Right back to Rome. Again, it's just the same shit over and over and over again. The pagans are Apollo and the Christians are a false god and Jews are the false god. And it's like, it's just like, dude, it's the same fucking thing in every little niche. It's like you sell one niche to one group of people, you sell a different niche to other people. It's like it's just kind of gay, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, so Host Day was live. Let's see what he had to say. We're taking a little break from our normally scheduled content to bring you some fucking gay shit that's on.
Been beat up by girls, I think. So now it's your turn.
Do you know what I did to my abusive ex fiance?
Oh my lord!
You heard that story?
Who's he? Is he in the
I
Lord?
didn't know you had one.
Statute of limitations run out yet?
So he came at me, and we were living. This is when I was still sleep tech at the hospital, and he came at me aggressively, and I just had enough of it. And so, not to say that like I let him, necessarily touch me that much, but I came at him at the waist, like it was just like self-defense kicked in. And he's 6'4", and you guys all know I'm like about a little over 6 foot, pushing 6'1". Anyway, so he came at me, I hit him at the waist, picked him up and literally just hauled him up over my head, and he like landed.
Yeah, I bet that was Stephen David that she did that too. Fucking.
Would you infer
hilarious.
that? Nobody said
I mean,
that.
I'm just giving
She
clear
didn't mention who it was, but she said it was her ex-boyfriend. But-
signs that I'm creating boundaries
Yeah,
about,
that's fine.
right?
All I was doing was making sure you understood the scripture that you're trying
we're
to
good.
rely
We're
on.
just,
I don't think you understand.
Approach with anything. I'm not saying you're a bad person, bad guy. I just say that in this space, I would include you in spaces where I would not divulge a certain level of info.
Wow. All right. Well, none of that seems cogent. Let's just go to something else. I don't see a Hurricane Peril there at all, even though he's on the cover of it. And look at this. Look at this really just, I mean, honestly, limp-wristed philosophy. It says, I have come to believe that the whole world is an enigma, a harmless enigma that is made terrible by our own mad attempt to interpret it as though it had an underlying truth. So all you have is your ability to interpret things. It's literally like the dumbest philosophy I've ever heard. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But yeah, that seems totally limp-wristed nonsense, right? Right? Oh, the universe is a harmless enigma. What the fuck, dude? Like, that sounds boring as fuck. Like, you want to know what what's a harmless enigma? Like an airport like conveyor belt. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know. What the fuck is going on with this fucking Tard's stream? Yeah, Lilith did not have very nice things to say about us. But yeah, let's watch some of his stuff. I don't know, I'm not seeing a stream here.
Was the Agawat, the eighth sphere, the realm of gnosis, the realm of awakening.
The Agnod.
There, in the ancient language up there, the word Utlant actually means foreigner, which is kind of interesting. So the ancient Egyptian word that represented the foreigners from the root civilization, from the Zep-Tepi, the first times, the primordial island that sunk.
The primordial island, folks. I don't think islands can be primordial. Like a primordial motherfucking island, bro. like I don't know. But yeah. Like, don't islands form from shit? Like, it's fucking crazy, man. But yeah, fucking this shit is primordial, man. Oh yeah, I think I saw like John D or some other cracker over here. Let's see where it is. What? Damn, I lost it. All right, let's just go to this spot. See what's going on here. Jesus and John the Baptist and Mary Magdalene. That's a theory, though. Wait, hold on. Let's go back. Let's see what they're trying to say.
And the cross always represented matter because it had four directions, represented the four directions. It represented the four elements, and so it represented binding us to this particular dimension, this plane of being. But as we grow and we learn, and as our soul begins to awaken again, and as we get in touch with that spark within us, that spark of Sophia, that spark of the monad, which is within us from the true realm of light, the true God of light, that begins to bloom and it begins to open up and awaken like a rose does. And in the same way, the rose itself grows out of manure, right? Anyone knows who grows roses that you have to use manure, to fertilize the roses enough to get them to get to the point where they bloom. So just as the rose grows out of that crap, excuse my language, in the same way, our soul grows out of this realm, this dimension, and it opens up and it blooms. So the rose growing out of
that's the opposite of what Lilith's always saying. See, he's always saying that the earth is the dream body of Sophia, but here he's saying you got to rise above the material realm. Use Sophia to rise above the material realm. So see, it contradicts the thing he's always fucking saying. Good Lord.
the cross of matter. And because of this, the Templars would also plant roses in places that the rose became a symbol of this process. They would plant roses in places where the mysteries were preserved.
Okay. So they got the rose. Has nothing to do with commandery within regular clandestine Templar order, right? Yeah. Right, yeah. Yeah, they rehashed that shit, obviously. You know. Shit looks fake as fuck. LARPing as Templars. You might as well go for the whole Dungeons and Dragons thing, man. You know, we'll get the goblet. Fucking bejeweled gloves and shit. Okay, let's see. Architects of Humanity. They're usually pretty good. So we're not gonna make fun of this stream. We're gonna promote them. Blessings.
You know, you're in a human body. Now, I mean, would it get boring? It's like, what was the Achilles thing? The thing that makes life precious and so great is that it is mortal.
Oh, and look who's already there. Marilyn. Holla. Yeah, Marilyn somehow finds all the dope channels. But yeah, blessings to Marilyn.
If it wasn't mortal, it loses its flair. So it's sort of like if you're having sex and you're having great sex, the fact that it's finite makes it great. Because if you keep having sex, if you've had sex for a long time, you get to a point where you want to stop having sex. You know, you say, okay, this was great. Your orgasm, oh, this was great. Now, sometimes you might have sex again and again, but there comes a point where you're like, okay, I'm good now, right? That makes it worth something.
Maybe that's the answer, MD. You might have cracked the code. Maybe
Well,
the
it's not
reason
even
why we're
cracking the
here
code.
is
It's just
because it
life.
is finite, and we're never going to appreciate that if you're someone that you live forever.
Yeah, appreciation has to come from that when you just think about it that way. So when they try to tell me, oh, you're going to be with this forever, I'm like, that's creepy. That's real creepy.
You got to write that down, bro. You got to write. We cannot forget that. What you
Nah,
just
it's
said
already
is
on the
very
screen.
profound.
Just look at where is it at? 2 hours, 19 minutes. So it's like, you know, and that's the beautiful thing about being able to record time. That the fact that we can prove the present moment is flowing forward, creating the past behind it. And that's what gave me the idea to say, okay, we know that for sure. That can be scientifically proven every second, anytime. So that's a fact that the present creates the past. Now, this present moment, could it possibly be created by the future? Just the way the present creates the past, could the future be creating the present? And if that is so, can we get echoes that come back to the present from the future that somebody might call deja vu or something else, this feeling of something that's going to happen? How do we know that? Now, we don't know how we know that.
That's what I'm saying. Now you're jumping somewhere. What you just said was so profound. We have to kind of ponder that to say,
what
you
about
were an eternal? You were an eternal being, and now you're being.
I mean, the past is gone. There is no future, right? Like, I mean, you know, the eschaton reaching into the past, that is literally, you know, it's like Teilhard de Chardin, you know, crackpot, you know, pseudo shit for sure. But yeah, definitely. But yeah, man, I would definitely like to call in on that. Hell yeah. Yeah, definitely jump in this panel. Hassel. These guys are always talking about some interesting shit.
You know, you're in a finite body.
Everything that's finite
in this realm, and these things are, you know, you only have a limited amount of time to be here. Kind of like the movie with what's his name, Big Wave that came, not Inception, the other one, the big wave that came and hit him. Because if you're in this world, time goes a different whatever. But what you said earlier was that's probably what it is. You have finite time in this reality to accomplish certain things. We're going to give you these certain gifts, and you have a certain amount of time to do it in, and you're gonna take it a lot more seriously because now you only have a certain amount of time to do it in, and we're gonna make you think this is your only life. We're gonna literally make you think this is your only life. Once you're done, you're done. That's it. But in reality, you're just playing a game. So what you said right there, I think that is probably you cracked the code, man. I mean, you got that right there could be a whole book, a whole thing. You know, timestamp this shit right now. Whatever you gotta do. That right there is the most unveiling thing that anyone could say. Is that something that's finite you will hold it so much more precious because you know there's only a certain amount of time to fall in love or whatever. Where love should be infinite, but in this case, it's not infinite. And you have to somehow go with all the depression and everything that comes along with it and make this love last or whatever until the wheels fall off, whatever. That's what makes life worth living in the end. That's it. That's the only answer. There is no other answer.
What makes things worth what they're worth? I want to know if it can be extended.
Because if you live forever, would you care? Would you care about anything?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You wouldn't care about nothing. You'd be chilling. You'd be like, you know what? I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Why am I going to lift a finger, right? But here, it makes you lift the finger, makes you jump up and, you know, do something, or else you're done.
I mean, also, see, these type of conversations, this is something that seems to be non-existent on the internet, because everybody, when you look at it, just wants to debate. They just, the ego is so overgrown. It's just to have a conversation. Oh, well, I'll debate you on evolution. How about just having a conversation with me about it? And they don't understand that. And that's where I'm like, you know what?
Well, here's the thing. Here's what you're asking, and it's very tough to understand why they don't want to do it. But you're essentially asking them to erase everything they've studied, everything they know, even whatever, and
This
to
guy says,
relearn everything.
you can jump on tonight, man. We have the link pinned to the top of the chat, bro, if you want to hop on. Go ahead. Hostile Hyperborean.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head, MD, when you said the ego. We live in a world filled with people with egos. They want to be the smartest. They want to be admired. It's their ego.
And that want for admiration comes from insecurity.
Exactly.
100%. Deep.
But I'm saying, I think that ego comes from a higher place where they kind of remember being a badass because they were in that higher existence. But now when they're put into this realm here, now you're not so badass anymore. You get humbled. You get, like you were saying earlier, it all goes back to being humbled and to saying, I have a finite time to appreciate this.
When you realize, when somebody realizes the finite time, you start to appreciate everything. You appreciate every moment. Like you say, man, this was amazing.
We don't learn that till we're older.
Well, I agree. Well, and not only, I'm not sure, I don't agree with that, because if you're young and you lose somebody, you start to appreciate it right then. You start to, they will.
Okay. Pre-trauma. So before trauma, you're right.
Yeah,
so trauma.
Exactly. For somebody who's young.
You're right about that. But, okay, let's say no trauma. You're still experiencing the world, fantasy land, whatever. And you get older and you realize, wait, this
again, no trauma, right? You can still experience it when you don't have trauma, but the only way to do that is having empathy.
Yeah, these guys are dope, man. You know, this dude hopped on my stream one day. We had a great conversation. You know, his head's in a good place, honestly. I mean, but yeah, shout out to the G Architects of Humanity. This is the channel right here. But yeah, definitely go check them out at Architects of Humanity. Yeah, man. But yeah. Jake is on. Okay, let's see what Jake's got to say. You know what I'm saying?
Everything off of feelings instead of logic. That means I can be mad about the same shit logically that was consistent that was on Tuesday. So to me, that doesn't really make any sense. So if you build your life around emotions and feelings, all you're going to do.
Yeah, I talked to that girl on the bottom, Glacier Maniac. She's pretty smart. She's smart about philosophy and shit. I think she understood that Hegel influenced Marx and shit. So yeah. So I don't know. She seemed like more advanced. The girl with the avatar of a black girl on the bottom there. But yeah.
Is just have something shift to where it no longer has an identity. That's why these people don't have an identity. All this is just mental gymnastics in mental illness.
Right. And really quick, Marte, I'm sorry to interrupt again. Rachel, shout out to Rachel fucking Wilson.
Oh God, shout out to Rachel Wilson. What a bunch of nerds. What the fuck is this?
Who's in the chat right now?
Oh, who's in their chat? So goddamn, Rachel Wilson's following us. She's literally Mossad. It's crazy, yo. So Rachel Wilson is in their fucking chat. Yeah, hold on. Let's open up their chat and see what she's saying. I don't see her. She probably has me blocked out here. Yeah, I don't see Rachel Wilson out here in the chat. She's most likely got me blocked out here.
She just sent a super chat right now, $20. She says, "Thanks for covering the debate, guys. Very much appreciated by that. I got to give her 2 cents on that." Rachel Wilson.
Oh my God, bro. We got to move on from that. It's like absolutely nothing going on. So what's the deal, Neuro? Am I really gonna turn this crap on? All right.
It, right? And you're making like a claim about like the opposite, like
I'm trying to give you something without giving away something from my debate, but like,
Wow, goddamn, bro. Like, spit it out. You know, you got like 5 seconds to make an impression. Like, spit it out. All right, all right. You know what? Let's just go to the Wilson debate. This is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna go to Wilson versus Schroyer, and I'm just gonna cover this shit without Neuro. It is what it is. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Fuck it. All right, here we go.
Doesn't look like it's going that way either. And I'm just concerned.
Everybody's covering this nonsense. This debate is complete 100% trash. So we'll go ahead and cover it.
For tonight's format, we will have 5-minute openings followed by 5-minute rebuttals, a crossfire section of 40 minutes followed by audience Q&A for 30 minutes, and then 3-minute closings. With that, I have the timer set for you. The affirmative going first. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
First and foremost, thanks all of you for being here. And before we do anything else, we got the legend Owen Schroyer. Can we give him a good round of applause?
Legend. Dude, he's literally was the cringest right-hand man of Alex Jones when Alex Jones was going around a protest in a armored vehicle. This shit looked stupid as fuck. It looked comical, cartoonish. And yeah, yeah, dude. I mean, how do you become a legend? By being a crony for a literal hoaxer, right? Like, what? And this dude, like, literally said that and then applauded it. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. It's off to just a horrible start. He called Owen Schroyer a legend, folks. Blowing smoke up his ass.
That said, you're still going to get stomped. So, first and foremost,
what are you, 12? You're stomped.
Let me clear up any misrepresentation when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all.
Are you sure about that? He's anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist, but he said we shouldn't support the Jews, but we sure shouldn't support the people that they're fucking murdering and killing, right? And, you know, like who basically the land rightfully fucking belongs to, right? He said, no, it's okay to murder and kill those fucking people, right? And then he also said, oh, yeah, you know, we should send Christians to Israel to support the Jews. You know, so if they have enough Christian population, then the Christians will start supporting the Jews. So he's not exactly against. And also, as I pointed out earlier, he supports the Russian Orthodox Church, right? Which they don't have a problem supporting Jews. Actually, a huge portion of the fucking churches and shit, they actually exist within Israel. So they work with the Israeli government. The Israeli government has the power to shut down their fucking churches, shut down their fucking holidays.
And they have very recently shut down major portions of what Christians are doing, including Orthodox Christians. So it is
Easter and shit.
odd.
They shut down the
Yeah.
Easter and shit. Like they did all sorts of fucking egregious shit, against their holidays. Right. So they've not only eliminated a large percentage of the Christian population within Israel, not to mention the native Christian population of Israel. That's right. The Palestinian Christians, people you've probably never even fucking heard of. Right. So, I mean, it is incredible how they think that you should be totally ambivalent towards either supporting or not supporting Israel. Right. and they don't point out the actors within their own church that do it. Right? I mean, it's crazy, right?
I'm also very anti.
Oh yeah, and here's another thing: Owen Schroyer was not pointing out when he was working for Alex Jones complicit support for Zionism. So there's another fucking weird thing. Oh, Owen Schroyer just kind of forgot about all that, and now he's all of a sudden against Israel.
He's saying that he got kicked out because he kept calling it out. Because Alex was like, "Well, he's always freaking out about the Jews," and then look, now 6 months later or whatever, he's leaving. Now the show's shutting down, and he's like, "Well, now that it's shutting down, it was the Jews. I was wrong." But it's like, okay, like 20 years later, you say that, so like, what's the point at this point? You know what I mean? Like, does that mean that, does that imply that you just couldn't speak on it because you're paid by them? And now that they took it away from you, you've changed your mind about it. So again, it's just a weird situation all the way around, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like support for Palestinians has nothing to do with support for Muslims. Yet support for Israel is literally support for Jewish Zionism. It's fucking insane, right? So we've all been lied to. It's fucking outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, by definition, Israel's kind of defined by Zionism. So like, you know, you can't really, I mean, if there's a distinction you could make, I am open to hearing it. I just never heard a clear distinction of like, well, Israel doesn't have anything to do with Zionism. It's like, well, kind of by definition it does, but okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. Look up the history, folks. It's wild.
Islam and consider the ideology just as poisonous as the
But
ideology.
there is Islam. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, man? The whole thing's about Trump. It's like, oh, Islam is a poisonous ideology. Is that why you support Jews? Because of Islam? What the fuck, dude? So he doesn't support Jews, but he hates Muslims. That's for damn sure. But he doesn't hate the Jews. See, this is fucking crazy, bro. But yeah, man. I mean, it's obvious. They say it all the time. It's like you go line by line what this dude says. It's fucking obvious. It's fucking coward.
Ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter in Iran, and I never have been. I say this at the beginning of the debate, so when bad faith...
That you know, that's going to become extremely apparent that he 100% supports the war. 1,000,000% supports the war. It's fucking sad, dude, that he says he doesn't support the war. He doesn't support Zionism, but he supports killing basically Iranian children, right? He justifies it, right? And what are we accomplishing? All we've accomplished is defending Israel, right? So it's really weird. So he's playing this really strange game here. So this is why I think this has been one of his most unpopular performances. This was a horrible loss for him. And I'm talking about like just a terrible loss. He got demolished.
Trolls who are on foreign accounts try to influence American politics in the comments, claiming that I'm in some way a Zionist, pro-Israel, pro-Islam shill. You can shatter the lies by simply showing them the beginning of this debate, which they won't even watch. You and I can laugh at their stupidity together. That said, I also don't believe Jews or Arabs are on.
Oh yeah, I'm sure millions of people will be calling you a pro-Zionist, pro-Islamic. What the fuck does that even mean, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Like what? Like not one person will say that to you,
Logically evil just because they are Jewish or Arabic. I represent a worldview, and I believe there are stupid and evil ideologies in this world, and those are the things I debate against and resist on a political level. Today, we debate if Trump has been successful as a president. Usually, I would clear this.
Notice then it moved from Jews and Arabs. Right before it was about Islam and Jews. Now it's about Jews and Arabs. See how that works? Right? It's fucking weird, right? And of course, Jews are always ethnic. They're never talking about a religious group. Right? You can't blame Judaism for what Jews are doing. You can 100% blame Muslims, right, and blame Islam along with them. It's 100% a fact, all right, in the fucking media, right? It's crazy. The double standard is fucking outrageous. Right.
This up semantically and quickly with Owen, but we seem to have the same general notion about what success means and doesn't mean, so we will just get right to the heart of the debate. I'd like to begin by pointing out that Trump stopping two different left-wing women from becoming president and being the first president who is a woman should immediately default him to the position of a successful president, as just that alone saved the nation from years of torment. And
No, it wouldn't, you fucking moron. Because as you said thousands of times, if men vote in a woman leader, then it's still men who rule because it's men overwhelmingly who put them in power, so on and so forth. So even you can deduce how that's actually not a fact, right? And the president is a puppet. When did this fucking idiot not learn that the president is a puppet on a fucking string, dude? You never hear about any of this fucking shit. The shadow government, the international community, international pressures, fucking corporations in Israel owning the fucking government, the Rothschilds and all this shit, the fucking banking institutions. Grow up, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? That you're going to vote for somebody that's going to change things. How stupid are these fucking people? Like, this is literally a trap. It's an ideological trap. It's fucking limited hangout for shills that won't go to war to die for what they themselves support. They want other people to die for their fucking ideas while they sit there and get paid on YouTube.
From the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen. That alone, I feel like, wins me the debate, but there's so much more. Starting on the pro-Christian side, Office of Faith, though I don't like who's in it, I like there's an office for it. Affirm via executive order there are two genders and revoke the idea of gender being different from sex. He signed an executive order stopping transsurgical chemical alterations of children. He made Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate
Yeah, he also flew the pride flag at his campaigns and said he supports gay shit. Bro, when will you tell the truth about what this dude is like actually supported and not supported, in history? There's nothing Christian about Trump. Right? Like, it's wild.
Christian bias in the government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian.
Here, let's go back a little bit because I missed a lot of it. He's speaking at a mile a minute. All right.
Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the government.
The holidays. Yeah, that they totally changed because they changed their entire calendar for their entire church. So the holidays are all different days now. What a fucking moronic statement. But he doesn't care what days the fucking holidays are any more than anyone else.
Government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian participation in adoption. He reinstated the Mexico City policy blocking U.S. tax dollars from promoting abortions in other nations. He enforced the Hyde Amendment to stop federal funding of abortions. He strengthened the conscientious protection for doctors and nurses who are against abortion. He supported religious charter schools. He directed the State Department to...
Think of that statement. He strengthened the conscientious protection of doctors that are against abortion. What does that statement even mean? Conscientious protect. Like what? Does anybody know what that means? Like, I don't think statement by statement these facts or points are even hitting at all. Like, it's weird.
Well, it's a bioethics argument he's sneaking in. Again, this is I'm telling you, like, the bioethics of all this is very, very pertinent, in my opinion. Like, this is like Kevorkian shit, essentially.
Yeah, it's like pro-natalism, where it's like, obviously, as we've discussed, it's kind of like using the government to get more babies to be born. So, and of course, you want to control what types of babies are born. So it's kind of like saying, like, well, the government should take part in eugenics or whatnot instead of aborting all these babies. But it's like, I don't know if that's fucking better, dude. Like, maybe they should just stay the fuck away from people's families, right? Like,
prioritize against Christian persecution abroad, just to name some of his policy directives. And that's just the Christian side. Domestically, his most major victory is something incredible. Net migration negative, more immigrants leaving than coming. Both legal and illegal, which was his primary function in office from the standpoint of voters. And this is one of the few Western nations where that is the case currently, with limited exceptions. The Cato Institute, very pro-immigration, had to admit themselves that Trump has limited legal immigration even more than illegal immigration, negating the base fear from his own base that he would stop illegal immigration, ramp up legal immigration. He hasn't. Over 130,000 less per month just on the legal side. Real wage growth is up 1.3% under Trump. It was negative under Biden.
Yeah, because he got jackbooted thugs to patrol the streets and walk inside of the homes of American fucking citizens that were trained by the IDF. What's your fucking point? Like, what's your fucking point, dude? Like, great. It's like at the cost of like all of our fucking search and seizure fucking rights. Like, yeah, let's just fucking throw those in the garbage and let the fucking police into our fucking homes.
The federal workforce down 10%, which is excellent. Crime is down across the nation. Even Owen agrees with that. The Overton window has shifted right on most national conversations, including LGBTQ and transgender ideology. This isn't even getting into the historic court cases like Roe v. Wade and Chevron, which undid huge injustices in the United States. These are just some of Trump's accomplishments among many. I just can't list them all due to time. The idea of Owen Schroyer and many other anti-Trump right-wingers is accelerationism. The glaring logical hole, of course, in that is all that happens is Democrats get power, make life worse for everybody, and then they just run back to Republicans to fix everything the Democrats did, and the entire time is spent by Republicans cleaning up the mess.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. I think that's clearly a straw man. I don't know if I've ever heard Owen Schroyer take that position. He's just saying that they sold out conservatives, right? So there is a faction of people, like we pointed out years ago, that he was using talking points from Nick Fuentes, using the idea of Christian futurism, which is literally accelerationism. He was using accelerationist terminology, you know, like 2 years ago. So him pinning accelerationism on tons of people he disagrees with is literally disingenuous nonsense. But yeah. And also he's working with these fucking retards that are literally in office working with Thiel and the accelerationists. So what the fuck is he talking about? Accelerationism. Does he even know what that word means? He's fucking dumb fuck. And this is what happens when you have people who have no sophistication in philosophy go ahead and debate political talking points. You know,
Democrats and leftists left for us. It doesn't work and can't work in a two-party system. Ensuring Democrat control by denouncing Trump and Republicans just assures a packed Supreme Court, outrageous censorship, mass migration, expansion of gay agenda, feminism, and the movement of an anti-Christian and anti-Christ-driven world. You guys seem to forget we had Biden. It was awful. And rather than continue his policies, people elected Trump en masse because life under Democrats is
the anti-Christian world, dude. What the fuck? Trump and the anti-Christian world, dude. Like, what? Like, what in the world, dude? Here, hold on. Let me show you guys this.
To Judaism 2 years ago. Donald Trump converted to Judaism 2 years ago, according to White House official. There it is. That's his blog. He said, President Donald Trump converted to Judaism 2 years ago and joined Chabad Lubavitch Synagogue in New York City, according to a high-level White House official. Mr. Goldberg says the story has allegedly been held by CNN's editors for months, but is due to be released within the next few days.
So we'll go ahead and play parts of this story as they, you know, announce that Trump is defending Christianity. He's defending Israel. Wake up.
Awful. Now, you aren't going to get everything you want out of any administration. Trump is way too pro-feminist, pro-gay, and pro-Zionist for my personal liking, but we all knew that going in. He was still vastly superior to the alternative.
So look, he knows Trump's a Zionist, and he still supports him. He just admitted it, folks. He just literally admitted it. But yeah.
To Democrats and their cohorts, especially Harris, who wanted to roll back tax breaks
30 seconds.
and tax as an offset instead of tariffs, which is Democrat policy as usual. We knew Trump was pro-Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and tore up the Iran deal the first time around. We knew this was part of what we were getting when we elected him, including Owen Schroyer, who, by the way, was put in solitary confinement by Democrats and held, in my opinion, as a political prisoner. That's what's in store for us under Democrats. I will cede no ground to Democrats under any circumstances, as there's no alternative. There's nothing. You cannot give Democrats power, period. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time, but just note that progressive ideology is always what.
Yeah, you can't give a Democrat's power, period. You just make yourself complicit to the same two-party political system that gives them half of the fucking power. You fucking dunce. Like, what? What a fucking literal moron. Brain dead fucking idiot. Like, all right, yeah, great talking point, bud.
Waiting to strike. And going against Trump is not going to help against that fight.
Thank you very much for that opening. We'll kick it over to Owen for his opening as well.
Well, the premise of this debate is, has President Trump been successful or not? The premise is not, are the Democrats a bad political party? I think that we all agree with that. So that is not the premise of the debate. And I feel that the very fact that we are having this debate shows that there is at least room for consideration that the Trump administration has not been successful. And while you do list off things that Trump has been successful on, and I will give credit to this administration on securing the border and lowering crime rates, quickly on those issues, though, these are not things that we should have to beg for. These are not things that we should have to consider a success. These should be things that are considered a standard. So really, that's more of a story of how corrupt our country has become, which gets to what this administration was supposed to be all about. It was supposed to be addressing the corruption head on in that collision and destroying it in the process. And I think it's fair to say that at least to this point, it's not happening. But here's some of the other issues that I think are going to be more important when it comes to, is Trump going to be successful? The economy. The vast majority of Americans still believe the economy is heading in the wrong direction. We have more Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck today than any other time in recent history. And as everybody is well aware, our national debt continues to go to record highs. But it's not just the country that's in debt. The average citizen.
Yeah, so what, dude? Like, what a weak ass fucking point. Like, nobody's gonna fix the goddamn economy. Like, what? You're putting too much faith in one person if you think they're gonna do that. Like, do you not understand how economic systems work? Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's based on international trade and a whole number of other items. Like, you know, like what is he gonna do for the economy? Like, good Lord, man. Again, the president is a puppet on a string. Like, what the fuck? He's literally the representative of multiple corporations, right? Like,
is in debt. It's so bad now that people are having to take out payment plans for pizza delivery. Now, you might not want to blame all of that on President Trump, and perhaps that's fair, but yet this is the economy ongoing under.
Right, and this idiot was telling us back then that Trump is going to drain the swamp. That's literally what this fucking moron was saying. So he's literally partly responsible for the mess that we're in, way more than other people. And he gets to sit there and, you know, do this moral grandstanding that he was personally attacked. Oh, you know, because he lost like 2 paychecks. You know, he had a huge fit. All right, good Lord, dude.
President Trump. And it doesn't help when anytime there's another war on the other side of the planet, we have billions of dollars to spend on that while the average American continues to struggle. So the economy, I don't think you can claim has been a success. Tied into that is Doge, the Doge cuts. Elon Musk believed we could get $1 trillion in Doge cuts annually. We got couple 10 million, and they stopped that. There's not going to be any Doge stimulus checks, whether you wanted that.
Oh yeah, Doge was gonna save us. Great thinking, Owen Schroyer. Good lord, this guy's points are literally dog shit. What the fuck is he thinking? Doge was gonna save the fucking economy. Like, what in the world? Like, what a literal
They're not.
nonsensical like analysis.
So Doge getting cut out cold, I think, was a major failure. Barack Obama has deported more Americans than Donald Trump. Now, we might get into the details of that today. I will spare those details for the opening. I'm sure that this will come back up, but yet that fact remains. What about the...
Yeah, I'm sure he has, right? Like, Biden was deporting tons of people. They're putting them in fucking camps and shit, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they're pretty rough on immigration and all that stuff. I feel like a lot of presidents recently have noticed that there's a problem. They all did crazy shit. But this motherfucker parked a bunch of fucking weird dudes. Some of them don't even speak English, and they're fucking beating the fuck out of Americans in the middle of the street. So I'd say he handled the situation in a fucking piss poor way, obviously.
Deep state. President Trump himself has posted about treasonous politicians more times than we can count. So if there's politicians that are treasonous and you are the president, then I have to ask, where are the arrests? That's kind of the biggest crime you can commit in this country, and yet nobody has been arrested. Don't even get me started on the Epstein clients, which are apparently a hoax one day, and then the next day Melania Trump is addressing the nation on how the victims of the hoax...
Here it goes, folks. It's going to be all about the Epstein after this. So this entire debate is going to become about Epstein and about whether Trump can be linked to Epstein's crimes.
Pedophile panic.
Yeah. But the fact is that he can be linked to them, and Andrew Wilson will fervently deny this. Right. So that is incredible to see.
I just came on to say, I hope both of you are doing well.
Oh, blessings, brother.
Yeah, blessings.
Good to see you.
Yeah. I hope both of you are doing well. And yeah, that's all I came on to say. I hope both of you are doing well and everything goes well for both of you.
Yeah,
Peace
thank
and
you, my
blessings.
friend.
Yeah, and you too, man. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. And you're welcome to hang out if you want and just chime in if you want.
Need to speak to Congress. So I'm not sure where we want to go with that, but either way, no deep state arrests. Where are all the Epstein pedophile arrests? We're not getting those. These are things that people anticipated, and yet there's no success there either. And by the way, as you mentioned, Trump's victory over the liberal women, which I think we'll all agree was a major victory, he was not the president when that happened. He's never won an election as president. Just thought I'd point that out. As far as the office of faith is concerned, it seems to be going about the same way of the Board of Peace. Nothing but vanity, no real results. You talk about the anti-Christian bias that they're fighting, yet look at who Trump is working with now. He's making sure that Karine Jean Bohler kicked off of the Religious Liberties Commission for her political takes. Yet Laura Loomer, who is a vehement anti-Muslim, anti-Catholic psychotic, somehow has the ear of President Trump. So I'm not sure if that's really working for the anti-Christian. You know,
that's a pretty good point, right? So yeah, so I think he's right about this point, right? People like Laura Loomer are not really pro-Christians, right? So Trump literally supports anti-Christian guys. He won't support Christians. Right. He also said, I love you, Christians, right? And he said, I'm not a Christian. Right. And he said his family is Jewish. And there are claims that he converted to Judaism. Right. So I mean, it's all pretty kind of weird. Like, I don't know.
Wage growth, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure we're going to get more into that. But I think it goes back to the general economic picture that whether it's Trump or anybody else, Americans are still struggling. And I think if we be honest here, if we're going to be honest, a lot of this economy is actually Trump's fault. And I know he likes to blame it on Biden, but if you go back and look at it, it was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10 to 15 to 20% inflation. Those are Trump's policies. Now, Biden was obviously a disaster. I'm not here to promote anything Biden did, But that was the Trump economy. The COVID economy is the Trump economy. Now, as far as accelerationism is concerned, I don't believe I have ever publicly supported that. I do understand the concept. I understand why people like it. I'm not here because I want Democrats to win. And I think this is a very important statement for me to make, because much like in your opening statement, you wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that was a great point, right? I mean, you know,
Well, they're also defining like wanting to vote for Democrats as accelerationism, as if that's the end all be all definition. So that's kind of weird. But go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Um, and yeah, because there is a much broader definition of that, right? And usually when they use philosophical terminology that's extremely loaded like that, in order to make some small point like that, they're usually charging up the phrase.
It's
They
it's a
yeah.
euphemism that they're charging up 100. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, 100%. I was there.
Yeah, you know, like they know the other meaning of it. They're strategically using the term because it attracts your attention to the other use of it. Right? So, I mean, you know, these things are highly staged. Okay, anybody who watches enough of these understands these are highly staged events. These people are, you know, obviously there's many debates where the two people who are going to debate each other let each other know about the talking points that they're going to offer beforehand. But sometimes it gets even more complex than that, right? Sometimes there's a certain amount of, you know, oh, I'll give you some money, you know, you can lose on this point, you know, and so on and so forth, right? And
And just specifically, I mean, I've been looking for kind of an excuse to mention this, because, like, I think I've mentioned it a few times here and there, but I just want to, you know, since we're covering Owen Schroyer, which I've been wanting to do for a while, anyways, because he is an interesting character, as some people might call him. You know, he left Alex Jones because he wanted to break the story on like the dumping the social media of like the Catholic trans 09A 764, trans shooter person or whatever. And he's like, oh, Alex Jones stole my thunder about doing that. I was supposed to cover all that. And he came in and took over my spot. And I just got tired of it and I went home and I thought we were cool. And then he went through a whole story about how like he wanted to break the news and Alex Jones stole his thunder. And he always did that to him and like just put him down. And then Alex would talk shit to him because he's talking too much about the Jews, or he's like, I run this thing because you guys are not charming enough and you guys aren't really bringing in the money like I am. And I got to run this $1 billion operation and blah, blah. So again, I'm just saying it's like, it is very weird because you got like the money thing going on. Like they get exclusive deals about releasing the social media of a trans alt-right, Catholic school shooter. I mean, how are they getting that? You know what I mean? Like, how do you get the exclusive dump of like somebody's social media? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole thing, So I don't know. It's just to gloss over accelerationism with like a flippant point about Democrats. It's like clearly accelerationism is a lot more than that. So, and there's no way that he's covering like Catholic school trans demonic shooters who like draw pictures of themselves allegedly in a notebook as a demon. And then he quits Alex Jones and he says, well, I don't want to talk about demonic stuff and all this. Like, I want to talk about sports and football and the news. And I'm like, I mean, at least Alex is willing to cover the spiritual stuff, I guess, right? So it's like, it's kind of weird. I would say, just want to mention that. It's pretty odd.
yeah, and it's like one dude didn't like iron his shirt, and the other dude looks like, like,
It looks like it looks like Billy Ray Cyrus, like,
yeah, like he's about to
basically.
pass you the card for like the Eyes Wide Shut party.
Well, he also looks like he might start singing "Don't Break My Heart, My Hickey Breaky Heart, Just Don't Think You'd Understand." Like, he looks like he might just do that. I mean, if you didn't hear his voice, I mean,
Yeah, we're 15 minutes
he
in.
he just needs the cowboy boots and the hat. I mean, he's there. I mean, but anyways, He's got the
Yeah,
mullet going, he's got a very particular like mullet, like man look or whatever. It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's like the car mechanic versus like the like metrosexual cowboy or something. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. So it's wild. But yeah, trigger warning for the PDF stuff because it's gonna get pretty weird. But yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
have to
that's what I was really like shocked by is like how they like really do it. And it's funny, like I like Pill Eater because he's one of the only people I've seen who've like called it out as like pedophile panic, where it's like, well, you support pedophiles. No, you do, and that. And like even within, private conversations, people start like throwing these accusations around. It's like, dude, like we can't even discuss this without calling each other one thing or the other. And again, I understand people have different perspectives, but it's like, dude, like let's try to, like stick on the subject, not like jump to conclusions so quickly. It's like, you know what I mean? Like the way they do this is very, I think, purposefully distracting from the issue, in my opinion. Like, because once you drop the PDF thing, it's like there's no real debate anymore. It's like basically you're accusing the other person of not being moral enough to have an opinion or something. It's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, so trigger warning for that. I will fact check a lot of what they say, so we'll have to go ahead and
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea for sure. Because
Yeah.
they start making like crazy claims for sure.
yeah, so because this is I mean they use almost zero professionalism with dealing with outrageous claims that they're making about an entire thing. But
Some things that people get wrong about you. I want to clarify this. I do not want Democrats to win. As has already been documented in this debate, Democrats have put me in prison. In fact, I was put in jail 4 times for supporting President Trump, including the last one when I was put in solitary confinement. So believe me, I know how dangerous the Democrats are. The problem is, it's not up to me.
yeah, I mean, I think he realized 4 times he was used as basically cannon fodder, basically like the liberal people that support the Bolshevik revolution, and they get rid of him. It's like he realized this is basically who he is. And so
This is Trump. If Trump cannot get the Republicans over the finish line in the midterms, that has nothing to do with podcasters. It has nothing to
he's trying to warn Andrew, Scam Drew, Shilson, Android Blunderson, or Fedru Grift son, and that he is actually in the same position to be used and abused and thrown away, and then silenced for 4 years when the next party comes around.
Remember, this has been my message ever since I met you, and I told Andrew this specifically. Is like I saw a lot of people in the alt-right get set the fuck up and put away in prison for bullshit, or at least threatened with it, or at least spied on about it, right? And everybody just said, "Oh, you're just overly paranoid. There's nothing to worry about." I mean, I do give Owen Schroyer credit. Like he is correct. Like this is the modus operandi of these people, and it's Trotskyism 101. It's Gramscian 101. It's I mean, it's like it's Bolshevik gangsterism essentially, and it's institutional Bolshevik gangsterism. You know what I mean? So he's not totally wrong, and he does have balls to say that out loud because even if he is a shill, I mean, there is a lot of truth behind what he's saying there. And I think people really do underestimate how real that is because it's usually the people that participate in it, they get wrapped up in it. You know what I mean? It's not like, I don't think we're going to get wrapped up in it because we're not taking money from these people, but you start taking money from them, like, yeah, you're going to get threatened with prison and all kinds of shit. I'll just say this, RIP Charlie Kirk. That might be what happened to him. But anyways.
Yeah, but it's like if a tide turns and you're literally politically expedient, they're using you to make radical talking points that, are going to be seen as, part of a shill game, and then you may yourself be silenced because you're literally being paid to take these radical positions. So these are some things you may want to consider. You know, when the next round of censorship happens, you were literally paid to say this shit that they're gonna use to then silence you. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, wake up, puppet.
Do with accelerationists, and it has everything to do with President Trump and the GOP. And ultimately, that's going to be the major measuring stick as to whether or not he's successful.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. The timer is set for you, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is just straight time, right?
You said straight time?
Yeah, so 5 minutes each?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in.
Just
that
notice he just
artificially
used Tom
keeps
Pinoy's
wage.
meme. See what I mean? He just used Tom Pinoy's meme that he created. JD Vance used it. He dropped it. I mean, again, this is like very subtle meme magic whispering. Can you back up? I just want to make sure I caught exactly what he said there. It's very interesting. Because he said progressive said, what's a progressive, right? See, he doesn't define, like, what do you mean by progressive?
So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because of said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. All this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in that artificially keeps the wages depressed for corporations. They can then sell you things and goods for cheaper. Pretty simple, right? So what does Trump do? Stops all this mass migration. Prices go up. I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite
Hold on one
side,
second.
by
So
progressives.
I don't want to
So
read too
what's
much into
hilarious
this, but he is kind of saying like, well, you know, be a shame if something happened to your labor market. You know, you might got to pay a little bit more. So, you know, this is what you asked for. You know, it's like he's kind of doing a little bit of a mafia, in my opinion. He's doing a little bit of a mafia thing. Like, look, you wanted this, right? I mean, why are you complaining? You know, it is a little long in the nose or something. You know, let's continue.
About this is that, yeah, it is in fact going to be the case.
I mean, you really think the guy that literally had to be bailed out by the Rothschilds after going bankrupt is going to save the fucking economy? Like, the guy's a literal failed businessman. And if that, like, there's no way he's going to save the fucking economy on his own. Like, so all this shit is just horse shit, talking point, garbage.
That if American
Well,
companies have to
literally,
start
Tom
paying,
Pinoy would smash him about the economy because, like you said,
Right.
like it's a whole thing about like what is the economy and what makes it work, and you can't dismantle, you know, hundreds of years of fucking shit overnight, you know, and so saying that like a 4 or 8 year period is going to like quote unquote change the economy without, and again, they ignore Silicon Valley and technology role and all that, by the way, which is it's a very glaring thing that they totally ignore Silicon Valley. I think like that's pretty weird. Like literally today, Elon Musk and Sam Altman are fighting about, you know, huge things about technology and nobody covered it basically. So I just want to say that like that's pretty weird to me. But anyways.
Yeah, it's interesting.
fair wages to American citizens, prices are going to go up. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, Owen. You can't say, I want there to be no mass migration to the United States at all, and I want all my goods and services cheap. It's not going to work that way. How can it? Can you explain to the audience what the Owen Schroyer policy would be to offset that? No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one. You're going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is, he says there's a war on the other side of the planet. That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks. That's about it. 7 weeks.
So not
That's our big, hang on, it's my rebuttal time. I won't interrupt yours, I promise. 7 weeks, not quite the forever war that we were promised from the other side. And it seems to be ramping down. Not only that, when it comes to that war, what we find is that most of the exports in oil are going from China. They're going to China. How does it not behoove the United States strategically to do something about that? Of course it does. And we can dive into that too in the open back and
really
forth.
quick. See,
Now,
this
I'm not
is
a
the
big
thing.
supporter of
See, pause it. And again, this is the whole thing. What did the rabbi say? Oh, look, China's going to wipe out the West. Okay, so what does Alex Jones say? The Chi-coms. And what does he say? Well, it's in our interest. I've said it before. Iran is about China. But again, that implies that China is the one controlling the United States. I mean, that's a big fucking argument to argue. And there's not really good evidence for that at all,
Right. Meanwhile, what's the reason why you're attacking Iran? Oh yeah, the Jews. What the fuck, dude? Like literally, like
Yeah, it's a really subtle thing he just smuggled in there, right? Like in my opinion, that's like,
yeah, but
oh,
that's
look,
literally
China.
what like Alex Jones did too. He went from talking like saying that the Jews did 9/11 to saying that the Chi-coms did it. Really weird shit. Like it's like I don't know. Like I feel like you know.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sure that we have reason to be concerned with China, but saying that like they're the primary threat on America, it's like I just don't think that that's like I don't think it's the yellow man like controlling our
Well, it's
Congress
also
or something. It's like
it's also the Muslims. Like it's the Muslims and the Chinese, and that's I think why the Alex Jones thing was so interesting because he said that the Saudi Arabians and the Chinese went together to do 9/11. You know what I'm saying? So this like, holy shit, this is like some undercurrent of power that nobody's aware. Like Arabs and the Chinese, like holy
right. And
jumping Joseph.
where's the 8-hour documentary that Alex Jones used to produce about that? If that's the case, right? Like I've never seen that. I mean, if it's there, I'm happy to see it. But like, where are the documentaries?
Yeah, it's just tripped.
Foreign wars, especially not in Iran. I'm not making any excuses for it. I'm just pointing out something which is obvious. He also says Elon Musk did Doge cuts. Were Democrats going to do Doge cuts? No. Trump made that promise, and that's exactly what they tried to do. He's been hamstrung at every level. This guy has 3 times the amount of court cases against him as any other president does in the last 50 years. It's ridiculous. Democrats hamstring him at every corner. So as we go through this, let's talk about Epstein. That's another big one. With Epstein, you have to separate mythology, the actual mythology of Epstein, from the facts of Epstein. To hear the other side tell it, there is a global pedophilic satanic organization which runs the United States. The evidence they have for that? Fucking nothing. They have nothing. They have no evidence whatsoever.
See, this is crazy. Like there's
what,
zero
dude?
evidence of that. There's zero evidence of that.
Yeah,
Like I don't know about
yeah,
that.
the thing is that
And you got to say there's some. I don't know if that there's zero. I mean, there's some. For like there's some level of it. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is like the United States is exceptional when it comes to the amount of human trafficking, and you could say for whatever reason that is, but like between like what's going on in Mexico and the United States and all this shit, there's literally people being sold in Mexico as human slaves and shit. Like it is insanity the amount of fucking human trafficking the United States is literally directly responsible for. And so like there's huge cases of that. There's a huge history behind that. And so for him to just, just turn a blind eye to that when it's recently been hugely exposed that the people that are literally trafficking the children, they're not even beholden to this country at all. Yet the people who are running this country have no problem working with them. And he's just going to just totally fucking ignore all of this. Like, he's just going to totally ignore it. So this is Andrew Wilson. He's totally willing to forgive people who are complicit. And then also, he's literally saying there's, he's saying, he's being very careful with his words. He's saying there's no proof that a secret cabal that commits to this type of thing controls America, right? But also, at the very top rings of power, there are people who are complicit in these crimes, which he denies. So it's like he's making a broad statement to, which is in one sense true. You can't prove this thing that this is actually running the country. But on the second end, he's then denying that any of these people that are clearly complicit in the crimes are complicit in the crimes. So, I mean, at the last analysis, he's literally lying about, what's happening. There's no other way to go around it. He's literally lying about what's happening. He's trying to minimize the fact of what's happening to children in our own country. And whether he's doing that for political talking points or because somebody paid him to do it, it is fucking deplorable. It's right? Like, I don't know. And this is somebody who has children, right? So, I mean, this is a fucking deplorable thing to say. I mean, right? You can pay me a fucking enough money to say this type of shit, take this types of positions. You couldn't give me $1 million to say something like that. So despicable. I'd rather cut my fucking tongue out of my mouth. Fucking kidding me? These people are despicable. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm extremely tired. 2 days, no sleep. It is what it is. Fuck everyone.
To you, he won't be able to provide us with any evidence for that, not a single shred. Not only that, I'll tell you something really interesting. I do know of a satanic type religion of pedophiles, and right this second, Trump's blowing them up. Right this second, as we speak, he blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them overwhelming. You want to inside blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them overwhelming.
Okay. So did the Ayatollah Khomeini, right? Okay, so let's look this up. Did the Ayatollah Khomeini?
Yeah, I've never heard that before. Like, if that's true, I've never heard that said before. So that's a huge claim. I'm kind of curious
Allowed
about that.
child marriage. Yeah, allowed the child marriage of 9-year-olds, right? Because that is an interesting claim for sure. You know, right? So let's check this out. So marriageable age in Iran. So this is what it says here. So let's take a look at this. Obviously we're not supporting marriage of children. I won't support it. But it says in Iran, the legal marriage is 13 for girls, 15 for boys. So that's pretty low. Like, it's not really as old as 9.
Well, but he uses different definitions of PDF file multiple times in the next like 10 minutes. So this is like
Right.
exactly where I tuned in. So like I don't know what he said before all this until now, but I know what he says after this is he keeps changing the definition multiple times, and we don't see the evidence of 9 years old, which is prepubescent. Which, again, if you look throughout history, like 13 to 15 is a general range in which like humans have done this for a long time. So again, if you're talking about
Yeah, it says
traditional life,
here.
it's a whole nother debate versus like what's modern times is happening and all that. So
Yeah, it says that they can be married, but it's with the consent of father or paternal grandfather and approval from the court. So it's saying that this is apparently allowed in Iran, right? So later Rachel Wilson comes up and says how many of the children have been married, right? So and I will look up anything else that we need to look up here. Wait, I'm not. Oh yeah, here's the debate.
Want to talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently.
So there's his claim, right? So he's moved from saying that these people are allowing children to be married, which is a deplorable act, right? To then saying that it's okay to blow up random people in some other country
to save them from being married.
no,
as a
you're not
kid or
saving
something.
them at that point. You're just blowing them up, right? So you can't be saving them.
It's implying an honor killing to some degree. Like
I don't
and
know.
other
I
people-
think that's cope. I think that's a lot of cope because it's like you can't, you don't honor kill somebody that's not in your family. You honor kill them because they're in your family doing all that.
Well, no, I know, but that's what he implies with one of his comments coming up, which again is like very interesting. Like he kind of makes this kind of like snide comment about it. You'll see in a second. Like, and also like it's interesting because he said there's no satanic group of pedophiles that running the world, but there is a satanic group of Muslims who run Iran, and it's like, okay, so
Well, he's saying
It's
that
like,
they're
what?
all. Well, he's saying that they're all pedophiles. That the entire country that is justified
and satanic, right? He's like
Yeah,
literally
so-
saying like these people are satanic. Like the government of Iran is literally satanic, and it's like, well, did you not argue the same thing about America to some degree? And he
Yeah.
himself has implied such things. So again,
oh yeah,
I mean, like let's be real, like how deep do you want to? I mean, again, this is what I say is like he's opening the door, like in a court of law, he would just open the door to like criticism of America as a satanic cabal of people, right? Whether he wants to admit to it or not, he opened the door, right? And again, I know that like we're not in a court of law, but like in a court of law, he just opened the door to a whole giant can of worms. And is that on purpose? Is that accelerationism? In my opinion, it is, but maybe he sees it differently. I don't know. And again, maybe I'm getting too technical, but I think that it's not unimportant that he just kind of opened that door. He's like, well, what Epstein doesn't prove shit, but we know for sure that these people are a bunch of pedophiles. And it's like, and then he changes the definition like 3 times in a row. So I don't know. It's pretty weird. See if you catch where he changes the definition.
Well, I'm just going back and playing how he's saying that basically you got to bomb people because
He says it 3 or 4 times in a row. Like you're not going to miss it. Like he says it.
right.
He says it like multiple times in a row. Like
Right, yeah.
to save the great women you got to kill the great woman in a sense. Now, again, I'm not going to like totally strawman him, but like it's heavily implied. Like he's
But it's
making a
not
very
raped
heavy
women.
implication.
Yeah,
right?
but it's not raped women, it's children. He's talking about children that are being abused. And
Right,
mind you,
right.
that it's children also that are being killed in the bombing. So that's what's weird about it, right? And the Owen guy brings that up. So it's interesting. So he's fine with killing kids because somebody allows people to do something, which he's saying is the entire country that's doing it. So yeah, so it's interesting.
Talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently.
So that's weird. So Trump, the Zionist PDF, is blowing up PDFs, which are the children. I mean, he's blowing up like things like children's schools. There's like some of the things. He fought a war for 7 weeks, and even then they dropped a bunch of bombs on little kids. All right, so I mean, it's pretty fucking weird that he's justifying all that and saying, well, those children are PDFs. Am I getting this right? So it's justified in bombing and killing them? I don't understand, but you're trying to save the children from the PDFs. So, I mean, it's extremely confusing. I mean, you can tell why most people heard this and they were like, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Like, what? Like, okay, we're going to work with a PDF to go kill children who you're saying are PDFs to save those children from PDFs? Well, that has to be the most retarded fucking point of all time. Like, yeah, thanks for your literal nonsense, buddy. Like, what the fuck?
So it's really funny to me, the Epstein people, hey, wait a second, we're totally anti-pedophile. This is ridiculous. There's pedophiles at the top levels. They have no evidence for that. And yet, if we just look not too far away, we see that there's an entire nation of pedophiles. Do you mind doing trade with them?
And by the way, like, here's some statistics. Right.
Well, and just really quick, I just think it's weird. He said there is no evidence. He didn't say that there's a lack of evidence. He said there is zero evidence, essentially. So, I mean, that's a big claim to say that there's no evidence. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what does that mean exactly? Like,
Yeah, and then I'm trying to look up like how many because obviously it's can't be true that the entire country is PDFs, so you could just indiscriminately bomb the country. So obviously he's wrong about that. There's probably certain people in the country that are PDFs. It probably reach a certain threshold of people, like maybe in the thousands or maybe then in the millions or something like that, right? But how many sex trafficking cases in the US, right, for 2025? Let's look it up. Right, it says there was a 323% increase. So the reports, and these are the reported, so it doesn't mean that that's how many there were. There's probably a lot more than there was reported, obviously. It says between January 1st and June, there were 62,000. So almost like, I'd say maybe roughly like probably like 100,000 cases or more in the US, right? And that doesn't include the children that were cutting their fucking, dicks off and, and all the other crazy shit that kids have been doing because of social media and all that stuff. But it says here, 51% of criminal human trafficking cases were involving children. There was, it says there was 50,000 people brought in from Mexico and the Philippines trafficked into the U.S. It said 83% of child trafficking victims in the U.S. are American kids. It also says here that 55% of victims of U.S. sex trafficking aged 7 to 11 are recruited through social media apps and websites. So there's some statistics for this problem, right? And of course, Trump is complicit in this issue, right? He's complicit in the so the sex trafficking. These people are complicit at the highest level,
right? Owen Schroyer recently said, "I don't care why," or he said in his debate with Shabos, "Why is it that Iran is not allowed to have a nuke, but Israel is? Are you? What are you advocating for there? That a whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb? Why should we allow that? It's ridiculous."
Oh, so there it is. So Israel's allowed to have one, right? Which he didn't quite say, right? Let's not get totally carried away. He didn't quite say that Israel's allowed to have one, but he is comparing Israel's nuclear capabilities with Iran's nuclear capabilities, and he's saying one shouldn't have one because there's pedophiles, but Israel is literally prolific in child trafficking and housing child trafficking.
Well, and he didn't even just say that. He said a whole country of pedophiles. Like back
That's
it up
right.
10 seconds.
That's right.
It's a
that's a
very
fact.
specific thing. It's like zero evidence of Epstein, and it's 100% full of pedophiles. It's like that's again, even if you're just being careless with your words, like
right.
It's,
Trump is
it's
0%
extremely
complicit.
dishonest to say that, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Trump is 0% complicit, but every single Iranian is complicit. It's like incredible. All right. But even the children that are literally being bombed, right?
well, and look, this is what Giorgiani says about the Christians, and he's kind of correct on this. He's like, look, the Christians are like out here making fools of themselves, saying that how much they're going to do something against X, Y, and the third. And he's like, look, and again, I'm not promoting Giorgiani. I'm just saying, like, he made a point for years that like there's a lot of people within Iran who were fighting against the government of Iran. So clearly, not all of them agree with the government of Iran. So like again, it's just irresponsible language that why would you say something that is like just not accurate,
Yeah, these people are literally baby killing, Zionist hugging, fucking psychotic retards that are literally pretending to be Christian, and 100% supporting Israel. He just compared Israel's nuclear capabilities, which Israel literally said if it's, or at least it's been theorized, right, that they'll send nuclear bombs to a bunch of countries if anybody tries to shut them down. Right? They've threatened this. Their leaders have threatened this. And yet we should allow Israel to have nukes and not somebody who just wants to use them for defense or to power up their own energy or whatever. We have no idea why the fuck they need them. Right? So, and honestly, I don't give a fuck. It's none of my fucking business. I'm against nuclear power plants, obviously. We're anti-tech and so on and so forth, but crazy type of stuff. Right? I mean, most people don't have the balls to stand for the real shit. Right? I mean, it's crazy. A literal ballless psychopaths.
Ridiculous. Moving through some of these other problems, he says the problems Republicans podcasting means nothing. When we're talking about Trump, especially in his second term, podcast meant everything. In fact, Kamala Harris said it herself. Joe Rogan. And the fact that Trump went on Joe Rogan really helped push him over the top. Harris regretted the fact she didn't do the podcast.
By the way, do you know why? Hold on.
Radio shows. He didn't do the
Do you know why Trump went on Joe Rogan? Because Patrick Bet David bought Lenny Bruce's microphone and bribed him, saying, look, if you don't do this, you're just going to be sitting this one out. And he's like, this is a moral problem and you need to like take moral responsibility and bring Trump on. And Patrick Bet David is a very shady person, very connected to Alex Jones and a bunch of other stuff that I'm not going to get into right now. So he literally is the first person to platform Nick Fuentes, by the way. So,
right.
And he's an Iranian, supposedly Christian, allegedly, which again, I mean, he's literally had Dennis Prager sit on his show and laugh about the rape of German women by the Soviets after World War II because of what what supposedly the German people, all the people, did against the Jews. And Patrick Bet-David said nothing to this guy. After that, I never listened to another thing Patrick Bet-David ever said right again. So I just think that's interesting. Like, people just gloss over these little nuggets of information that are extremely important. Okay, like you literally have somebody laughing at the rape of German women on your show. Then you go and say, moral grandstand and all this stuff. And I don't know. I mean, I know this is like a big like logic tree of shit, but like it's just really weird how he's framing this whole thing of like, Joe Rogan had to have on Trump. Or it's like, dude, what are you trying to say? Like, you're trying to say that Joe Rogan got Trump elected? So why, like, what does that mean then? Like, who's Joe Rogan? Why is he so important? And who does he work for then? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's something we need to ask, but
Yeah, notice he's now promoting the efficacy of appearing on Joe Rogan as a political talking point when he literally just appeared on there. Right? So he's literally promoting or cross promoting the Joe Rogan podcast, which has had and sponsored bunch of guests that work for Thiel and all these fucking people. It's literally a shill podcast. But yeah.
Cast circuit, she didn't do any of that. She regretted it. She said that she regretted it. She even blamed Myron Gaines, a podcaster, for
By the way, what's Christian about Joe Rogan, who literally promotes anti-Christian stuff and literally laughs about Jesus and makes jokes about it all the fucking time? What the fuck?
And then he said he became a Christian, but that like AI Jesus is going to have to take over and all this shit, And again, even if that's a joke, it's like it's not very funny,
it's blasphemous. Yeah, it's literally blasphemous. Like, Joe Rogan has made blasphemous statement after blasphemous statement, and they've excused it and they've promoted his show just now. I mean, it's fucking amazing, right? And somehow they're promoting Christianity as the bottom line. I mean, if you people really understand what's happening, these people are self-serving people that literally get paid by Jews to take extremist positions, and they will toe the line. They have no fucking spine, right? They're not working for Christianity. Wake the fuck up.
parts of her loss. She blamed him and the evil manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on stage right now. So as we go through this, I'm kind of happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can, so that we can see if any of these criticisms
so he's
actually
saying
hold muster.
So did he just say that he wants to be president? Isn't that weird? Like, do you catch that? Is that what he just said? Can you back that up?
Manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on stage right now.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
as
got
we
it.
go
Got it.
through
Okay,
this,
sorry, I
I'm
misunderstood.
kinda
him. Okay, got it. I just want to make sure I understood that, because we have suspected that he might run for office. So
I think that he'll most likely have a show like on Fox News eventually, right? And that's probably where Alex Jones is headed to. Like, Alex Jones is probably going to be doing a show with Tucker Carlson or something like that, and be more mainstream now. And he's already been moving in that direction. And then, probably so will Wilson. Right? Wilson will probably join suit. Yeah. I mean, follow suit. I mean, or whatever the.
Well, it's funny because like they criticized. I mean, I don't know how. I'm sure you remember this too. Like, I remember all these people saying like, well, CNN and the leftist Democrats and all these people, they're all like basically state media, and it's like, so now you become state media and you justify it. It's like, so
Well, that was his thing the whole time. he said we're going to infiltrate the system by becoming the system. He said it like 900 times, and it's a literal failed strategy that makes you just part of the system and represent whatever the system's already seeking to accomplish. It's literally the system's neatest trick. But yeah, these fucking morons don't understand it. And obviously the right is a new left because of it.
Well, and again, when when Elon Musk spent $42 billion of Saudi money, by the way, to buy X.com, he said, well, now you are the media. So now commodifying people's opinion as the new media, I mean, what does that mean? See, again, no mention of that either. So it's like a whole, it's a whole other economy that's evolved out of this as well that everybody's ignoring. Like as the real economy has gone down, this false economy of media production has infinitely ramped up and got more sneaky. And they're not really talking about that. And I think that, I mean, they're talking about it in a very broad sense, but they're not talking about like specifically how, News Corp just basically diversified. They didn't go away. Right. So, you don't have to do that much research to see that aspect of it. And, again, like no mention that Elon Musk spent Saudi Arabian money to buy Twitter, like that's not important at all, but okay.
Happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can so that we can see if any of these criticisms actually hold muster. He says he's not addressing corruption. Yeah, he's not addressing corruption head on. It's like, wait a second. What do you mean? He's going after the SPLC right this second. As we speak, super corrupt organization, which was working with the deep state, by the way, just pointing that out.
With that,
Well, really
kick it
quick,
over to
really
Owen
quick,
for
I
his
just want to
5-minute
ask you,
rebuttal as well.
what do you think it means that Saudi Arabia spent $40 billion to buy Twitter? You know what I mean? Like, how does that play into this whole Iranian war? Like, that doesn't have a factor in it? I don't know.
Right. And it's just like they've been having all these memes on Twitter to nuke Iran, right? I mean, it's pretty interesting, right? Obviously, they paid for some of that.
Well, as far as when this war started, obviously there's a lot of contention in the geopolitical debate realm, but at least for this administration, it started last June with Operation Midnight Hammer. And since then, we haven't gotten a lick of honesty because we were supposed to have annihilated or obliterated, was the official word from the president, their nuclear capabilities. And then they came back a few months later and said Iran was weeks away, days away from a nuke. And so now we're over there again. And I think to most people, they perceive this war, I think accurately, as just another regime change war. Now, you may not care for Iran's leadership. You're not going to get any pushback from me on any of that. And yet the facts remain. This was a regime change war. They lied to us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's voting base that voted for no new wars. It was part of the campaign promise. In fact, Trump himself for decades has been talking about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East, wasted it, his own words. He ran against Bush's wars in his first campaign in 2015 and 2016. And he even said specifically, no more regime change wars. So that's just a total reversal of policy on that. And this.
Yeah, what's really sad is that some of these conservatives that were extremely isolationist, that were saying that we should divest from the foreign wars, including Andrew Wilson. He was saying this type of stuff, that we should totally pull out of wars in the Middle East and all this type of stuff, that we have no business being there. We should focus the money in the United States. And now this fucking moron is changing his rhetoric. Probably because he got paid to take the positions, right, that he's taking now. I mean, there's no other sane reason, right, that he would just totally change his stripes, so on and so forth. Right?
This has people wondering who's making these decisions. I don't need to get into that now, but we're not even getting consistency on the messaging in the last couple of weeks. The strait is closed. It's not closed. We've won the war. The war is not over. We need to go in. Nobody really knows. And by the way, I think Trump does that strategically. But nonetheless, the truth is that we don't get any honesty from this administration. It just doesn't add up. And as far as the strategy with China and Russia, I'd like to think that this is all going to work out in our favor. I'd like to think that that's the.
Yeah, blessings, Denise. Yeah, have a great night. Thank you so much for watching us.
Yeah, thank you to everybody who is here. I just invited Pinoy. He just released an article saying Andrew Wilson is wrong. So I invited him to come and talk about whatever that's about. I didn't get a chance to read it, but
Right. Yeah, if he doesn't come by, we might put that up because that's highly relevant, I guess.
Play that Trump is making. However, it doesn't appear to be going in our favor. I think that most of the world is looking at the foreign policy of this administration, and they're seeing it as very, very favorable to Israel, which is essentially a pariah of the entire international community. And so instead of perhaps these countries maybe driving away from Russia and China, I think they're driving to China and Russia and away from the United States because of Trump's aggression, again, in the Middle East, as the world views it, on behalf of Israel. As far as the Dems, hamstringing Trump, I think that happened a lot in the first administration. I'm not really seeing as much of it in this administration. But this gets back to the deep state. I thought we were talking about criminals. I thought we were talking about the Obama administration committing treason. We were talking about them illegally spying. And yet now President Trump says, I'm okay to give up my liberties for safety. I'm okay with them illegally spying on you. That doesn't really sit well with me. And I think the Dems are going to look at that very favorably when we get to the midterms. Israel does have a nuke. It is it's a violation of the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles.
Boom. And so many people clapped. It's not a huge audience.
Yeah, they had a tiny audience watching this, which is kind of bizarre. Like, it's
Yeah.
almost weird how they left them with no audience to watch this debate. It's pretty weird to me.
Yeah, they barely can sell tickets for an event like this. Most of the traffic,
which is shocking. Like, to me personally, that is shocking with how many people watching these guys every day and no one shows up. Like, in South Carolina, it's like, oh, wow, like, it's kind of sad. It honestly makes me sad. I feel like we could bring more people to an event than this. Like, probably if we marketed it the right way, like, these guys have millions of dollars invested and there's no one there. It's like, I don't understand that to me.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you've ever seen this show, and I'm talking to the audience members. Obviously, I know Neuro's seen the show Modern Day Debate, but obviously very shitty audio quality, very shitty video quality. Sometimes they'll, go off the screen. They'll have all sorts of glitches. Sometimes the guy who's, the moderator won't know how to sort out the tech issues. And obviously this has happened hundreds of times on their debate shows, right? So, where sometimes for, 15 to 30 minutes, they'll have some sort of audio thing to work out. And sometimes the person won't show up. One day I was there to fill in for Andrew Wilson when he didn't show up for his own debate on Modern Day Debate. Right. And of course I was promptly kicked off the stage when I think they realized who I was. and so on and so forth. But yeah, the fact is this, right? That Modern Day Debate, that could be a totally just government run like channel or debate network where they have these shill performers, and literally the chat looks totally fake. Probably hundreds of bots in the chat, and probably totally astroturfed views that they've bought. Because, how could they have these, hundreds and thousands of views and not be able to sell like, 30 tickets? It's literally laughable. But yeah, I've seen like college classes where there's louder applauses, for the college professor. I mean, it's just sad. But
American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many, many instances of this. Now, the Epstein files, I don't know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me. You say, show me evidence that there is a pedophile ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich.
So it looks like the Israeli human trafficking is not even just in Israel, it's bleeding into other places. Like, good Lord, this guy will not. And did you see Andrew's reaction? Let's take a look at it again to that statement.
Acts. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich.
Hee hee ha ha.
Yeah, hee ha ha, right?
And they're not in prison, and that's where they should be. So I don't really want to have to think about Iran's cultural issues. These are Americans and people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country. That's how most people perceive these Epstein files, of which we don't even have the entire files. But in them, we see references, what appear to be killing people, taking women, young women, babies as sex slaves. Who knows what else is going on in these files? There's very obvious code language. I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones and I'm reading through this cell phone and they keep talking about pizza and grape soda and jerky, I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur. Me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda. I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second. You'd say this is clearly code language and I'm going to investigate what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to cover them up, because I do think there is a there, as most other Americans do. And that's something that Trump campaigned on and many of his administration talked about for years.
And time. With that, we're going to jump into the cross. Crossfire, this is 40 minutes, so this is fully up to you guys. If it gets too rocky, I'm going to jump in and put it into 90-second responses. So the floor is yours, gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation.
Gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation of pedophiles. So you and I both agree that this happens and it's abhorrent. Do you know that what the numbers are, roughly?
The last story I read was a CBS story. It was a couple dozen, I think.
I think total that I could find, I was being as charitable to your view as I could, it's about 200. That's a lot. It's a significant amount. But it's nothing in comparison to the Catholic Church. Nothing. Which is somewhere around 100,000 children, perhaps. Or more. When we talk about this idea of pedophilia here in the United States, Owen, this is my big issue with this, is that there's always a red herring, right? The red herring is, well, Israel repatriates pedophiles. It's like, yeah, that's true. So does the United States in a way, though. We have passport bros who they go to Malaysia, they have sex with underage kids, and then they come back here. It's the same exact principle applied. The only difference is there's no official right of return. There doesn't need to be. They're already U.S. citizens. But when we're talking about this, we know where the groups of pedophiles are. We've known this for years. The Catholic Church, for instance, again, part of one of the largest pedophilic scandals in the world. Which church do you belong to again? Is it Catholic?
I have no qualms with what you're saying about the Catholic Church, whether I identify as one or not. So go ahead. I will sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm
No
just saying
problem.
that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation,
How is it a red herring if it's true?
Because
Oh, whoops. But yeah, yeah, that fell on him one day.
Well,
when he,
yeah, I just want to say this
exposed-
really quick. Like
yeah, go ahead.
he's him trying to say that like passport bros are like equivalent to like widespread like repatriation of like convicted PDF files in the United States for like billionaires is like absurd, because that directly a lot of that stuff he's referring to directly ties to the Epstein files. So like he's literally obfuscating the entire Epstein files like by saying that. Like it's crazy. Like literally Epstein was one of the primary people in the Philippines, probably with the Catholics doing all that. So yeah, it's totally absurd that
But
he's
this
just
is
like
so weird.
sidestepping that.
Yeah, but this is so weird. When confronted with the crimes of the Jays, he'll then point to other Christians who are doing it. Isn't that really weird? And then he'll point to his other Christian compatriot and say, well, aren't you part of a church that supports this? When actually it was, he was exposed in a debate when they showed that Orthodox priests that committed sex acts with children were moved around to a different church. So yeah, so I mean, this has obviously happened in his church as well, right? Not to mention the church that he represents has linked up with the Russian government, right?
Who were certainly involved in all kinds of trafficking, for sure.
All sorts of trafficking. Including people like Lev Lviv, who Trump is doing business with in Russia. So yeah, really odd stuff there. But yeah.
the red herring happens when
Didn't you
say
admit it's hundreds?
when you say, "Hey, wait a second, yeah, hundreds."
So
for
it's
sure.
a real thing. So it's not a red herring.
I'm not. No,
Oh, let's not forget to mention that Trump was also a protege of the gay Jewish mobster Roy Cohen. So yeah.
no, the red herring portion of it is when you obfuscate away from the argument on the Epstein files, as though there's a global cabal of pedophiles. I point out in Iran, there's an open cabal of pedophiles. You say, well, Israel harbors pedophiles too. It's like, no, they don't have official policy for pedophilia, dude. They
Hold
don't.
on a second. You
They
just
don't.
admitted you're talking about people that have been actually charged with crimes of
Uh-huh.
pedophilia that Israel knowingly takes in.
Some
so
of,
so
no,
they
no,
are
no.
very
That's
well
not in
aware.
every instance. That's
So
in
they are
some
very
instances.
well aware.
Sometimes it's suspected. One of the big key ones was in
So
Australia.
look at it. He's defending Israel, right? And he's saying that that it's fine to defend Israel and blow up other random countries, right? Because they do the same thing that Israel does. So yeah, so it's totally weird rhetoric from Andrew Wilson. If he's not totally just a Zionist supporter at this point, he's already supporting, Trump's extreme Zionist positions that he's taking recently in support of Israel, right? So it's really weird, right? And of course we called this out a while back on our first few episodes of Made by Machine Bob. So I'm pretty confident that we've already literally warned people about this a couple of years back, that things are going to be moving in this direction, and it's pretty clear that this is where we're at.
Case I'm sure you're familiar with. That was one of the big key ones, but it's not always the case that they're charged with anything. There, lots of them are just suspected of this.
There was just
the
an,
same
there
way
was
that
just
the
an
United
IDF.
States
There was
is
just an
suspected.
IDF. Hold on.
Yeah,
There was just
go
an
ahead.
IDF security official, Alexandrovich, who just got charged, caught in a bust, and he fled over there. He's gone.
Of course, but you're going to find.
Give me a comparable story this year to the Catholic Church.
You can find the same thing.
Show me the Catholic
perhaps,
Church. Show me the Catholic Church finding a pedophile and saying, "Come to the Catholic Church."
They moved them to other churches. What are you talking about?
So
to allow them to continue to offend hundreds of thousands of cases.
So show me one name.
I'm supposed to remember every name of every.
I just gave you one name in the last year. Tom Alexandrovich, IDF
Are you
security
denying
official,
that the
fled to
Catholic
Israel.
Church doesn't move around?
No, I just said they do. I
Then
can talk
why
about
are
the
you-
Catholic Church all day long.
Then why are you
But we're
arguing?
talking about the Trump administration dealing with the Epstein files. That's what we're
Yes.
talking about.
So as we're diving into the Epstein files, give me your biggest piece of proof that Donald Trump in any way knew about any pedophilia, and name actual names of people who you're willing to say are pedophiles in that administration. Go ahead.
Okay, I never made either one of those claims.
Exactly.
But I will respond to your question. Howard Lutnick lied when he said he hadn't been to the island since he found out. He got caught lying. He took his family there. This was after Epstein had already been a convicted pedophile. Now, if Donald Trump wants to claim he has plausible deniability as far as Epstein's activities are concerned, I suppose that's fair
Are you
enough.
even claiming that guy's a pedophile?
Well, you know what? If you want to talk about the things Trump has said about
Hang on,
his
answer
daughter
the question
Ivanka,
before
we can
you
talk about
opposite.
it. We can talk about
Answer the
Donald
question.
Trump. Hold on a second.
Are
We
you
can
going to call that guy a pedophile?
Have
or
I
no?
called Trump a pedophile once?
Well, this is why I'm getting clarification.
The answer
on
is
this.
no.
And the reason I'm getting
The answer is
clarification
no.
is because on the Epstein files, people refuse to separate mythology from fact. And there's a lot of mythology here. And this mythology that you guys continuously talk about, that Trump is in some way associated with this global cabal of satanic pedophiles, but you never name names, you never give evidence. Your only evidence is they don't give us evidence. Why would you trust the evidence that these people give you anyway? Why would you even trust that anyway? You don't trust them, the evidence that they've given you so far. So why is it always the demand is like, I want endless evidence of a thing that we always make claims about, but can never demonstrate? Why?
So Trump is obviously maybe mentioned more than anyone else in the files. If you want to claim that he has nothing to show illegal in the files, that's fine. Howard Lutnick, however, lied when he said he hadn't been there. He is still in the Trump administration. He was just running point for their meeting at the Oval Office just last week. And he's in the files taking his kids to Epstein Island. So would you take your kids to Epstein Island?
Well, okay, so are you saying at the time
What the fuck? 32 minutes.
Doesn't look like it's going that way either.
No, what the fuck? I don't know what's going on here. It just like reset.
goes ahead and gives him the sweetheart deal, right, under Obama. Under the Trump administration, they rearrest Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that amazing? The guy protecting the pedophiles.
So the person that Trump brought into his administration is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal that no pedophile, child sex trafficker has ever seen before in their life. Such a sweetheart deal, they had to rearrest him again.
Yeah, they have seen it before in their life. First
So
of
look,
all,
whether Trump-
he wasn't even
hold on.
accused of pedophilia. What he was accused of was localized trafficking in Florida. And yes, people have been cut sweetheart deals for that. You're full of it.
Okay,
What-
so
like,
your
for-
stance is
for-
so
what are you
your
talking
stance
about?
is so your stance is Epstein was not a pedophile and there's nothing in the Epstein files, because I don't want to debate this the whole time.
I didn't say that. My stance is that there's bold claims which are made, and I can see you running from it. I don't blame you for running from the claims.
This isn't the
but you
debate. I'm
can't-
not
don't
here
have
to, I mean,
evidence.
I could. You're on.
Is it a
losing side.
failure of
This
Trump's
is
or not?
worse. Absolutely.
Well, then it's
Absolutely.
part of the debate.
There should be dozens of Epstein
Then there's
arrests.
part- it's part of the
They
debate.
are literally
Of who?
covering it up.
Tell me who.
Exactly. They've redacted
Exactly.
the names. They've
Who should
redacted the
who
names.
should we be arresting? Exactly.
I'd love
What does
to
that
know.
mean?
Why are all the names redacted from the files?
Because
Why
of-
haven't they
I'll
given
tell
us
you.
all the
I'll actually tell you. And if you had done your due diligence, you would know this.
Oh, because they're victims.
No. Because victims advocacy groups and lawyers have tied this thing up like nobody's business. And again, Michael Tracy's done the
And
research
no
on
pedophiles
this.
go to jail.
Which pedophiles should go to jail?
The ones that they've redacted. So
What
did
are their
Epstein-
names?
So Epstein trafficked kids to no one.
No, Epstein was getting kids.
So Epstein-
Ghislaine was trafficking kids to him.
Okay, so Epstein raped all the kids. No one else did.
Name a single person he trafficked a kid to.
They're all redacted from the files. What are you
The
talking about?
files
You
don't
can
even
see,
indicate
you
that.
can
Who?
see in the emails. He says, "I have girls. How old do you want them? I have girls. I don't like yellow. I want Russian." That's all right there.
That's not him. There's nothing to do with pedophilia, as far as Show me.
Wow. So here's Andrew Wilson today, right? He's willing to support
Well,
Israel.
I think you missed something because like he went back and forth saying, well, like when was Epstein convicted of pedophilia? He was convicted of 16 and 17-year-olds.
Right.
So
Yep.
that notice, and I was like, well, why are you shifting the goalpost now?
Yeah.
But before you weren't, right? Like,
So it's weird. So for whatever reason, Wilson wants to minimize the crimes of the Mossad in this country, but then maximize, like, oh, the Catholic Church did this and all these people. It's super weird. I just
well, and like passport bros, are more of a concern than like institutionalized child trafficking. It's like potentially, right? Like I don't know about that. It's like what the hell.
And also, this is a total breakdown of the debate. So, I mean, I guess you guys will have to decide why most of Andrew Wilson's debates get caught up in this really weird trap where they end up running out the clock on an issue that has literally almost nothing to do with the proposition at hand. So the substance of most of his debates is literally doesn't accomplish much.
As far as you know, it does.
Wait a second. Absence of evidence is not evidence. Do you agree with that?
No, I'm using your logic against you. If you're saying
My
it
logic
doesn't
works
prove
for
anything,
me and not for you.
Okay, so I'll accept this because I don't want to debate. So Epstein was not a pedophile. He was not trafficking children. Anybody. He was not friends with
I'm willing
Trump.
to see
They're
that
not
Trump-
covering up.
I'm willing
They're
to
not covering
see-
up the files.
I'm willing to see the distinction between the mythology of Epstein trafficking children to all of these various pedophiles is a mythology. I'm also willing to see that Epstein himself may very well have been a pedophile, but it seemed like the trafficking was going to him. And you have no proof to the alternative of that. And even when you point at Acosta,
So what is
this
Epstein
happens
doing?
under Obama, rearrested under Trump. Trump's the only one who released any Epstein files at all, signed in the Epstein Transparency Act.
Yeah,
Congress
after
also pushed for it.
after they redacted them for weeks, they still haven't
Because of
released everything.
victims.
They still haven't released everything, by the way.
How would Trump unredact them? Can you explain that to me?
Well, they shouldn't be redacted at all.
Yeah, but how would Trump unredact them?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. I think he calls them and says, "Hey,
no,
unredact these."
No. That's the judicial branch. That's a different branch of government.
And he can call them and tell
Trump's
them to
allowed
do
to do that with classified documents. Not allowed to do that with redactions. Those redactions are going through the judiciary. So what should Trump do here?
He can easily declass. He can usually release everything.
They're not classified. They're redacted.
Then why aren't they released?
He did release them.
Not
He
all
released
of them.
millions of documents.
Not all of them.
And not only that, again, how would he get them unredacted? Tell me.
Not even all of them. They're
Tell
not
me
even
how
all
he would
released.
get them unredacted. How?
It's very simple. You bring out the investigators and you simply read the names that are redacted. That's all you got to do.
You mean like they did in front of a press club and those poor guys who weren't actually pedophiles got calls and threats and everything else?
That happened to one guy.
Yeah,
That
but I
happened to
mean,
one guy.
that's reading the names of people who aren't even related to it.
Okay,
And this
so-
is the problem,
So
man.
this is good. So you're satisfied with the Epstein files.
I didn't say satisfied, but I'm pointing out that I'm not willing to make claims that Donald Trump's a bad guy based on redactions that he's not responsible for. You can't tell me how he should unredact them. You can't tell me
it's
who
very
the,
simple.
who
I
the
want all the
victims are.
files.
You
Show
can't
me
tell me
all
any
the
of this.
files.
I
What do you
do,
mean the victims
gentlemen,
go in front of
I
Congress
do
every
want to.
freaking day?
I only want to jump in just because, given that we have only 40 minutes.
Again, the guy is literally mentioned tons of times inside the files, right? So, I mean, it's weird. He's not claiming that all Trump is responsible for is redacting the information, right? Or not being able to recover the redacted information or whatever. I mean, it's totally wild. So yeah, again, he's totally moved the goalpost, right? Owen, who's not a seasoned talker like this, right, is basically being able to be moved about, because he thinks it's enough to just pin Andrew on this idea. And it is, right? Because the optics of him supporting this concept is actually highly damaging, right? So I don't know why he would publicly take this stance, honestly. And this is pretty much at the point where the audience became very brutal towards him. But yeah, lots of people putting W, Owen, L, Andrew in the chat. But yeah, hundreds of them.
It's for the open dialogue. Though it's been epic so far. I just want to be sure if there are other topics you want to cover. We have 28 minutes left.
I would say
Epic. Literally, they took garbage positions. Both sides suck. A literal nonsense debate about non-issues. Neither of them proved a single thing during this entire debate. All of us are dumber for having heard this shit that this man has produced in this white suit. Good Lord, right? Like, this guy is probably a Scientologist for real, dude. If I had to put my money on anybody being a Scientologist, it'd be this fucking guy. With a fucking white suit on. What the fuck?
Can we
would
move on
say
to the economy?
The Epstein files is a debacle and a disaster for
The releasing of the Epstein files was a debacle. I agree with that. The problem is that what I'll never accept is lack of evidence being evidence of a thing. And while you pretend that there's a global pedophilic ring that you have no evidence of controlling the United States, I can show you a global pedophilic ring which exists right out in the open that Trump's blowing up right now.
So Epstein didn't put a bunch of security cameras in all of his places.
So let me get this straight. Now Iran is a global pedophilic ring? Dude, this dude literally just makes shit up. What the fuck? Like now Iran is trafficking kids all over the world, like, or something like that. I don't even understand the crimes that the average Iranian citizen is responsible for at this point. It's fucking outrageous. Like, what in the world? There's total collapse of logic in this debate. It's like literal retarded.
Places that didn't happen. He wasn't working with Maxwell, the daughter of the top.
Yes,
Israeli
he worked
spy.
with Ghislaine Maxwell. Yes, there were security cameras in his various places. All of that is correct. That's, again, asking
called
questions,
evidence.
not providing evidence.
So why does he do that for?
Wait, there's cameras here. What's that evidence?
This is an
of?
event. This is a televised.
Yeah, but what's that?
There's cameras here. Look at this guy. What a squirmy worm. Literally. What the fuck?
What's the evidence of?
Who is Epstein televising what's going on in his room?
He wasn't televising anybody. Got any proof?
So why are there cameras installed?
Because the same reason rich people have cameras all over their houses.
So he has them in all of his bedroom secret cameras?
What secret cameras? Can you show them?
Yeah, they're in the emails. He literally hired IDF security people to put secret cameras in all of his rooms.
No, no.
He had a damn security room with monitors in his mansions.
You're talking about one specific instance in one specific room, by the way, not on all of his properties and not in the Florida properties. And those are the ones where he got convicted of all these things. So what are you talking about? You're talking about a completely unrelated thing to what I'm asking you. Do you have evidence?
Yeah, like, see, Owen's willing to take the L on this point because look at how he looks. He's literally defending Epstein's crimes. Like a rabid dog. Like, what the fuck is going on? All right, like, he first defended Israel against Iran, comparing Israel and Iran. And then he fucking is saying, well, this doesn't prove and that doesn't prove that Epstein committed the outrageous crimes that he committed, which he admitted that. I don't know. It's all really weird.
That Trump was part of a global pedophilic ring, or that anybody was.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Give me your best piece.
The Epstein files.
Best piece in the Epstein files.
The whole freaking thing. What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay, so hold on. So was Epstein convicted?
Not of pedophilia.
Yes, he was.
Okay, who?
Was Maxwell convicted?
I'm sorry.
Was Maxwell
I'm sorry. When was Jeffrey Epstein convicted of pedophilia?
So Epstein, jail. Maxwell,
when
jail.
was Epstein
Jean-Luc
convicted
Brunel,
of pedophilia?
jail.
When was
Two of them committed suicide
when was Epstein
in jail.
convicted of pedophilia?
I think whatever the first charge was, in 2007 in Florida.
That's not. He wasn't convicted for pedophilia. That wasn't
Trafficking
pedophilia.
children
That-
isn't pedophilia.
First of all,
so now you're saying Epstein wasn't a
he
pedophile?
he was doing underage. There was one or two of the underage prostitutes that came from the school. That's true. But I
So
think they
that's
were
underage.
I think they were 16, 17, not prepubescent children. It's a whole different ball game. He wasn't convicted of pedophilia.
Okay. So Epstein wasn't a pedophile. Glad we got there.
I didn't say Epstein wasn't a pedophile. I said you haven't given us any proof he is. Got some?
Yeah, there's no proof Epstein wasn't a pedophile.
So I'm going to use an argument from
He killed
incredulity.
himself in jail. Nothing to see here. And
So
we
he
should
just
probably
hinges
pardon
on-
Maxwell
I'm
too.
totally
at this
I'm
I do
totally
wanna jump in.
incredulous, but I have no evidence of my claims.
Just because the economy is another topic we might want to cover still while we have time. We do still have about 25 minutes.
Anyway, so I try to operate off of facts basis. What happened, I'll just sum this up real quick, and then I'll give you the last word on it, to be fair. I'll just summarize it very quickly on Epstein. Epstein very well could have been a pedophile and likely was himself a pedophile. But when you make these claims about demonic global pedophile rings which control the United States, yeah, I want some evidence. I do. And I'm not willing to throw.
But you just made a claim about global rings that are controlled by Iran. You got any evidence of that? Pretty weird.
President of the United States that I voted for under the bus without any evidence. I'm not.
And by the way, international fucking laws being skirted by Israel when those people migrate there who are charged with, child sex crimes.
So, if you want to tie it off, you can.
Well, I'll just say we also saw in the Democrat emails spirit cookings and children in the hot tub for entertainment. So, but there's no evidence of pedophile rings. Or
You're
anything.
talking about
I'm sure none of it
Podesta
happens.
spirit cooking?
I'm sure none of it
The
happens.
big art project
That's right,
spirit
Podesta,
cooking?
that's right.
Yes. Leon Podesta, who was part of a
I hate to
massive
push this
art project
into-
for spirit cooking, along with, how about we talk about Rocket Pizza? Did they have babies underneath there, Owen? Did they have children in the
good-
basement, Owen?
Good opportunity to go into the economy.
Yeah. All right. So, moving into this, I just got a
they
single
make
question.
a mockery of Pizzagate and say it's not a big deal, and then again the modern day debate guy consistently moves past all this stuff like, oh, let's not get into conspiracy theories, let's go to the economy.
Yeah, he wanted to change the topic from what they're talking about to that nonsense topic. It's wild. But yeah, and as I pointed out earlier, that topic is so vacuous that it's literally a non-versation.
For you, Owen, how would eliminating mass migration into a net negative not cause economic downturn or higher prices? How's that even possible?
Well, it's actually, there's a simpler fix to that. And that is you have to cut taxes. You have to cut them significantly. You have to cut them immediately. Americans are paying roughly 30% of the money that they make plus the property that they own. That number needs to be single digits tops. And a lot of Americans will have a little more money to take care of their bills and take care of their family. But we're not really having that happen. Now, I feel like this whole argument is assuming that Americans don't want these jobs.
Really
I
quick,
don't
it's
know.
assuming they do.
In fact,
like,
my
dude,
argument to you
Americans
is just-
pay like
I'll simply
ridiculous amounts of money in tax. Like, it's crazy. Like, if you get a paycheck, yeah, he's right. Like 30% of your fucking check is gone. It's crazy. And a lot of it you never see back because they don't return it back to you. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're poor. So there's like all sorts of hidden tax. So it's just interesting that, Andrew doesn't even seem to care about like taxation without representation, which even if you're a Christian and a monarchist, like it's still a problem. So
stated. If it's the case that we bring in, 100,000 immigrants tomorrow to California, let's say, okay, and they're willing to take $10 an hour less than the Americans who are there, would you agree with me that that'll probably save you prices in goods and services from whatever that corporation is or company?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. So like if you took McDonald's and you paid them $25 an hour, your cheeseburger is going to get more expensive. You agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
So you can offset that with immigrant labor. Do you agree that that's likely true?
Yes, but I don't believe that's the solution.
See,
I agree with
I
you.
don't see,
but if it
this
is in fact the case,
specific argument I hate because look, I've worked fast food before, and most of fast food work, you don't need 8, 10 people there. Like they're hiring a bunch of cheap labor to do the job of like 5 people. So they'll hire 10 people to do the job that 5 competent people could do for $25 or $35 an hour. So again, this is just a ridiculous argument in my opinion. Like you don't need 10 people to do a lot of these, to run a lot of these crews. Like I've run restaurants, okay? Like you don't need, to sit here and say that you need a bunch of cheap labor to make money at a restaurant is not technically true, okay? Like there is a skill to running a restaurant and you could pay skilled people to do that work. Do you know what I mean? Like I just kind of reject. I think that's a bullshit argument personally.
case that Trump is doing his job, which it seems like he is, since we have negative net migration. Why wouldn't it be the case that if we're deporting all these illegals and they're self-deporting at an overwhelming rate, of course your localized food prices are going to go up because most of these jobs are now going to Americans. In fact, this is exactly what Cato is saying. They're saying we're getting hurt mostly in the economy because Trump is not even letting legal immigrants come in. I thought that was what we wanted, man. We want to stop that legal and illegal immigration. But it's like, not if your fried chicken's going to go up 30 cents. What are you talking about? We want that, right?
Well, the deportation numbers are not where they need to be. I don't know how much that falls into the economic realm of things. Obama deported more people than Trump. So we're not.
There was a lot more
getting those
people
numbers.
to deport.
But I think that there's other reasons for that. I think that this gets into the, let's say, failures at the Department of Justice, which maybe they're just starting to get into with the SPLC, but I don't know. We'll see about that if we come back to that. We're being told as Americans, hey, buck up and pay more for gas. It's this war in Iran. You've got to buck up. It's your patriotic duty to pay more for gas. That is a war that's being fought in the foreign and special interests. Do you think Americans might be willing, instead of paying another extra $1 per gallon of gasoline, maybe an extra 10 cents for a cheeseburger if they know that means Americans are taking the job? I mean, that's essentially what we're
But
being
most
asked.
Americans don't know that because even people on my side are running around saying Trump's not deporting enough people, even though we have a net negative in migration right now. Those
Well, we have
jobs,
a closed border.
hang on, those jobs, yes, a closed border and net negative migration, legal and illegal. More people are leaving than coming. That's for the first time we finally got that. It's like, yeah, prices are going to go up from that. You know this. Why not be honest with
prices
people?
went up
If
from-
that's the
prices-
case,
no,
and then we
prices
talk
went
about
up from
gas. Hang on,
tariffs.
I'm almost done.
Prices went up from tariffs.
Okay.
Prices went up
You
from
want to get
energy.
into tariffs? We can do that in a second, but let's start with the gas prices. All you're doing is pitting Trump against Trump. On the Biden level, at his top, do you know what the gas prices were?
About right where they're at now.
Nope. Way more. They were
Not way
they were
more.
over $5.50. Yeah, they're $1 cheaper right now at the peak of Trump than they were at the peak of Biden. So you're only comparing Trump's gas prices to Trump's gas prices. Because if you compare them to the Democrat, they were still way higher. I mean, way higher.
But
Now,
when
Trump,
did the price go up?
Trump speculation mostly.
No, when did the price go up?
Oh, I thought you said why did the price
No,
go
when?
up?
When did the
well,
price
the price has been going up steadily and decreasing
Since we attacked
steadily.
Iran.
Yes, correct. Due to what? Market speculation. And you can't control speculators, and neither can Trump. It's not because we have some supply shortage of oil. Where's our shortage? Nowhere. We're not getting oil from Iran. We don't even have the processors for their oil. That goes to China. So we have no shortage, but our oil prices go up. Why? Because of speculation. And you just completely omit that. Not only do you omit that, but you omit this other part, which is you still haven't explained how it is that we're going to have net negative migration and prices aren't going to go up. They
Trump,
are.
Hold
right?
on a second. Trump is the one that claimed that he could get gas prices down.
He
He's
did.
the one that made that claim.
And
It
he
hasn't
did.
happened.
They're lower than Biden's peak by $1.
No.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't even know if we've seen Trump's peak. If
Well-
this war in Iran doesn't
well,
end,
you can't just say, well, I'm incredulous. They may go up more. They're actually going down. They've been going down steadily.
gas
not up.
prices are going down.
Yes, they're going to be going down. Yes. And speculators, by the way, are speculating that, which is why they're going to be going down. Interestingly enough, when we're talking about oil prices, though, and gas prices, yes, at Biden's peak, they were $1 more than they are the national average right this second as we're talking. I even made sure this morning before we came in, just to be sure. And yes, that is in fact the case.
Yeah, again, like this is a literal non-versation. Like you could literally find factoids on either side. It's totally vacuous. And it's pretty obvious that Trump hasn't improved the economy. I mean, good Lord.
So it's like you're only comparing Trump to Trump, and even with him blowing the shit out of pedophiles in Iran, like the Ayatollah Khomeini, he still managed to give you $1 cheaper gas than Joe Biden did.
but you just said it wasn't Trump. You just said it was the speculators. Now you're giving credit to.
So again, I guess bombing a school children or bombing cities full of civilians. I guess that's, you know, fighting PDF, you know, even though, you know, you're willing to apologize and minimize the crimes of Epstein and other things. I mean, good Lord. And I mean, we could all pretend that he did this because he wanted to win a debate, or that there's some greater political victory at the end of all these talking points, but there really isn't. You know, the positions speak for themselves, right? There's nothing there. You know, he's getting paid to say this stuff. It's extremely despicable. You know, no one with any rational or moral basis, you know, can be, you know, justifying these things. I mean, it's plain as day.
Trump. So I don't know what, you know, I'd like a little consistency.
Okay, so wait a second. So you're going to blame it on Trump instead of the speculators. But when I say even under those circumstances, it's $1 cheaper, that can't be because of Trump.
Let's
It's
be
like,
clear. No. Here's
I
my metric.
want the
No,
consistency.
Here's my metric.
Yeah.
Trump said on his campaign he would get gas prices down.
He did.
hasn't done it.
Yes, he has.
He's even admitted that we had to take a detour off of America First to do this war. He said it's over. It's not a war.
He
it is
has
a war.
gotten
We won
the gas
war, but
prices
still,
down. What
Gas
are you
prices have
talking
gone
about?
up since we started the war.
Yes, gas prices went up when we started the war due to market speculation.
So Trump started
I
a war,
agree.
and now gas prices are higher. That's
Yeah,
the
but
fact.
you're only comparing Trump to Trump. And if you're going to compare him to Biden,
I'm comparing,
gas
yes,
is
Trump,
still
I'm
cheaper
comparing
than the
this
Democrats.
administration to this administration.
Exactly.
Gas prices have gone up since he started this war.
Yes, and if you follow Trump's plan, gas prices are likely going to bottom out because he has control
I
over
hope.
oil there,
That's a nice
control
hope.
over oil in Venezuela.
That's a nice
He has
hope.
control over all of it.
Venezuela oil won't be ready for probably months.
But we still have control of it. What did I say? The future will go down.
We'll see.
Why?
I hope
The
that's the
speculators
case.
say the
I hope
same
that's the
thing.
case, but that's not the case right now. And Americans are struggling financially, and now here we are in another war in the Middle East, and we're sick of it.
Are you going
We're
to blame?
sick of it.
Are you going to blame market speculators?
I'm going to blame Trump for getting us into another war on Israel's behalf. Yes, I am going to blame Trump for that. He did that.
So help me out here. Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East?
First of all,
So notice that. And you got a huge applause for saying, yeah, we shouldn't support wars, like go to war for Israel. He says, oh, Trump's going to kill PDFs again. So yeah, good Lord. The guy is literally a blithering fucking idiot. That's hiding behind like weak ass points. Defending PDFs. It's literal projection, but yeah.
do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
Just no.
Constitution.
We're the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles.
I want to make
Yeah, we're those 200 schoolgirls. Yeah, exactly. Like, good Lord, dude. The dumbest fucking points of all time. Like, literal fucking moron. Like, we're those schoolgirls. Like, what, dude? What are you literally talking about?
sure that their lives didn't get raped. But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths. I want to make sure that their lives didn't get raped. But that aside, no.
We're the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles.
I want to make sure that their lives didn't get raped. But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths inside of a war.
Okay, so it is a war.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't a war.
Does he need
I'm not going to
congressional
quibble
approval?
over the word, even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know, how is the global interest served? You're so concerned about pedophiles. You killed one of the
sorry,
most major
back
ones
that
who's
up
ever
30
existed.
seconds one more time. Like, it is very interesting, that thing, that little sneak thing he said about, you mean you want them alive so they can get raped? I mean, that's an incredible thing to say, I would say. Just
the Iranian.
Just no. We're the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles.
I want to make sure that their lives didn't get raped. But
all right,
that
back it up
aside,
10 seconds, slow that down. I want to make sure everybody catches that. Like, that's an astonishing piece of rhetoric. Like, I just want to point that out. Like, to me, this was like the weirdest
Yeah,
thing that
and
I caught.
Israeli, Israeli soldiers, they never great people, right? And yeah, wow, dude. Like, look at his fucking shit-eating grin as he says this. Like, good Lord, dude. Like, you might as well eat a pile of shit.
Like, I get what he's saying, but the way he's saying it, and again, I'm not like this tone police people, but like, it's like, dude, why are you laughing and smiling talking about that? Like, you know, I get the rhetoric, like, but it's
Fucking
like,
dark,
dude,
yeah.
it's extremely dark, you know, to like grin about that for sure. Like, and I watch Owen Benjamin. Okay, Owen Benjamin is the master of that. Okay, but like, this is
yeah,
like,
he's literally like
wow.
sporting the literal troll face. Like, It literally looks like that. Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like propaganda, rhetorical wise, like I get what he's doing, but it's a very dark thing because you're basically saying like better dead than. That's why I'm saying honor killing. He's basically saying like better dead than raped. It's like, well, I don't know about that. I mean, that's a huge claim. Where in the
Yeah,
Bible
that
do you see it? Where in the Bible does it say, well, if you're raped, you should get killed? Like,
yeah, that
I
might be
don't know
like
that
how
one
a
part.
lot of Islamists feel about the United States. Like it's one big gay disco. They're gonna tell these kids to cut their dicks off. Let's save all these kids. Like I don't know. The same argument could be made.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Literally
Is like
retarded.
it is. That's why I'm saying it's like it's this kind of like weird, white Sharia argument in a sense. Again, like I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but it seems relatively deliberate in my opinion. So like he's kind of like
But
sneaking
it's
in this
kind of
like
liberal
yeah.
because you're kind of saying like the entire population of Iran is like Me Too'd at this point.
Well,
Like,
that's
you're
what
like
white
basically
Sharia has become. It's become this like liberal thing when that's not what when I used to like it. The white Sharia meme, like it wasn't like that. You know what I mean? Like
no, well,
it
no,
certainly wasn't this like liberal talking point.
well, no. The conservatives. That's why Pinoid uses white Sharia because the conservatives are literally, they're anti-liberal until they run into a Muslim, and then they're liberals, right? Because they say, well, so they support
Yeah,
liberalism abroad.
they're lib signaling essentially like, well, I mean, I'm not a liberal, but I don't want to be that anti-liberal. So it's like, okay, so
Yeah, because they literally say all the time that Islam takes women's rights away, but then they literally advocate for taking women's rights away. So like I've seen Wilson
well,
say both things.
Alex Jones has been a huge, you know, he's done a big mess with that kind of rhetoric too, by the way, which
Yeah, like
is
like he
interesting.
said, like he said like rights don't exist, like women like shouldn't have rights except for the ones that like their husbands give them, and so on and so forth. And then he's also said like Islam takes away women's rights; they have no rights. So it's pretty weird stuff.
But
So
then he
like,
also says that rights aren't even real. So again, there's like so many layers to
right?
it.
Yeah,
With
yeah,
like,
yeah. Um, were you there? They fell out.
no, I'm here. I'm here. I just wanted to see what happens next because this is about the point. Like I this is where I was like, okay, like I didn't hear a lot of what happened before all this, like the beginning of it, but this is where I was like listening. I was like, holy fuck, like what the fuck am I listening to? This is where I like lost a lot of ability to be charitable with him on this line of argumentation. Like this line of argumentation is like very bizarre to say the and that's the nicest thing I can say. Like just let's hear it one more time. I just want to hear like the way he says this is pretty crazy.
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian.
Just no. Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
You want to make sure that they're alive so they get raped? But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths inside of a war.
Okay, so it is a war.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't a war.
Does he need
I'm not going to
congressional
quibble
approval?
over the word, even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know, how is the global interest served? You're so concerned about pedophiles. He killed one of the most major ones who's ever existed since the late 1970s. He
was friends with
He
Epstein,
put
who's
it inside
probably
of the
bigger, but-
Constitution of Iran that you can marry 9-year-old girls, dude. And by the way, Khomeini,
That's good.
Khomeini,
So-
hang on, almost done. Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old. Perhaps by the lunar cycle could have been 14. His son was married to a 14 or 15-year-old. A lot of his high command were married to children as well. Trump killed all of them without a single boot on the ground.
All right, so
Great.
is that
And
true?
I'm sure after
Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old. I don't know. And again, if this dude is like 80 years old and he's talking about something that happened 50 years ago, or I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't know what he's saying exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Okay, hold on. Look, here we go. Yes, I just Googled it. Yes, according to various biographical accounts and reports, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini married Khadij Saqafi, also known as Kudzaran, in 1929. So he's literally talking about 100 years ago, and he was 27 years old. So I'm pretty sure people in America were doing very similar things in that time period. So I'm, maybe not that recent, but it's, I mean, he's talking about something that happened 100 years ago, basically. I just don't think that that's, is Khomeini in charge today 130 years old or something? Like, what is he trying to say? And then he said his son
Oh, so it
married.
says that that 16-year-old marriages is not banned in all U.S. states.
Yeah,
So it
I'm
says
pretty
you
sure you
can
can still
marry.
get married at 15 or 16 in a lot
Yeah,
of
so you
states.
might be able to get married at 15 or 16 in some states, but yeah.
Some people in my family in the older generations did get married at 15 and 16 years old. So even kind of in my generation, like it wasn't totally unheard of, although less common.
Yeah.
So again, it's like,
yeah, my grandma and grandpa got married at that age, pretty much. But yeah.
right. So again, it's like, so you're just demonizing everyone born 100 years ago throughout the world who got married at 15 years old to a 27-year-old. It's like, I don't know. It's like, yeah. And then of course they have like, well, forced girl child marriages in Iran. Iran considers early marriage. So again, it's like, okay, so the alternative is like to make them stay in school till they're 30, 35 years old, then have children. It's like, okay, again, I'm not defending child marriage. I'm just saying like, it's like, what are you trying to say? Okay, I found this thing. Okay, here we go. According to the I'm just going to read this for the fairness, right? Like, so this is from the Human Rights Council. Okay, let me just read this full thing. A brief submitted to the Office of the High Commissioner for Women's Rights and Gender section for the 26th session of the Human Rights Council by Justice for Iran. So there's not a person's name on this. It's a NGO think tank that I've never heard of or whatever. So, and introduction, according to this, skipping over a little bit, but according to the Islamic Republic Civil Code, and then it quotes the Civil Code. It's like Article 1041 Civil Code, marriage of girls before the age of 13 and boys before the age of 15 is contingent upon the permission of the guardian and upon the condition of the child's best interest as determined by the competent court. Okay. So again, that's at least 3 different parties involved. And again, I'm not defending this. I'm just saying like there's a court, there's 2 sets of parents or guardians. Okay, the legal age of marriage in Iran is set at 13 for girls and 15 for boys. However, the same act allows girls below 13 and boys below 15 to be wed, but conditioned on the consent of their father and the permission of a court judge. In addition, there are troubling reports that Iranian Parliament's Legal Affairs Committee is pushing to lower the age of marriage. So again, to girls back to the age of 9 years of age. So again, they're saying that there's a concern that they're trying to lower the age. There is no proof, according to this report that I'm reading. So again, it's basically an assertion.
And
as far as I can see. So I'll send you this
here,
document, by the way. So go ahead.
Yeah. And here's a thing here. It says that in the Catholic Church, according to Canon Law 1083, the minimum marriageable age in the Catholic Church is 16 for men and 14 for women. So it says 14 here, right?
So that's the current rules of the Catholic Church, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. And the current rules of the Catholic Church.
I wonder what the Orthodox is. If it's, I mean,
yeah,
there's
I
probably
put
one
that
for
in the
different
back
sects.
there.
So
I took a picture of that. So if there's like, so just click on that.
let me see if I can find it.
It's in the backstage.
Oh, gotcha. Got it.
Yeah, so this says 12 for girls, 14 for boys historically. So it says modern times they changed it to 18. Right? So
Right.
so they've moved with the times, right? But the other one
Yeah,
has
and
not
again,
moved.
like that's a whole debate. But again, to just say that like, well, they still allow 12 or 15-year-olds to get married, therefore, like, just bomb their government. I mean, like, I don't know, like, that's not really proof of like pedophilia in and of itself per se. Like, I'm not saying
But
it's not happening,
but
but it's like,
but
I don't
but
know.
here's what it does say. It says that basically Wilson is willing to say that before the 19th century, most Orthodox communities were PDFs. So yeah, so that's proven.
Well, that would be the logical conclusion of the argument,
yeah.
right? Again,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is why I say like you have to be careful what you're arguing for because
Yeah, like
you
so
know,
so
are you going to do
historically,
revisionist history now or
yeah,
something? Like,
yeah.
you
So
know, like it's kind of a
historically, like
bizarre thing.
yeah, like historically, if you uprooted all of the Orthodox churches that were committing PDF, according to Andrew Wilson, literally the Orthodox Church would be destroyed today. There would be no Orthodox Church. So yeah, so that's a fact.
After we've killed thousands of Iranians, including young schoolgirls and the entire
Pedophiles.
family, I'm sure that the Iranians are going to be less radicalized because of that. So I'm not
Radicalized? What do you mean? How do you get more radicalized than marrying children, dude?
What do you think they're going to
What are
stop?
you talking about?
You think they're going to stop?
No, well, I'm just.
Well, you could go and be Orthodox Christians before classical liberalism, and you'd be marrying children all the time. Right? So you know, so it's classical liberalism that saved your church that you'd seem to oppose. You think that that's the bane of society is classical liberalism, but it literally saved your church from being 90% operating in PDF. All right, so I don't understand. Right? You know, you should be thankful to the classical liberalism, right? I mean,
saying, how do you get more radical? You're like, oh, the Iranians are going to get more radicalized than marrying kids.
Well,
Like,
let's
all
see,
the
how many
United
times-
States blowing up the pedophiles is going to really
hold
make
on.
them
How many countries has Iran been bombing this year?
Well, Iran is a state-sponsored terrorism. You agree with
And
that?
is Israel a state sponsor of terrorism?
I think that Israel's done many terrorist
Is
actions.
America a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't think that America generally is a state-sponsored terrorism.
Okay,
no.
well, in the Obama administration, it's very well known we were arming moderate rebels that turned into
In
ISIS
American
and turned
interests,
into
yes,
ISIL.
that's correct.
So America backs these proxy groups. The CIA backs these proxy
But that
groups
was
all
due to
over the
Bush doctrine. Most of
And
that
now
was due
Trump
to-
isn't. Now Trump is Bush.
Trump has when? Where's the forever war?
We're in the Middle East.
Not a single boot on the ground.
We've been in the Middle East the
Not-
majority of Trump's
Is there a
administration.
single boot on the ground?
yeah, I mean, he doesn't see that this is literally an extension of the forever war on terror that the Bush administration literally started for Israel as a crusade for
Which,
Israel.
by the way, so was Russia participating this entire time in the same thing. So
Right.
So we're working with Russia and Israel.
Exactly.
I don't know. You know, it's like
And
that's
Saudi
the big elephant in the
Arabia.
room.
Like,
but
it's like, all right.
but then he's like, well, it's all China, and I'm like, is it China? Is it China that's making us go fight in the Middle East? I don't know about that. It's like,
yeah,
it's like, I mean, where's the evidence that it's China orchestrating all this? Like, I don't know the evidence. I haven't seen the evidence of that. It's like, what are you saying? So he's like, we have to go bomb Iran because one, they're PDS, and two, China. It's like, seems somewhat like a non sequitur to me, but.
We have been at a war
Answer
in
the question,
Iran
bro.
since.
Is there a
Yes,
single boot
yes.
on- okay, where?
That's like
Where?
all over the Middle East. We got boots on the
No,
ground.
in
all over.
Iran.
We
In
got
Iran.
boots on the ground.
Where's our
in the
invasionary
strait?
force?
We got people in the strait. We're talking about going to Kharg Island.
Oh, we had 7,000 people there, and now there's 10,000 people there. Where's the big invasionary force to take over Iran?
So okay,
Where's
fine,
that?
I'll tell you what.
Where's
if,
that?
If they do go into Iran, what will you say?
Yeah.
Then?
Well, at that point, I'm done.
Okay, fair enough.
It is the case.
Fair enough.
I've drawn the line for myself that if there's a ground invasion Iran, that would be a continuation.
What about casualties?
Hang on. That would be a continuation of the Bush policies.
What about casualties?
Hang on. Let me finish the point, and I'll get to casualties too. If it's the case that there's a mass ground invasion of Iran,
yeah, but like I said earlier, Wilson was standing with the Trump administration, all these other people saying that We've been in all these Middle East wars for too long. We're fighting these wars. I mean, and American men and women are dying in these wars, and we're getting nothing out of it. Literally, Trump and Andrew said that earlier. So if he's saying now that he's gonna not, this is absolutely the line he will not cross. I mean, yeah, right.
It's a very arbitrary line. It's like, well, if we put one boot on the ground, suddenly that's again, like I said earlier, it's like, well, that seems pretty arbitrary. It's like I said, like, well, if you're sending missiles and bombs from aircraft carriers, I'm cool. But if you put one person on the ground to like clean up, well, that's a step. That's just one small step for man that I'm not willing to accept. It's like that just it again, it's just an arbitrary, like, where's the justification for that arbitrary distinction? You know what I mean? Like, it's still a war, as he's already admitted. And it's like, so again, what does this have to do with like your justification of the war or not? You know, it's like whether there's a boot on the ground or not. I just don't. I mean, America's all over the world with boots on the ground, including Japan and all these other places, right? So, like, what are you talking about? We have boots on the ground all over the world. So, like, where's the talk about like bringing people back home instead of like having all these giant military bases all over the world that's costing Americans tons of money with no benefit to us? I mean, if you want to talk about the economy, like how, if all this stuff is benefiting us, which I'm open to the argument, and he makes a very interesting argument right now. He's going to say, well, America is not an empire, it's a hegemony. Well, what is a hegemony? What does that mean? See, he makes a very weird argument. You're going to hear it. So I just want to I want to do my predictive programming on you. Just tell me what you think he means when he says that.
Well, I guess he's saying that America is part of a world power system, right? As opposed to just being something that's expanding, right? Like the most powerful kid on the block, so to speak.
That's
right?
that's what I said the other day and with on a discussion. Remember, I said I was like, America's not really an empire. An empire implies that it represents its people. So my point is that he's like defending the hegemony by calling it not an empire but a hegemony. But we must defend the hegemony. See what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like he's kind of implying that we need to defend the New World Order, essentially. I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding, but you catch what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I mean, it's comical that he thinks that this New World Order that they're setting up is going to be America's going to be in charge of it. I mean, it's fucking comical, right? But yeah, all right. I guess you could live in
that's
your
what he's saying
delusional.
about Trump. He's like, well, like he's saying Trump's not a puppet. He's the president. It's like, well, I don't know about that. You know, where's the evidence of that? But anyways.
Then yeah, I would have full support then because that would be a continuation of Bush forever war doctrine. However, limited strikes like what we saw in Venezuela or 6 to 8 weeks, which is what we're seeing right now, that's not enough to pull my support from this president, especially with all of his success in domestic policy. Even if I grant you, and I'm not a fan of the war, I'm not an advocate of it, but even if I grant it that it's the worst thing he could have possibly done, it's not going to change the fact he's been a successful president. His domestic policies alone in eliminating crime and mass migration and being a net negative, that's what people wanted more than anything. It wasn't just the forever wars, it was the mass migration. That's what Trump always harped on. And he's been after it and after it and after it.
Hold on,
and he did deploy the national.
So what he's saying, in my opinion, here's what I hear when I hear what Andrew's saying. He's saying, look, you want immigration? It's going to cost you a war. Don't expect a free meal, Americans. I mean, I hate to say that, but that's kind of what I think he's saying. He's like, look, you don't get a free meal here. You're going to get the war if you want the immigration. And guess what? That means the price of your shit's going to go up and you just have to eat the shit sandwich and smile about it. I mean, he kind of seems to have a disdain for Americans. Like everything he's saying is kind of like anti-American, ultimately, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to say that, but like, it's very glaringly obvious. Like Andrew Wilson is basically saying, fuck America and fuck Americans. I mean, in my opinion, that's kind of what I hear, but you know. And again, maybe he's got an argument, but it is kind of weird. Like I've kind of heard this like angle from him a lot, where it's like fuck America and fuck Americans. Like it's kind of what it sounds like to me. So.
Guard to protect these various centers in these cities while ICE was removing these people from the nation. Democrats did everything that they could do to stop him, including court cases, terrorism against them, and everything else in between. So it's like all of those show me that the guy's very successful, even if I grant it to you how bad Iran is.
Well, I think that they made a major blunder on the deportations because now they're basically stopping them. They should have gone after the Democrats first. Quite frankly, they should have been arresting Democrats for treason. Alejandro Mayorkas should have been the first arrest. He should have been called in front of Congress. And you're a little too late going after the SPLC, in my opinion, which is now being funny enough. It's actually being directed at the right. They're now using this SPLC thing to claim that anybody that's a dissident on the right is paid for by leftists and needs to be censored. That seems to be the theme with that. But they should have gone after.
That is a great point by Owen, because I'll tell you this: I've been talking about it since 2016. This entire fucking alt-right shit has been a setup from the beginning, and that's basically what he just said. It's like they literally set up all these right-wing things, use as evidence, and now even though they're going at the SPLC, all the damage is done, and they're still using it to justify that anybody who has a quote unquote racist or right wing position is basically working for the Jews. So like either way you cut it, it's basically put like a quarter of the male population in this country on a terrorist watch list, essentially. You know what I mean? So the damage is done. And so to sit here and pretend that like, well, we're going to go after them for financial crimes. It's like, if that's not if it's not treason to basically set up a false dialectic of like, an entire like manufactured consent situation, like, I don't know what constitutes treason. You know what I'm saying? And like Owen is right about that. Like I have to give him credit on that. Like it's pretty subtle what he's saying, but he's basically like, I would say he's kind of right, because that's like the SPLC is essentially like committing treason as far as I'm concerned, like that's like, it's like open sedition on the government because you're basically manufacturing like a boogeyman that doesn't exist, like that's because again, it had real world consequences, right? Like literally they're saying like if you hold certain beliefs you can be associated with like criminal organizations because you hold a belief. I mean, and guess who else they did that to? Muslims. You know what I mean? So this is the tie-in of like them trying to like tie like right-wing opinions with Muslim extremists. It's pretty weird. Like I know this sounds like a little esoteric, but like I think people should really consider like what's being really kind of discussed. what he's saying there,
Yeah, absolutely.
All of these groups right out of the gate, Andrew. They should have gone after all the Catholic charity groups, all the Jewish charity groups, all these groups all along the Rio Grande, all of these groups on the southern border, all the Democrats that brought them in, all the Biden administration that brought them in, all of them should have been hauled to jail.
Yeah,
and they weren't.
Except they have due process, Owen.
And what process have they started?
Hang on.
They haven't even started the process.
So how do you know the SPLC?
Because there's no results.
Tell me, how long were you aware of the SPLC investigation?
Andrew Wilson calls himself Big Papa Fascist, and he's like, well, they have due process. See, he is playing this fucking game. And like, again, I do like some of Andrew Wilson's points, but like, he's playing this like nilly-willy, like, well, I'm a big Papa Fascist. I believe in like crushing rights and freedoms and due process. And then he's like, well, they have due process. So, okay, so do you want there to be due process, or do you want like the scum of the earth to be taken out? Because you just justified a war to take out the scum of the earth. But then when it comes to like open sedition here at home, you're like, well, we still have due process. And it's like, okay, ought we have due process? And then he'll say, I already know what he'll say. He'll say, well, I'm not saying what ought to be, I'm saying what is. Okay, well, there's rights in this country. Do you believe there ought to be rights? No. Okay, so why are you bringing that up now? See what I mean? Like, he's doing the double-sided. He wants his cake and eats it too. That's kind of where I get like very annoyed. It's like, okay, you're basically leaning on Owen's belief in the structure, but then you yourself have admitted like you don't want due process and rights and all these things. So I don't know. Just seems kind of strange to me.
Investigation.
What are the charges? They're all
hang on,
financial
hang on. Let's walk through this. When were you aware of the SPLC investigation? When
Like-
they released
like-
it, right?
yes.
Yeah. So when they released it, you're not aware of what the Trump Justice Department is investigating or not investigating.
Show me the evidence.
He said
You're the one who wants to talk about. There's no
Hang on,
evidence of
he
your
said-
claim. Lack
he
of
said-
evidence. Lack of claim.
Hang on. He said multiple times that he wants to bring James Comey up on charges, right? He said multiple times that he wants to go after
Those
these
charges
people.
got dropped.
Instructing his Justice Department to investigate these things. We're finally starting to see the fruit. My evidence is we're finally seeing the fruit with the SPLC. I'm guaranteeing you that there's going to be other organizations which are indicted for various things like this. This is exactly what it is that you said that you wanted. It's at least a step in the
hold on
right
a second.
direction.
They've only been charged for financial crimes. They need to be charged for
So was Al
treason.
Capone.
They need to be charged for treason.
Yeah, Al Capone. Al Capone was not charged for his mob hits or for bootlegging.
Wait a
This guy is charged for
stop it.
financial
You're not
crimes.
comparing Al Capone to
I'm telling you
15
that
million
if-
invasion
if
of this
it's the case that you go to jail for 15
Al Capone is more of an American than Mayorkas.
If you go to jail for 15 years for the crime of murder or to jail for 15 years for the crime of for some type of financial fraud, you can prove the one but not the other. Which one would you go after?
I would go for it all. That's what the feds do.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what they did
no,
to me.
no, you wouldn't. If you could prove one
Absolutely.
but not the other, you would go after the one you could
No,
prove.
they always overcharge so they can get you a plea and get their incarceration rate and get their conviction rate. I would know. I've been through it before.
Sure.
Regardless, we're talking about almost 2 years into this administration and no deep state arrests. None.
Who do you want to see arrested?
I just told you Mayorkas. There's one. How about the Obama administration? how about John Brennan? How about James Clapper? How about James
Tell
Comey?
me what your process would be to arrest them.
Okay. First of all, Dan Bongino, who
hold
was
on.
the deputy
this
director
is
of the
like
FBI,
you said, this
spent
is a very weak argument. Like they're purposefully dragging this into like public opinion litigation bullshit. See what I mean? Like you don't need to get into the minutia of like what constitutes sedition or not. I mean, anybody in their right mind knows there's been open sedition in this country for like 100 years. I mean, let's just be real. So to sit here and play this game of like, well, what's your definition of sedition? What's your definition? I mean, come on, man. It's absurd the level of cover up that's happened in this country. So to just have this conversation is like a joke, in my opinion. I mean, this is the same rehash shit that I've talked about for like 20 years, and I'm not that old. So it's pretty annoying. Like I knew this as a teenager in high school, right? So it's just, I just don't understand why they're doing this bullshit.
Yeah, so like the fucking ghost of like fucking W.E.B. Du Bois and shit. Like, I don't know, like what the fuck is going on? Like, the fuck, dog.
Like
Fucking
this is
retards.
like an absurd level of like a quote unquote debate. Like you're gonna sit here and like litigate the definition of sedition. I mean, it's absurd in my like totally absurd.
Eight years writing books and doing a podcast
did.
all about arresting these people. He
Uh-huh.
gets in there and does none of it.
Yeah,
So
the
did
same
he,
Dan Bongino who talked about what was going on in the Epstein files ad nauseum, how none of it made
and then
sense.
changed his mind.
Because he went in and saw. Here's what's funny. Why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration from the private sector, especially somebody like Dan Bongino, if it's the case that he goes in, looks at the evidence, reviews it, and says, actually, I got this wrong, and you guys fucking crucify him for it.
Yeah.
You crucify him
Yeah,
for
hold on,
saying,
pause
look,
it.
I got this wrong. And it's like, why would anybody ever want to go?
See, these people pretend that anybody over the age of 35 has like attention of a goldfish. I will never forget, I was working at a Burger King in my hometown a few years after 9/11 and watching as Michael Chertoff got on the news and promoted all his personal business right after he left the administration and said how, his business was going to save Americans from all this stuff. It's like, dude, do you remember who Michael Chertoff is? Do you remember that guy?
Oh yeah, it's a dual Israeli American
Yep.
citizen. Did the Cambridge Analytica with the Russians spying?
It's
Fucking crazy.
and people and he's just basically ignoring 20 years of history about that open sedition and corruption of that kind of shit. And he's just that's inexcusable to me. You know what I mean? Like everyone Google Michael Chertoff and just see like the level of corruption with that shit. Like And how did Cambridge Analytica engineer elections not only in America but all over the world? Literally electioneering. So, I mean, or whatever you want to call it, whatever the term is for it, like it's this is like a pathetic argument, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Work for the Trump administration if that's going to be the case, Owen.
Imagine that. You give us a little peek into what's going on in the Epstein files, and it makes people even more aware and more suspicious, and then you say there's no there there. If anything, our peek at the Epstein files showed us that there is something serious there. Very
No,
serious.
you've never, look, not only have you never provided any evidence for that, but your other problem is you didn't actually answer my question. What incentivization would like, let's say Trump drafted you to go to his administration to investigate these things, and you went in good faith and you did. And you came back and you were like, look, I took a look at all this evidence and I was wrong about this. And then all of your friends and cohorts and everybody else who was cheering you on fucking crucified you for it.
You know what, Andrew? It's funny that you say that because that's literally happening to me right now.
Okay.
Who? That's literally happening to me from this new MAGA right cult.
Who?
I already did this. I already put my time in.
Yeah,
I
but
was
who's
arrested.
crucified?
Hold on a
Ding,
second.
ding,
Hold on a
ding,
second.
ding.
Hold on a
See,
second.
hold on.
For four different times.
Ding, 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 ding. He called it out. I got to give Owen credit. It is a fucking right-wing MAGA cult. I mean, look, you know, whatever you want to say, that is true. Okay. Like, look, I generally do agree a lot of what MAGA supposedly does stand for, and even some of the Scientologists, but like pretending that there's not like this weird cult thing where they just like dogpile on you with like this like schizo, like gematria bullshit and like try to like shut you up. I mean, dude, remember we were in the Discord like a week ago or a couple days ago, and this dude's like, "Oh, I believe all the stuff about QAnon and blah, blah." I'm like, dude, like, no argument. You're just saying like, well, the schizo shit on the internet. I mean, it's like, I'm so sick of that, dude. I've listened to 10 years of just like schizo QAnon bullshit, and it's absurd. You know, like at some point, it's like you just got to stop. Yeah. And these people do attack you and throw you under the bus. So like he's right on that. I will give Owen credit on that. Like honestly, if Owen Shroyer gets Charlie Kirk, I wouldn't be shocked. But anyways.
I was arrested for supporting Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
All incorrect, by the
now,
way.
now, you like Trump. I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point, I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there, and it's not
See
even that I
that?
necessarily
Wait,
did it for
hold
Trump. I
on.
did it for the truth.
He said, see, I went through the crucible. Well, what is the crucible? What does that mean? See, now look at his face. I wish you could zoom in on Owen's face right there. Look, he's got this like weird smirk right there. Back up 10 seconds. If you don't mind. Sorry to thank you for indulging me, but just watch his little reaction here. Watch his face.
Now,
incorrect, by the way.
Now, you like Trump. I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point, I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there, and it's not even that I necessarily did it for Trump. I did it for the truth because I believed Trump was innocent and I wanted to support
But
him.
how are you?
I don't know. That's kind of subtle, in my opinion.
I've already been through that.
Crucified.
I have MAGA people putting me on lists. I have
What
MAGA
list?
people doxing me. I have MAGA people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling me she's telling Trump
That's-
to
hang
post
on.
negatively
That
about
was
me.
typified.
Trump posted something about me.
Got Laura Loomer in my box all day.
What kind of box?
Got Laura Loomer sliding up in my DMs.
Yep. And this the thing is like I don't know if Owen's 100% being real here, or is he kind of playing up his victimhood? I don't know. Like it's, you know, if he got threatened with 20 years in jail and then they gave him like a little slap on the wrist, like did that cost something? I'm not accusing him. I'm just saying like I don't know.
He told me to shut the fuck up. So I got arrested 4 times for this guy. I have people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling me she's telling Trump to post negatively about me. Trump posted something about me. He told me to shut the fuck up. So I got arrested 4 times for this guy, spent months in prison for this guy, did everything for this guy, censored, lawsuit, everything, lost all my social media, kept supporting him. And then what is the one recognition I get from him? Fuck you, shut up. I don't even care. I did it because it's the truth. And now the truth is, this administration has turned against us. MAGA has now been weaponized against us. And Trump is now the very globalist that we were supposed to get out of the White House.
This is ironically hilarious.
I mean, that's actually very true. You supported Trump. Trump is the globalist that you were trying to take out of the White House, where you guys claimed you were against globalism with Alex Jones. And yes, Andrew Wilson literally supports a globalist, even though he claims to be a Christian nationalist. He supports a non-Christian globalist. It's fucking laughable.
So the first thing that you claim, you say, hey, look, I was crucified for my support of Donald Trump by Democrats. Do you agree? It was by Democrats.
Well, actually, first it was by Republicans because we were going up against.
It's never Trumpers.
Yeah.
Like you are right now.
No, I'm not a
So
Trumper.
anyway,
I voted for him 3 times.
What happened is, well, now you're like, oh, he's the worst thing ever.
No, I'm
when
saying
you're talking about
he's failed. This
yeah,
administration
he hasn't
failed.
failed. And when you're talking about this,
Well, hold
Democrats
on.
were the ones who persecuted.
So
Democrats were the ones
so
who
was
threw you in
JD
jail. They were the
Vance,
ones
and
who didn't want to
hold
give you a fair trial. Me and my wife, we
Yeah, so was JD Vance, and JD Vance is now vice president. What's that about? See, Andrew? JD Vance was a never Trumper, and now he's vice president. You don't think that's important? And guess what? He's a Catholic. Uh-oh. I mean, see, it's like, so is it about Trump, or is this about JD Vance, or what are you really saying? See, it's I mean, JD Vance is basically the Dick Cheney of Trump, or the Gerald Ford, or the LBJ to what's his name? John F. Kennedy, or maybe an Allen Dulles type shit. See what I'm saying? Like, do we want to get into Allen Dulles and the Dulles brothers and what they were up to? I mean, see what I mean? Like, it's very strange. Like, this is really strange, like what they're arguing right now. I would say, like, highly weird. Like, I see what they're saying, but there's like, these dudes know more about politics than I do, and just the way that they're kind of like sidestepping and like using shitty points, like, I don't know, man. It only gets more sus. It only gets more sus by the minute, in my opinion.
So there's 10 more minutes left of this. So we're almost done watching the entire debate. I appreciate the people that are watching this with us. Definitely a weird heights of absurdity that were reached during this fake debate here that have yet to be reached. A remarkable defeat for Andrew Wilson. It kind of looks like he was paid to take the loss or something like that. Really weird type of stuff going on here. But yeah.
advocated for the release of J6ers everywhere that we possibly could, yourself included.
And I will give Trump that. That is the biggest victory.
Yeah,
I would never
huge
regret
victory
voting for Trump because he did that.
Yeah,
Never.
huge victory. Okay. But not only that, let's dive into this a little bit deeper. When you're talking about your supposed crucifixion now by the right, Trump hasn't shut down your channels. He hasn't done any of that. Under Biden, that was a sure thing.
Well, let's
to
not
have
be
happened.
so sure that's not going to happen soon.
You say gonna, hasn't though. Okay, under Biden, it was.
Isn't that the whole point? Is none of this stuff has happened under Trump, and
Biden,
you're saying, oh, but it could.
hang on,
Like,
under
that's the point.
Biden, no, it's not. Under Biden.
Yeah, I kind of predict that these people like, Nick Fuentes, Owen Schroyer that got shut down in the past, and the Adam Greens, they're not going to be ushered in, and people like Andrew Wilson are going to take they're going to be censored. It's probably going to flip the entire script.
Well, that's kind of what Andrew's rubbing in Owen's face. He's kind of saying, like, look, you're playing for the wrong team. If you want to be platform, maybe you should get behind the president. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. I mean, that's kind of what Andrew's saying, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but like, it does seem almost like a mafia thing. Like, well, you want to get the favor, you need to play by ball. You need to play ball. Like, that's kind of what I hear. And like, I mean, Andrew seems very confident in his support for Trump, which is kind of like, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, you know, what you're like, you think you're part of the mafia or something? You know what I mean? Like, and it is weird because again, he kind of called him out like, well, you're a Catholic and I'm an Orthodox and I support the fucking president. And it's like, well, is the president a Christian? So I don't know. Like, it's just, I don't want to put too many words in his mouth, but like, it does seem a little bit like he's flexing on him. Like, maybe you should have stayed behind the president if you expect to like be platformed. Because Andrew Wilson has explicitly said he's not a free speech advocate. So again, it's just kind of interesting.
It would have, for sure. He was working with Facebook and these other groups in order to shut down people who had podcasts. You have a voice right now. That's true. The president of the United States might have told you to shut the fuck up, but he still gave you a platform. Tell him to shut his fucking mouth. That's the distinction.
No, Trump did not. That's the First Amendment. That is the First Amendment. It was given to us by the founding
Biden
fathers.
didn't give a fuck about the First Amendment.
And
He
neither
was
does
working
Trump.
with the tech
And
companies
neither
to
does
shut you
Trump.
down.
Trump
so-
doesn't care either. Trump, they'll censor us under Trump. They already
Yeah,
did. He
where?
did nothing.
Where?
What are you talking? When did I get censored? What year?
No, the Trump
I
administration.
was censored under Trump 1. I was censored from
Show me.
2018
What
to
policy of
2022.
Trump's administration censored you? What?
What did he do for it? What did he do to end the
That's
censorship?
different. That's you got to make a distinction.
No. You're the one
If
making
it's the
claims
case-
that Trump did something
Yes,
for me.
he did.
I'm not asking Trump to do anything
did.
for me. I'm saying that
He
we had
instructed his
censorship under
Department of
Trump.
Justice to stop putting pressure on Facebook and these other groups for censorship. He promised you
But that is happening. That's why that's why he just brokered the deal to give the Ellisons everything so that they can censor the internet in favor of this war and foreign policy that's unpopular.
Where's that happening?
Right now. It's
Oops.
Ding, ding, ding.
Where's that happening? Andrew says. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, to
Incredible
just-
amounts of oversight.
To totally sidestep Oracle and Ellison is incredible.
Where's that happening? They literally said, we'll watch all the police, we'll watch all the American citizens. They literally said that. It just sidesteps it, just goes, oh, where's that happening?
Like,
Where?
It
Where?
makes, it makes the Patriot Act look like, not that bad, basically.
Where's it happening? Where's it happening, Neurojack? Good Lord, bro.
Yeah, to like not show any concern at all for like Oracle or Ellison to be in charge of like basically your entire cybersecurity network is like, come on, man. Like
And your entire security infrastructure to Israel. Oh, where's it
Exactly.
happening? Where? Where?
To an overtly pro-Zionist person, by the way, and he said that he's explicitly anti-Zionist. But you're going to hand over the entire cybersecurity of the country to a super Zionist? I mean,
I guarantee not one person covered this debate and said the things that we've said. This is the saddest
100%.
part. And there's
100%.
literally like,
and this is
literally
like,
yeah, I know.
obvious. This is
Less
just
than 10
obvious,
people
like-
watching at this point for sure. But good Lord, dude, wow.
Yeah, and what we're saying is like not that
blatantly obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that deep either. That's what's crazy.
It just happened with TikTok. It just happened with Paramount.
No, TikTok, they talk about the war constantly. I know. I'm on TikTok arguing with them constantly.
Ellison and Oracle are about to have all these databases. They're going to sell all of
in
all
the
private
future
information.
soon. But you've been wrong about futures before. And by the way,
Oh,
I'm
wait a
talking
second.
about
Hold
right
on.
now.
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm talking about
Hold
right
on a
now.
second.
holding.
When Doge ended, and then Musk called the Epstein files a hoax, and then struck Iran, I was called a panican. I was called a panican because I knew it meant we were getting into a war with Iran and a regime change war with Iran. I was called a panican. I was called a panican because if he did this, the MAGA coalition would be destroyed. And I was called a panican because I said if he does this, we're going to lose the midterms. And now all three things of those have happened.
Except
every
you were also
single
wrong
one.
about Venezuela.
What was I wrong
So
about Venezuela?
In Venezuela, you said that there's a good chance there that we're going to be bogged down on wars.
Never said that.
You did too.
No, I
you
did
said
not.
it on your show. Yes, you
No,
did.
I did not.
You said there's a good shot there. You were in the debate when you said it, in fact, with a caller. Good shot there would be bogged down as well.
When did,
So
what are you
that's what's
talking
funny
about?
to me. It's like every time I dive in to your view, it's always, well, down the road, he's going to do these bad things. Down the road, he's going to do this. Trump's administration hasn't censored you. Trump's administration didn't jail you. Trump's administration didn't do any of that. You just gave him credit for getting you released. And not only that, when we're talking about the economics of this thing, we diverted into this, which is fine. I think that speech is something that we need to debate about. But when we're talking about the economics, you still haven't actually told us how it is that you, Owen Schroyer, are going to make an offset for net negative migration without prices going up. There's going to be an
Cut taxes.
That's an adjustment period.
He just pivoted away from he just pivoted away from Ellison and Oracle.
That's exactly right, dude. It's huge.
And Owen let him get away with it. See, this is what pisses me off. Is like he
And
had
every
him
single
on the
time,
fucking corner. Yep.
yeah, and every single time he brought up Israel, he then started bringing up Islam. So it's literally a tactic, all right?
Yeah, it's a total dialectic bullshit.
Yeah, like
you know?
and like Jews have been using Muslims to scare the fuck out of white people for over 50 years. When are you fuckers gonna learn? Or like it's fucking hilarious, but all right.
Yeah, and again, while X, the right wing white nationalist propaganda machine, has literally been bought by Saudi Arabia, by the way, which is again basically little Israel. But anyways.
In a year.
Do you think that
prices are going to immediately decrease because you cut taxes?
Prices don't have to decrease. You have more money in your wallet. You have more money in your bank account. You're not paying it to the government.
Again, those are adjustment periods that are incremental. It would be so if you cut taxes
Takes 1 year.
immediately.
Takes 1
right?
year.
And by the way, Trump doesn't unilaterally have the power to do that. He doesn't unilaterally have the power to just cut taxes. That has to go through Congress. And so this idea that you have, one thing he did do, and he did do well unilaterally with his executive orders, was with migration. And he did get us to the point where we're at a net negative of migration. Who would ever have given us that? Who out of anybody in the field would ever have given us net negative migration?
If Trump has a positive, it's definitely on the migration issue, but it's not perfect. He's still giving Chinese students, he's still letting Chinese students into these universities to save their ass. He's still letting the
50% decrease of the H-1Bs, but the Cato Institute recently said, in fact, cut down 136,000, 50% of the H-1Bs eliminated under Trump's policy. So yeah, it's true. Chinese immigrants can still come in and study under H-1B visas, 50% less of them.
This is the third freaking time he's cited the Cato Institute. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
right.
Are you being funded by them? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, and also they're both very concerned with Chinese students. It's like, again, this, like, I do agree that you don't want a bunch of Chinese students deep inside all your research projects, but this has been a problem for 40 years of spying on America's, R&D infrastructure. And so 40 years later, they're suddenly like, well, we finally cut it down now. It's like, yeah, what do you think the whole C-19 thing was about? Literally came out of a lab in America and got transferred over there. And they don't discuss that at all. It's like, it's totally insane. Totally insane. Again, like, that's a real thing you could be concerned about China with. But they totally skip over that aspect of it and just go straight to like, well, blah, blah, blah. It's like, who did the C-19 thing? Trump. They make no mention of like 5 years of economic restructuring under the guise of C-19 as like if you're going to fault Trump for anything other than the Epstein thing, that's like number one, restructuring the entire economy under this like false, pretense of like, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. I mean, dude, they're just totally sidestep that entire thing. I mean, you cannot debate Trump without talking about that, in my opinion. So, I don't know. Like, this is just. I mean, the reason why gas prices are high is because you turned off the economy for 5 years in the United States and the rest of the world. I mean, that's why gasoline is $7 a gallon. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, those turning off the economy for 5 years has increased inflation like 30% in some way or another, right? So I mean, again, it's just they just completely ignore a 5-year hiatus due to C-19 and all this shit. So I mean, it's just I don't understand what they're trying to do here. It's insane.
That's correct. So don't you think that there should be an adjustment period, just like you said with taxes? Shouldn't there be an adjustment period for hiring Americans? Because what happened was that the farmers, agriculture, all these big businesses said, Trump, we have to have this cheap migrant labor.
That's correct. Yes.
And so he caved and he
didn't
let
cave.
the donors get what they
No,
want. That's what Trump does.
That's what's
this
funny.
is a donor class administration.
In this case, not only did he not cave, but the opposite happened.
What are you talking about? He didn't. He's doing mass deportations.
No. He gave subsidies, and yes, there has not only has there been big time deportations, but it's border crossings. It's just new ones even coming in versus self-deporting is an amazing feature at a net negative. Same with immigration internationally, which means legal immigration. So yeah, he did deal with them with subsidies. That was designed to keep the prices down. But again, if we follow your policy, which would be mine, you want them all out, right? I want all the Mexicans who are working illegally out of here.
I would say you can't. There's too many, but I would say you have to do at least the 15 that came in under Biden.
Well, you want to get rid of. I want them all gone. I want all the illegal immigrants gone. Don't you?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, great. So if we get all the illegal immigrants out of California,
but Trump's not doing that.
Hang on. If we get all the illegal immigrants out of California tomorrow, right? What happens to the price of produce? Does it go up?
Well, we
down?
need an adjustment time in.
That's my whole point. We would need an adjustment time.
So we both agree that mass deportation is a failure of the administration.
What you're dealing with right now is an adjustment time. How is net negative migration a failure?
We're not getting mass deportations.
You don't have to massively deport people who aren't coming in, dude. You don't have to.
They're already here.
Yes, and by the way, he's going after the criminal elements of those people first, which he's been doing. There's a net negative of them crossing into the border. If you had said day one with any Republican administration, we have only 1,000 border crossings a day versus 46,000 border crossings.
So hold on. We have the power to go and, police the whole world, including Iran and Venezuela, but we don't have the ability to clean up our own streets of illegal immigration. I mean, clearly our priorities seem out of whack. You know what I mean? Where's the evidence that Iran was lying in wait to destroy America? I mean, there is no evidence of that. So I don't know. Pretty bizarre.
Day, you'd say it's the biggest fucking success anybody had ever seen.
How about this?
Somehow with Trump, though, Trump gets exactly that done day one, and Owen goes, well, what have you done for me lately?
What is the number? What is the number that you would be happy with of deportations for Trump's 4 years?
Overall number?
Yeah.
Probably, I would want to see happy with, you said, versus what would be optimal that I want to see.
Let's put a reasonable but good expectation number.
I mean, I would be happy if it was the case that we had no new immigrants coming in. I think that's a massive.
Well, we agree that Trump is at a success. Okay. Let me answer my own question, then you can respond. Yeah. I think if Trump doesn't deport at least 15 million people, which seems like an impossibility, but they came here, we can get them out. There's strategies to do it. Yeah. I think 15 million. If it's less than that, I think we got a problem.
Well, the entirety of the basis for the 15 million number, you agree with me, there's way more than 15 million.
Probably like 40, maybe.
Or 50.
Yeah.
It's very high.
Yeah.
So if it is the case that it's very high that we have this amount of illegals that are here, that's going to take a long time. And Trump has been hampered. He was moving towards this.
Yeah,
He's been hampered in the courts again, three times the amount of injunctions any other president when it comes to illegal immigration. And
It's not that hard to do. I mean, again, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying, if they wanted it done, it would get done. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and argue that we can go to war all over the world and we can't even clean up our own streets. I mean, that's a ridiculous argument. If they needed it done, it would get done. I mean, it's just a nonsense. There's clearly a way that you can use the executive branch to deport people if that's what they wanted to do. I mean, yes, the courts are going to do what they're going to do, and yes, you're going to have to go through all that. But we have money to go to war, but we don't have money to litigate immigration policy. I mean, that's absurd to me. Hire more lawyers, get it done. See what I mean? It's just they're making excuses at this point.
Trying to unilaterally do this because Congress isn't working with him. He's hamstrung at every level. He's using executive orders to push that through, and it's been wildly successful with the tools that he has. You have to say that that's successful. A net negative migration.
I've said that that's the one success, but I just
that's
don't
the
think,
big success.
I just don't think that it's going to be where it needs to be. I think that he's caved on the mass deportations, and at the end of the day, as much as both of us would like to see every single illegal immigrant deported, I think that
but if they are, the prices are going to go up, right?
I think that you can negate that by not getting them into another war in the Middle East.
The war in the Middle East, are you kidding me?
That was a good
You think
that was a
that's
good
the
point.
budget buster in comparison?
Absolutely.
in
He's asking
comparison
for
to
1.5
entitlements?
trillion in the next defense budget.
Nothing.
We pay $1 trillion in interest on our
You
debt.
know what our entitlements are? in
Cut
comparison
'em
to
all.
military spending.
Cut
But
'em
that's
all.
my whole point. We were talking about entitlements, the number one spending, not military.
Kill
That's
Granny.
one.
I think
The second,
I think interest is about to take entitlements.
yes, well, maybe,
See,
but the number
they're
one spending
see
right now is entitlements is 3 times higher than military.
they're doing they're basically saying kill Granny, cut the Social Security, cut cut the social welfare. They're never going to do that because if they did that, this country would be in a civil war in 24 hours. If you did that, this is just bullshit.
Spending 3 times higher. Most of those entitlements are coming in because of illegal immigration and mass migration. You know this. I've heard you say it
I
yourself.
have a zero tolerance for any welfare.
Yeah, I've heard you say it yourself. So if that's the case, you're not going to be able to
Hold
do this
on.
without a
Hold on.
transitory period where prices.
What does he mean zero tolerance for welfare? For illegal immigrants or anybody? Like, see, this is like I'm not like a super left wing person, but like you're just going to cut off all welfare overnight. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know. Even if you did that only to illegal immigrants, like you would literally cause like a civil disturbance by doing that. I mean, it's just absurd. It's just not. They're just not having a realistic. They're not having a realistic conversation on the subject at all.
See, all of these
been over
jobs.
a year.
First of all, real wage growth have gone up 1.3% because the jobs are finally going to
The
Americans.
economy's bad. You can throw numbers every day. The economy is bad. More Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
Are real
More
wages
Americans
up
are
or
in
down?
debt. Down.
Okay, so how far down are they?
They're as down as they've ever been.
They're as down as they've ever been, ladies and gentlemen.
Anybody can cook these numbers.
These
saw the
wages
Biden
are
administration.
as down as they've ever been. No, the wages are up.
Are you going
1.3%
to tell?
real
Are you going to
wages.
tell Americans that they're doing good financially?
I didn't say there's not room for improvement. We're talking about whether or not Trump is successful. I think that Americans would be doing worse if real wages were at net negative like they were under Biden. Yes, and that real wages have gone up 1.3%. It's a major thing.
And cost of living has gone up 2.3%.
And guess what? That'll go down when you get rid of mass migration and immigrants.
The conclusion of the open dialogue. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was a riveting open discussion.
I think we take questions.
Yeah, I know. Go this way.
By
the way, that's how a gentleman debates. So
now, are you looking for something truly worth your time this summer? Debate content.
Gentleman debate. So
now, are you looking?
By the way, that's how a gentleman debates. So
now, are you looking for?
Yeah, massive cut there. Don't know what happened. But yeah, anyways, yeah, that's pretty much the debate. Appreciate
That was
you
a
guys
good one.
watching with us. Yeah.
Machine, I wanted to do one thing with you before we leave, if you have a moment. If you would indulge me. Because I wanted to talk about this with you before, and I just opened up my TV as I was sitting here, and it reminded me of something. And let me send you this link in the back chat. Hold on one second. Open this link up for me and just go over the description of this Wikipedia article. Because I don't know if you have Amazon, because I think this is only on Amazon. But I want to make you aware of this documentary because it is very interesting. I didn't finish the entire thing, but if we could do a review of this, I would love to. I don't think we can. Like, I think we'd have to do it in Discord or something. But yeah, just pull this up if you don't mind. This thing I said, put in the back chat. Because I do think that this is related to what we're watching personally. So this is a documentary called Finding Harmony, A King's Vision. And it's about King Charles III, long-standing interest in philosophy of harmony. Directed by Nicholas Brown and produced by Passion Planet for Amazon Prime Video. Narrated by Kate Winslet. which, by the way, very interesting person if you look into her, but she's the one from Titanic, by the way. So anyways, it follows Charles' efforts to promote the approach to life that stresses the connection between people and the natural world and the need for ecological balance. So slide down a little bit. Because again, they're selling a brand of ecological balance, right? And by the way, again, you know, Charles was just in front of Congress promoting war, like today. So that's kind of why I'm showing this, right? So I'm going to read a part of this. It says, the film explores the king's view that humanity is part of the natural world and ecological balance underpins humans' well-being and prosperity. I agree with that, by the way, but you guys got to watch this documentary. It's pretty crazy. Has developed the Dumfries House in Ayrshire into a practical demonstration of harmony principles. The project was conceived to mark the foundation's 35th anniversary, illustrate the harmony philosophy and informed environmental, cultural, and community initiatives of the United Kingdom internationally. And Kate Winslet is an ambassador for the foundation. So slide down just a little bit there. The content, let's just look at the content a little bit. So ecological balance, sustainable land use, traditional skills, and community regeneration, which all sounds good, by the way. But keep going down. So I'm just skimming this really quick because I'm sure it's not going to say much about it, but what's interesting about the documentary, because it doesn't really say much about it here, but like it kind of gets into like occultist views on nature. And I think that's very interesting. Like King Charles made a documentary. And I'm going to pull up my notes. Hold on. I had some notes on it. Let me pull it up really quick. Let me just pull up my notes really quick. Yeah, and I apologize to do this to you at 4 o'clock in the morning, but like, I just had to like bring this up to you because I've been meaning to bring it up for like 3 months. And I saw King Charles at Congress today promoting war, and it just reminded me of this because you're gonna flip your lid when you hear this shit. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you some shit. Listen to my notes on this. This is coming from AI, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate because I did do this before. So, okay. So I'm just going to skim my notes on it. Okay. You ready? Machine, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Check this out. Okay. You're going to flip. Okay. The film highlights practical projects, traditional wisdom, including indigenous perspectives, and the idea that restoring balance in the natural world can address climate change and societal issues. Your question focuses on occultism, and more precisely, the esoteric mystical elements tied to the king's vision. The documentary itself is not an occult film. It is framed as an environmental and philosophical portrait. However, King Charles' underlying harmony, quote unquote, philosophy draws heavily from esoteric traditions, particularly traditionalism, also called perennialism or perennial traditionalism. Okay, here's examples.
Yeah, that's funny because we're actually going to be reading one of the founders of perennial traditionalism tomorrow on the show, Rene Guénon. So,
well, it specifically
interesting
it specifically mentions Rene Guénon. That's why I'm bringing this up. Interconnectedness and universal patterns seen in nature. Sacred geometry. He literally talks about sacred geometry or the grammar of harmony. A critique of modern materialism and disconnection from the sacred. The belief that all traditional religions and wisdom systems share a hidden primordial tradition or perennial wisdom. This is rooted in traditionalism founded by the French metaphysician and occultist René Guénon. Guénon argued for a single esoteric primordial tradition as the inner timeless core of all world religions, an idea that influenced 20th century esoteric thinkers. King Charles, as the Prince of Wales, publicly praised Guénon and regularly met with key traditionalist figures such as Martin Leeds, a British traditionalist, Sufi convert, and Guénon collaborator. Saeed Hassan Nasser, Iranian traditionalist scholar who thinks the environmental crisis to a loss of metaphysical harmony between humanity, nature, and the divine. Associates like architect and sacred geometer Keith Critchlow, founder of the traditional arts, parts of the King's Foundation, which appears in the documentary. These ideas draw from perennial philosophy with roots in Neoplatonism, Renaissance humanism, and Hermetic and esoteric traditions.
Yeah, none of this stuff is new to me. I've covered all of this before, by the way.
But I'm just saying it's like the King Charles is literally promoting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen parts of this documentary as well. So I've actually seen parts of this documentary, by the way. So
Yeah, it's pretty like, and then sacred geometry and traditional arts, and it's like syncretic spirituality, and he promotes Islamic, Sufi, and indigenous wisdom. Which again, like I'm not saying all that's bad, but then he brings it back to the King's Christian faith. So again, it's just like it's pretty weird. Like it's just kind of like it's like, what do you think that like when you hear the name René Guénon, like what do you think that's smuggling in? Like what do you think's behind like what do you think the what's lying behind the perennialism, like in your opinion, or sacred geometry or whatever? Like why do you think that specific angle is so important to what they're doing? I just that's all I just wanted to ask you, like, how do you view that? Like what do you think, like why, and then I'm sure you're gonna cover it tomorrow, but why do you think that specific angle is so important? Because you and I have been talking a lot about the perennialism in all this shit that we see. So
I mean, I don't think specifically Guénon is that big of an issue, to be honest. Right? They're like perennialism is much older than Guénon. Right? So Guénon definitely didn't make up perennialism. He founded traditionalism. Right? So he said you should go back to a traditional ideal within the idea of perennialism. Right? So I mean, his students were kind of off the chain, right? Like one of them was named Shuan, and Shuan started a cult where they pray to Mary as the goddess of the earth or whatever, right? And then basically, Shuan's cult is also attended to by this guy Sayed Hussein Nasser, who was mentioned in that article, right? And a lot of their cult has to do with connections to the alt-right. Like, for example, Sayed Hussein Nasser's son is an advocate of alt-right. Right? So the traditionalists, like Sayed Hussein Nasser's son is like tied to the movement. Right? But like Guénon himself is
is his
very
son named
old.
Giorgiani? Is his
Yeah,
son
but
named Giorgiani?
yeah, but like Guanan has nothing to do with like the British crown. Like that's like that's like not a connection, right? But yeah, Guanan, like it says here, like Guanan was literally in the 1800s. It says 1886 he was born. So yeah, it's super old. He's like old as like Nietzsche or something like that. So yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty weird, but it's like they're trying to like tie. I guess they're trying to say that like the traditionalism. So I guess if it's not really like that version of traditionalism, like what version of it would it be now? I guess it's like
There's no
and it's
version of traditionalism. Like what I'm trying to say is like
well, like 'cause I know they
like
have like Evola and stuff like this, and then like and I know that Dugan's promoting like a form of it as well. So like there's different forms of it, I guess, is all I'm trying to get at.
yeah, Dugan is literally a supporter of progress and the Kabbalah. Like Guanan and Evola don't support that shit. So I don't know.
Okay, interesting. And again, like I'm not. This is kind of where I'm coming from too, where like maybe that's why, maybe they're trying to like put it off on Gwinan to cover up that it's actually Dugan or someone like that who's pushing all this shit or something. I don't know, but
I don't know. They're spinning like a bunch of shit. Like I don't know, dude. Like Guanan is basically just saying like materialism and like lack of spirituality and like the modern world and like separation from nature, like all these things are horrible consequences of modernity.
right.
And so you can't really challenge Guanan that much because it's like 90% of it's true.
Yeah, for sure. And
And
I
like
was just
same thing with
I was
Evola.
just
Like it's extremely hard to argue against Evola. Like Evola is a cold hard paganist. Like that's saying that like Christianity's responsible for the downfall of Western civilization. But he's also like extremely intelligent. Like
yeah,
Evola's like no dummy. Like Evola's like extremely smart, like hard to argue against. And Guanan and Evola have like their own thing. I read a book by Sayyid Hussein Nasser, and he makes a lot of the points of Guanan in very succinct ways. So like the fact is that some of these issues about ecology and how ecology and technology are huge issues, right? It just most people are just in the dark about how important these ideas are, right? So they just don't understand that ideas have moved to a world stage and technology and ecology are literally the main subjects of
right.
politics, religion, philosophy. Like, they're
Yeah, I would
literally in the
agree. No,
dark.
100%. 100. Well, and again, this is what freaked me out in schools because, when I tried to go into like biochemistry, I got into all these like, and this is what freaked out Pillator as well. It's like, and it probably freaked out Avian because I would assume that he ran into the stuff. Like, it is kind of the entire thing, like bioethics, because bioethics isn't only about humans. See, this is where it gets weird. It's like, it gets into like, I mean, deep metaphysics of like, where do you draw the line about, you know, life and organic material versus inorganic material? Like, it's a deep subject that, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's totally crazy.
Yeah, like the two things that Guanan points out that are extremely useful. He says that Newtonian mechanics, right, the mechanistic view of the world, and I believe this was kind of like his coinage, right, to a certain extent, right? Mechanistic view of Newton and the dualistic view of Descartes. That these in the 16th century were
Right.
responsible for the birth of the scientific paradigm. And he believed that the birth of this scientific paradigm was actually much to the detriment of humanity because it led
Yeah,
to the loss of religion and spirituality. So I think that's it.
well, and I think that that's a more direct way of arguing what Nietzsche really was arguing ultimately in a lot of ways. So, you know, again, this is kind of where people get lost in the weeds, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. And I'm looking up this Nasser guy's son. Like, holy shit, this dude's resume is like insane. Senior advisor, U.S. Special Representative.
That Reza guy or whatever, right?
Yeah, dude, his shit is crazy, man. Tufts University, Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, PhD, Political Science, MIT,
Yeah.
John Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, Senior Advisor for Afghanistan and Pakistan. I mean, like, dude, like, it does not get more spook. Naval postgraduate. Jesus Christ, man. Like, crazy. Like, this dude is like a spook. Brookings Council on Foreign Relations. CNN, BBC, New York Times, Foreign Affairs. Like, dude, like, this dude is 100% a spook. Like, through and through. And again, an influential analysis of Shia resistance and its geopolitical implication. Like, dude, this
Yeah.
dude is like
Yeah, I've looked
crazy.
into this shit, dude. It's weird.
I've
I'll
never
send
heard of
you
this
an
stuff
article
before.
that's
This
weird.
is like this is totally
Yeah.
new to me. I just came for me like looking up this fucking weird documentary with the
Yeah,
King
I've
of
read
England
like
and shit.
books by
Like,
these guys.
yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, for real. Like I've
No,
read like a book by Nasser. I read some stuff by Gwenan. But yeah, interesting.
But I guess like, what do you think that, like, based on that, like, what do you think are like, if you take all this into consideration, right? What would you say the relationship between the British royalty or the British Empire or whatever that is now in America at this point? Like, is it just crypto Jews essentially? Or is there like an actual, maybe like real underlying, you know, uh attempt to like really look at this honestly to some degree? Like, I'll be honest, like watching this documentary, it did kind of like, I kind of like a lot of what the king is saying, but I'm also like extremely suspicious of like how they're selling it. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. It's like, I didn't know all this. Now that I know all this, like, it's a whole nother level, but it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think it's a
weird.
puppet move to support global ideals, right? So they're using ecology to bring in a global technological state, right? So
Like
that's
how we talked
obvious.
about with Claudia, right? Like kind of that like little dialectic we were talking about with Claudia.
Yeah,
a few
oh
weeks
yeah,
ago.
absolutely, yeah. And I've republished that on my show because I think that was very important conversation. That, and I've said that on the show before, but it suffices to lay out a lot of the things. But the thing is that, yeah, obviously they're using the ecological movement as a Trojan horse, and this is what Uncle Teddy has pointed out, that this is system's neatest trick, right? It's leftist coded, right? So it's going to be used to repel notions of a technological, collapse, or either that or a revolt against the world technological system. So it's pretty obvious that they'll use a global movement to quote unquote save the earth. And of course, it's technology that's going to save nature from man. Right. So that's exactly the meme that they're going for. Right. They want technology to save nature from man. Right. So the dialectic is between, as I've said, transhumanism and techno-Gaianism. Right. And whatnot. So they've.
So this is the techno-Gaianism side versus like the Silicon Valley dystopia.
Yeah,
shit.
but it's
That's,
yeah,
see,
but it's
that's
just
crazy.
but it's just a replacement for capitalism versus communism. Right. It's just that the
Right.
conflict has moved to a global scale, and it's incorporating the dialectic of technology versus ecology. Right. So yes.
Right. And it's kind of interesting that they're kind of pushing whitey towards like transhumanism and kind of pushing brown people towards like techno-Gaianism or something. It's kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's Atlantis versus Shambhala on a large scale, right? Where they're
Crazy.
using,
Crazy, yeah.
This idea of, nature worship on the one end, and then accelerationism on the other end. So they want the right to follow accelerationism. They want the left to follow this nature worship ideal. This is what I believe, at least, or what they're
Yeah,
what
for
they've been
sure.
pushing, the greater idea that they're pushing for.
And both have truth in them, but it's like they're just purposefully like trying to tell everybody discard your
Yeah.
discard your beliefs on the way out on the way in. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's like, you know, in a sense, you know, a whole entire thing.
Well, they're just
But,
taking us to the final layer of like the, faith,
yeah, the global level.
slaughterhouse,
Yeah.
the slaughterhouse of faith essentially is like that'd be a great title for like a band or albums, like Faith Slaughterhouse or something. It's like just crazy. Yeah, I mean, sorry to throw that on you last second, but this documentary was pretty weird for me to watch because I found myself agreeing with so much of it, but then like he just like totally smuggles in like sacred geometry, and I'm like, why are you sneaking in like sacred geometry with like ecology? Like, I don't understand that. So it really like it kind of triggered me watching this thing. The first time I watched it, I was like, I couldn't figure it out. I was like, what is that about? So, but yes, I appreciate you indulging me in that. And they also predominantly like show a bunch of bees and beehives and shit, which is kind of freaking me out too. But I don't know, pretty weird.
Yeah, but you know, like Evola wrote a book called Revolt Against the Modern World or something like that. And he was following Guanan, but there's not that many critiques against modernity. So yeah,
Yeah. Well, again, that's one of the reasons I like Nietzsche, because I think Nietzsche was getting it. He was onto it, but he didn't take it that far.
Oh,
And
yes.
I've never read Guanan or Ebola, but
Yeah.
sounds like they were kind of like on that same
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
level.
recently I laid down like I think it was like pretty much 5 hours of Nietzsche's critiques against modernity, and it was a very strong session for sure.
And it ties into what we're talking about here, right? Like, because
Yeah.
I haven't read these guys, so I don't know much about them. But
Yeah.
again, that's one of the reasons I do like Nietzsche. And again, it's interesting because like a lot of these like alt-right transhumanist types, they kind of use Nietzsche almost as if he's like pro-transhumanist or something, which I'm like, I don't know. I don't know where they're getting that from, but it's kind of weird.
Well, I mean, in the case of Thiel, he's combining Girard with transhumanism and saying basically how the Enlightenment philosophy is the thing that has to be put on the chopping block for a new understanding or whatever. I don't know. Or at least I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because I read Gerard and I choose to interpret it very differently. The little bit I have read of it, but it's like kind of weird. Like that's what I'm saying is like they're just synthesizing ideas to justify their own bullshit, regardless of like what the truth about it is. So, for sure.
Yeah, and I
But-
mean, accelerationism and discordianism is essentially just 90% cope and 10% reaction, basically.
Or would you say cope and cover up are kind of like on the same level in a sense?
Yeah, definitely. The people make themselves small so they can avoid things, and the horrible part is when people start believing their own lies. Right, it happens all the time. Right, they lie so constantly that they start thinking it's the real deal. Right, they can't smell their own farts, pretty much.
Yeah. It's pretty. I'm gonna have to now. I might have to go and read some going on in Ebola, which I haven't really wanted. By the way, did you mention any of this in your book? Because I don't know if I've seen specifically these points, but I'd be interested.
Well, it definitely influenced the greater picture I was trying to paint in what I laid out with the idea of, against the mechanistic philosophy, against the idea that, nature is a machine, one big machine, and, and that the mind is separate from nature. I think that these things are pretty much old ideas that have, led to this notion of universalism. They flattened out man. So I think Guanan and Evola made some good points about that. That we've sacrificed being for this debased existence, right? But yeah,
Yeah, no, it's pretty interesting. I definitely
yeah,
have more thoughts on it, but we can save it for the next time because you're about to cover all that tomorrow. So maybe maybe that'd be a better time to bring all that up. So,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it'll
But
give
if
me a
you
day
go
to
to
like do a little research. So
yeah, but if you go to like Logos Dethroned, I mean, yeah, it's like I agree and disagree with Evola's historiography, right? So,
right,
I think that you know, obviously, in my view, I think Plato and Aristotle and a little bit of the game they played was directly to blame for a huge portion
it's
of
funny. It's funny you say that because me and Pillager had like a little mini debate about Socrates today, where it's like he's like his problem with liberalism is like where they're using Socrates and they kind of like use Jesus like he's Socrates and all this. And I kind of defended Socrates in that sense a little bit and said like, yeah, but like he's kind of telling the truth, but then the psyop is that they use Socrates to make everybody think that like, well, I'll just tell the truth and that's enough. And it's like, well, it's going to just usually just end up getting you killed because, it's not really enough, and then Jesus comes along and says like, well, I'm going to get killed for all of humanity for telling the truth. But, and so it's like this whole like dialectic. And again, it just reminds me of all that propaganda we're seeing of like Catholics and the Romans and the pagans and the Jews it's kind of weird how they're kind of like shifting in and out of like, is Plato good? Is Plato evil? Is Socrates good? Is Socrates evil? And then they ignore Aristotelian logic and all this stuff and its consequences, and sidestep some of that, So yeah, I don't know. Because you are one of the only people that consistently bring up Aristotle, which is and your points about it have been largely ignored, by the way, which is kind of interesting as well. So because like I do use Aristotelian logic, but like I'm also like aware that it's a trap, So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
yeah, it gets weird.
But that'd be interesting. I'm definitely gonna be interested when you cover that tomorrow. But yeah, like I'm looking at this now and like so let me describe. I'm watching this. It shows a spiral galaxy and a tropical storm, and then a millipede and the 1.168 like golden ratio and a spider web and then like a galaxy and then a starfish and then a clock and then the tetragrammaton. It's like okay, and then like the little Da Vinci like four-arm person and then like an old person, a young person, and it's like it's pretty creepy. Like this. If anybody hasn't seen this documentary, like you should definitely watch this documentary. It's pretty 3.14 pi and it's like they talk about ecology and just dump in sacred geometry. And isn't that Pythagoreanism or something? It's like so they're just like dumping in Pythagoreanism or something into the middle of this, ecological film. Yeah, I'm just tripping out watching this documentary. It's like pretty trippy. Oh shit! Somebody's in the back. Oh, it's you. Must
Yeah,
be
look
over here.
like fell out of the thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said. I was just saying it's pretty weird. Like they're just like showing all this sacred geometry shit. Like it's like ecology, and then it's like sacred geometry, and it's like hits you with all this like
Right, which is
imagery.
not ecology. It's like
Yeah,
it's
it's like
literally like some abstract shit that's like
it's like Pythagorean
describes
shit
the
or something,
spiritual
or
realm.
Rosicrucian or
Yeah.
something. That's what I was saying. Like I don't want to see. That's what I'm saying. Is like, are they trying to straw man like Guénon, Rene Guénon or something with like Christ consciousness or some shit? I don't know what the fuck. Like sacred geometry. Like, isn't that Pythagoreanism or some? I don't know, but like, isn't that? I don't know how far back you want to take it, but like, you know, I'm just not a fan of like this idea of like sacred geometry and numerology and all that. Like, I'm not saying there's no truth in it, but it's like it just seems like a mind fuck essentially, where you just can like see numbers and everything, and like
Yeah, that's the
like
thing.
people read the Torah and say, "Oh, the different numbers mean different things, and I can interpret it because the numbers add up to this." And
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna like, like here's the thing: is like the universe is a lot more strange than we think it is, and obviously, it's pretty obvious to me that like, if I had to guess, like, Hanuman is more real than the fact that like I think like we descended from some kind of monkey or something like that. I just think there's more magic involved in whatever the fuck is going on here. Right? If I had to go back in time and they're like, were you are are you gonna believe this Hindu? And literally says like, we've been here for like millions of years, or you're gonna believe this fucking scientist that's says that human civilization isn't even 200,000 years old. If I had to pick, I'd probably believe the guy who believes in Hanuman. All right.
yeah, I mean, I definitely think the magical thinking is more honest than like we can understand everything through math or something. Like, I think that's an absurd thing to say. Is like math can teach us everything. It's like, don't get me wrong, I do think that science and math have a place in things, but I don't think like worshiping numbers or something is like smart. I think that's retarded. Trying to like quantify, existence is insane in my opinion. Or it can make you go insane, even if there's truth in it, right? Like I just don't think the human
Oh
brain.
yeah.
Like, I'm pretty good at math, but like math can drive you insane. So I don't like to glorify it too much.
Yeah, I mean, Ghazali said, you could get obsessed with math, and he said it's forbidden, right? If you become obsessed with math, it's like you become obsessed with a game. It's forbidden.
Right. It's a vice. It's
Yeah, it's a vice. Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, and that's kind of like one of my big things. Like, I mean, honestly, it's one thing that I really hated about trying to get into biochemistry is like they want you to like worship these math equations without questioning like why you're doing them. And like I just found that very perverse. I truly did. I was like, this is not right. This is not ethical. You know what I mean? And then they try to wrap this bioethics around it too to like justify, you know, math equations and, you know, quote unquote therapeutic medicines and stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's pretty weird. It's like, it's just people just take a lot of this shit for granted. And I just, you know, so much. I mean, you want to talk about the Matrix. I mean, you know, that is the Matrix. Is like a bunch of fucking math equations and taking them like they're telling you the secrets of the universe. I mean, that's extremely arrogant, in my opinion. Again, it's not that there's no truth in it. It's like it'll make you an insane psychopath looking at the world that way, you know, or can at least, you know, it certainly can. So, but anyways, I won't beat that dead horse too much. But yeah, it's pretty trippy. Somebody asked the name of this documentary. It's like King's Vision, Harmony, and Balance or some shit. I don't know, but yeah, people should definitely like see this documentary. It's a pretty good documentary, but it's just I'm a little freaked out with like they're smuggling in a lot of shit. It's actually seeming like condescending to a very particular type of person, but yeah. I mean, Charles looks like Count Dracula pretty much, so. He's kind of based, and like I kind of do agree a lot with what he's saying, and you know, like in a general principle. And then see, it's weird. Then they bring up Afghanistan, so like talking about nature, and then they're like Afghanistan's been in a war. America and our allies took control of Afghanistan from the Taliban. So he sold to President Karzai the idea of the Harmony Project in Afghanistan. The charity that they founded together is still running. So now the Taliban is running Afghanistan, and his foundation is still running in Afghanistan. And they're sending a literal steward. Afghanistan was the center of the world. I agree. And she says there's an insurgency going on in Afghanistan. See, they're selling this weird shit, man. Like, it's really weird. Because Dugan was sitting up there with like this woman who was from Afghanistan and Alexander Blinken and talking about the Kabbalah and how Afghanistan was playing a role in all this shit. It's pretty like it's really subtle, man. I'm telling you, like this shit is very subtle that they're selling with Afghanistan. Pretty interesting. I've always wanted to go to Afghanistan, by the way. I always thought it's a cool place.
Yeah, it's weird as fuck.
In 2010, Prince Charles came for himself to see the progress of his foundation in Afghanistan. But Prince Charles loves Afghanistan. He says he has a great appreciation for the sacred geometry of Afghanistan. And he's showing like all these like silk carpets and stuff. I'm telling you, man, like this documentary is like crazy. I don't know. See, it's kind of weird because like this is kind of what Andrew Wilson was trying to like sell of like it's almost like what Pinoy talks about, like communitarianism. They're selling like communitarianism. It's pretty weird. And then they say, "Oh, see the terrorist people come and ruin the party for everybody." They say, "Oh, the Taliban fucked it up for everybody." Rocky's comments funny. All right, I won't beat a dead horse anymore. I go ahead and end this now, but I appreciate you, bro. Let me know when you're going live tomorrow. I want to watch the traditionalism stuff now. I'm pretty now my interest is pretty high now because like I'm seeing the techno Guyanism angle
Oh
now.
yeah, yeah. I've mentioned all these
I'm
guys
seeing
like half
that.
a dozen times for sure. But yeah,
Yeah, no, I've caught it, but like now I see like now I see how it connects to that conversation we had with Claudia, where I'm like now I
oh
see
yeah, it's
like
wild.
I see what you're getting at now. Like I knew I
Yeah,
kind of saw it, but like now I see where you're getting at it, where it's like
yeah.
yeah,
It's
it's
like
pretty interesting.
yeah, it's like Nietzsche and like going on and like like Descartes and like
And
like
and
Locke,
really misrepresenting those things, right? Because
Rousseau
like
too. Yeah, yeah, they're like a map. Yep.
yep, because Descartes has always been like my number one enemy. Like I think Descartes is like they try to use Descartes for everything and deny it over and over again. It's kind of crazy. Like Descartes is like my enemy in a lot of ways. Like because I don't know, maybe Descartes was right about some things, and he probably was, but like they use Descartes like for everything, all the time, and it's like kind of like sickening in a sense. The Cartesian demon.
Yeah, it's the Star Trek version of reality.
Yep. Well, that's why
Below deck.
that's basically what this documentary is selling. They're selling you a holodeck, in my opinion,
Yep.
for sure. Like it's a trip, man. It's a trip because like I respect the art of it, but it's like it's a very very sketchy, superficial, slick holodeck shit.
Yeah, the Dark Knight on the Soul on the holodeck type of deal here.
Only the real one's gonna get that one for sure. Yeah, it's people should not underestimate the fucking cabal of the Star Trek and how that's influencing everything right now for sure. Like dude, we could do an entire series of nothing but cabal of Star Trek. Like I'm convinced of that. You could literally do like 1,000 episodes of like cabal and Star Trek or something. So like I had no idea how fucking cabalistic Star Trek was until like a year ago. I was like, what the fuck? Like I literally learned a little bit about Kabbalah just learning about Star Trek. Pretty crazy. But anyways, I'll get off of here. I appreciate everybody being here. Sorry for boring everybody to death, but somebody's got to do it.
Oh yeah, definitely powerful shit. Yeah, blessings. See y'all tonight.
Yeah.
9:15 Eastern.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a message before I go to bed. So just look out for that. I'll appreciate you. All right, bye,
Yeah,
everybody.
for sure. Yeah. Yeah, peace, guys.
tape deck nut, got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with. While I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to shuck in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. Some pedophile labels come molest them with sales. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs. Stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't no way to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't no way to murk to. In the flesh, I stress the day-to-day vision. Go on the card dumb. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination. Feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army Apparel-land. Get lost in the TV screen like Carol Ann. Scan my finger for the credit. Discount and don't forget it. There's a pair of white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm asleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't no way to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads is feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't no way to murk to.
Slowly rot. I hit you motherfuckers in the head, leaving bruises. And if the Tea Party win, America loses. My hands clean, but I still get you touched like masseuses. My therapist told me that working with me is just useless.
Why is water away? Why did Judas rat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why is the sky blue? Why is water away? Why did Judas rat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why is the sky blue? Why is water away? Why did Judas rat the Romans while Jesus slept? Why is the sky blue? Why is water away? Why did Judas rat the Romans while Jesus slept?
Rebel conflict, military all green. Glamour projects, 5714. Money buys life or death. The best surgeons are the death merchants. Depressed urges lead to confessed murders. My whole family was in the projects. Paint chips we didn't have to eat cause Ruthie got wrecked. Pissy elevators, Marcus Poole, Coke out his pocket. It's 11 years old, talking about he's hoping to prop that we were the children of foreigners, born with the American dream. But then my uncle was a heroin fiend, and they were things that he once assumed he would never achieve. His legacy has affected people of every creed, every religion and race, time and place. Earth to space is infinite. Uncle Harry Records is the name. I'ma speak my philosophy, you speak yours. I'ma teach my seeds well, homie, you teach yours. As I walk through the valley of death, I fear no evil. Only the evil hidden in my heart could cause people to throw crunch in your face, even more lethal. Written in all Hebrew, fighting to break the spell of king who sent to notify the people blinded in their mental. Call me Paul Revere, war is here, listen careful. Orchestrate assassinations and massacres, kidnap ambassadors, coronate kings and kill savages.
September 12th and the sky is falling, the sun is risen. A city built of 5 dimensions undergone circumcision. 8 days under Judaic law. Dear diary, I'm fiery, divine winds my friend. Took me back to the beginning when I swore was the end. From the fiery depths, found the ocean within. My penmanship seals it straight through my lips. I'm hip to your games, hip to the science of war. Propaganda make me fight, but what am I fighting for? My way of life means and rights, give or take less or more. See through the eyes of the poor, plus I'm black to the core. Ignorance is on tour, booking stadiums and more. The days of Hitler painting pictures patriotic with gore. You raise a flag on a land, touch a board eagle's claw. That's the symbol on your currency to finance your war. I'm saying no, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You wage a war against terrorists and violence and try to wave your guns to fear us all in the silence.
I'm saying no, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You built your empire with natives and slaves, like the truth don't resurrect, wage a war from its grave.
We got brothers on the sideline, ready for the front line. Tell me when it's my time, won't you tell me? We got women on the sideline, ready for the front line. Tell me when it's my time, won't you tell me? You won't put it in your headline, people are in that line. Do we need a headline, do we really?
We only see what they want us to see, we'll only be what they want us to be. Fighting in their army.
We pledge resistance. We pledge to defend civil liberties against social and political repression. We pledge alliance with those who have come under attack for voicing opposition to the war. We pledge to make common cause in the people of the world, to bring about justice, freedom, and peace. Another world is possible, and we pledge to make it real. No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You wage a war against terrorists and violence and trying to wave your guns to fear us all into silence.
No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You built your empire with natives and slaves, like the truth will resurrect, wage a war from its grave.
Armies oppose the ancient truths of the shamans and swamis, and it's not about retaliation. Your history of war is nothing more than scarred imagination. Increased security, religious purity. Your blindfolded justice make you trust in perpetuity. Like it's random, it's tandem. Fuck you and damn them. You teach to attack and then question who planned them. No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name. You wage war against terrorists and violence and try to wave your guns to fear us all into silence. No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name. You built your empire with natives and slaves, like the truth will resurrect, waging war from its grave. put me on your blacklist, you can use my blood for ink, your communion to drink, in remembrance of a nation that forgot how to think. Hypnotized by your lies with not even a blink. What? You wanna put me on your blacklist, you can use my blood for ink, your communion to drink, in remembrance of the all-I-seeing Big Brother. R.I.P. to the powers that be, overcome by the powers of being.
Here we go. Come on.
A battle was fought in Brooklyn. Haitian soldiers killed 3,000 men. Much of the fighting took place in what is now Prospect Greenwood Cemetery, as well as the park
low
located
blowers,
along the
illegal
neighborhood.
cocaine growers, starvation, profanity, anxiety, brothers try me, gunslingers, dead ringers.
Yo, my slang's out of this world. Mixed collaboration, man, little man and this girl. Way of life got me thinking. Plus I'm analyzing young youths on roofs. You know, 3-time felony groups roll together. Tropical trees, puff, whatever. Yo, we could go run up on kids for levers. What drug? Faculties, bubble keys for cheese. Cream flow like 7 C's. Hit chicks, Guyanese, word up. Hold your head before you fall out. The morale, the devil want that. Let's get my niggas locked all out. Change for better. That be my only vendetta with life. Feed your seed right, he's breathing and deep right. Chef, remarkable, sparkable, raps, and jackable cats. Never get jacked. See it then move, black paradise. Swipe, blunts with much ice. Getting nice, laying back, speak on my life. Word up.
Black patients, dime smokers, vow carriers, mocha tokers, burned buildings, brothers building, save the children, investigative reports.
Calling all cars, ghetto psychos, often dangerous, leaving mass scars on those who were found, bound, gagged, and shot when they blast the spot. Victims took off like astronauts. Get with this, even your best can't. Come on down, you're the next contestant. Get your pockets dug from all your chemical bankings. Caught them at the red light on Putnam Avenue in Franklin. They used to heat up the cipher with a shot that was hyper than your average JFK sniper. He just came home to Sparfit, rolling like Kaufman, and laid that ass out like carpet. Stop the stuttering, boys, say the planks for the 5-0, then praise the God. Bow! They release shots and premeditate to grab. And then they jet back to the lab, and then remain in Shallon, and endangered Allen. Shorties lose blood by the gallons.
Crack patients, dime smokers, vow carriers, mocha tokers, burned buildings, brothers building, save the children, investigative reports.
Yo, I grabbed a pen for revenge and let Lucy, like Muslims standing on the block rocking the kufi. The $100 kick, rocking kids back for more, starring gun wars with black Reeboks and velours. Jungle way of life, living villain, packed with visions, copywritten, throwing bread to pigeons. Christ has risen, King elegant, slang master jacket, Spencer noodle hats in '69. Old timers, time the brother shot craps, the baggy blue guest jinx. Push things off in Palm Springs, I'm locked in the Bing. Rocky ring label, rap king, the corner emperor. The go to D's play the benches. Rednecks be hanging big niggas down in Memphis. Back in our wire, hit the bullseye with loaded nines. Life is like Tarzan, swinging from a thin vine. Shattered dreams and mirrors don't lead to press spirals. Aim at the white shadows with big barrels. The Moedas, the ballheaders milking armorettas. Who fear none, crushing all personal vendettas. Yo, they use guns while we angrily shot arrows. You better keep your eye on the sparrow.
Rugged robsters, cooking cropsters, dime droppers, 25 lifers, backstabbers, low blowers, illegal cocaine growers, starvation, profanity, anxiety, brothers try me, gunslingers, dead ringers, investigative reports. Investigative reports.
And integrated enough cops, judges, and
investigative reports.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftists hate science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault but society's because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, But many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for Black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping Black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm Black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there's been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3, those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case, you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in Group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into Group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into Group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient, a theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3. The drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless. Nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age. if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explain in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way, but what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the mass of material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful will be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: people do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries.
By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated,
but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent. And in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise.
Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity.
Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior: alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, you used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward: economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan, but if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform.
The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion or crime or corruption or evasion of work or depression and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate or a declining birth rate or something else, so that either the society breaks down or its functioning becomes too inefficient and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan Learning Centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once. But since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate, the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance.
Hence the population explosion with all that that implies.
Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered, either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence, it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society. But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions. Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology. It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself. It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented to them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed to the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. 2 kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between 2 kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example: when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Roman small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or 2 before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were 4 main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. 3 of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors, in some corner of his mind, a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. But it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power-hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements, and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time. But we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc. were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention. Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe.
Anarchy at its finest, necromancy. Just necromancy.
The proven points, that's motion. Make points for the sake of debate. Strike a match off my boot, spark up my burning leg. A thought-provoking wordplay. Line me up with the greatest on any given day. Panic when I'm asked how does it feel to have it. Communicate with the dead populace. I predict future tragic events. Vent out my aggression, never come with fatigued investments. Rumors about the king spread throughout the peasants. I'm a has-been, because I have been. More than him, more him, the planet's too sporadic. I move at a slow pace, comparing and rarely sparing critiques. You're the only civilian within this fleet, acting like an admiral. Admirable though, but animals don't walk like humans, talk like humans, rhyme like humans inside this human. I'm traveling through the ruins, my back turned to the city. The snakes and pigs creating modern milestones out of hatred. I live dining at the last banquet. Blasphemy, the famous in a room filled with herb smoke. Conversating on how hip-hop's like the soaps. Bad actors and corny scripts that ring and pitch. In your ears really a frequency. Passing these women on the streets with no decency. I'm tuned into the 360th degree. I'm tuned into the 360th degree. Cause aggression equals animalism. Panting and dribbling for acknowledgement. But I never stop, you're surrounded by my voice wired fence. This insanity lies self-evident. I'm just necromancing.
Yo, in my historical oracle, I blast metaphorical editorials, educating in my territorial get torn. Heavily armed with 70 bombs that'll blast divine like the heavenly song. Your men will be gone if they explore my deepest thought. I beat hearts in two, then axe demons for chalk. I'm dreaming to stalk MCs in the dark. I walk blindfolded, the mind's golden. Watch how you talk, my style is an art. Recognize lyrical purity, all hell breaks loose like I'm all with no security. The dopest vocalist with my third eye, I focus where I proceed. Flow with the speed of an indie motorist. There's more to this than wasted. Shiny chains and bracelets. I hit tracks, my tongue wait for the brains to blaze it. Amazing, angelic. Tell it to your people.
No mic, and my mic, come on, yo. No need
Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. The underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times, we're like skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine. Philadelphia's like the sun, cause we shine with rhymes. Underground is like the moon, you only see us at times. And at times, we're like skies, where the stars recline. Jedi mind, outer space, coincide and combine.
Raw poems, bury your body in catacombs. Rip your soul from your limbs like brims from Jim Jones. In the twilight zone, we disperse cowards. Vampires that stalk Earth on reverse hours. Night calls, we talk at your facade. My latitude is gone. Thoughts out my jaws leave eternal scars.